Hey guys, it's Primalism. Just had my surgery yesterday on my arm. They put two screws in my arm, so that's pretty fun. I didn't feel a single thing. The procedure went really well. As soon as the procedure started, well, right before, they put the oxygen on my face and they injected the general anesthetic into my hand. And all I knew next was I woke up. I was out and I was up. No pain whatsoever. I think they gave me like nerve block as well, which helps, when they're drilling into bone. um, right now I have no pain, zero pain level. My arm is just completely numb, uh, which is good. However, I have, right when I sat down here to start the stream, I regained the ability to use my fingers. So I can now wiggle my fingers a little bit. How's it going, Eats a Bugs? Sorry, I have to use the chat on my phone, so it's a little awkward. But I wanted to react to this video. I really enjoyed it. I'm so glad that FaceIQ decided to talk to like Eddie Goeke. Um, Either Eddie Goeke or Bart K. I think that's a great idea. Bart K is a really intelligent guy, and I feel like he has so much knowledge about all these different topics. So, as somebody who's interested in learning more, I want to be able to teach people about diet and stuff. So, this is fun for me. It's like I'm kind of like impartial to both of them. Obviously, I think that Carnivore is a little bit better. But how's everybody doing? Yeah, the surgery went well, guys. Thank you. Face IQ, just a dumbass kid. I'm impartial. I think Face IQ is a good guy. I think he's got a good heart. I really do. He's just young. How's the arm? It's good. Zero pain level right now. Obviously, I can't play any video games, but we're just going to sit here, react to this video. Have you guys seen this yet? I watched like 3/4 of it. Are you debt now? Well, temporarily I am because I had to pay for the surgeries with credit cards, but I'm going to get reimbursed from the insurance company. So all I have to do is submit all of my invoices, some itemized invoices to them, and then everything should be good to go. By the way, hi. Why is your username different? It's Skibbity Toilet Meow. Oop, didn't mean to do that.
A little more, you mentioned...
Okay, we're going to go back to the beginning and do the whole thing. Make sure it's good to go. Yeah, looks good to go to me. You guys ready?
It seems we've had some interminglings of our communities. I have some people rooting for you in my community. So...
Yeah, well, of course, as I framed it in the community, in my community, this is designed to be once again a conversation. I know that the words debate and conversation can be used interchangeably depending on how people want to frame it. No matter how people want to frame it, it's supposed to be geared. It's supposed to be based on the similar goal between both parties of just figuring out what we believe, discussing what we believe, and letting ultimately the audience to decide which person is more correct, or whether there's even a right answer or a wrong answer. Yeah, exactly.
Makes the most sense. All right.
Yes. So you know what? I think that if people aren't here yet, they can join in later, or they can watch later on.
The VOD, indeed.
Yes. So I think the best place to start is why don't for us you give an idea of sort of what made you change your mind? What were your positions before? And then what made you change your mind to your current positions? And also what your current positions are now?
Yeah, let me think how I want to answer it.
Yeah, of course.
There's many factors that led me to reintroduce carbs. I was a Paul Saladino kind of story. For me, I did not find it was the right approach for my life.
What does that mean? What does that mean? I was a Paul Saladino kind of story. I don't get it. Because I know like Paul Saladino, he ate carnivore recommended like a 0 carb diet, and then I see what he means. So basically, he started carnivore, 0 carb probably, and then switched to eating carbs. That's probably what he means by that. Assuming. Yo, what's going on, Longsucker in Greece? How you guys doing?
Few reasons.
Cooked shit.
And one of them you could frame as a carb addiction. One of them that was key was I thought there was not a perceived big enough benefit.
I feel like if you eat carnivore long enough, the carb addiction goes away for sure. Like maybe you could like enjoy some carbs from time to time, but like a lot of people say that they have a trouble giving up sugar and carbs, but I've never felt that at all. Now, when they're presented to me, it's like, oh yeah, I'll have some. Like the other day after I got done with my surgery, I really wanted barbecue, and it's like, I'll get some mashed potatoes too. It's not like an addiction, but it's just like,
To make the sacrifice of giving up the other foods I was eating. That was part of it.
Okay.
Part of it was symptomology. So not even that the benefit isn't good enough. I had cons. So I had cold extremities, poor sleep.
Cold extremities. Have any of you ever experienced cold extremities? That's strange. Is that like a common reaction to eating carnivore? Like your hands and fingers get cold? Because I've never experienced that one time.
Sleep. I had kind of bad anxiety almost. Like I felt
not saying that it's not valid, but
very agitated on carnivore.
It sounds like he's like trying really hard to like make carnivore sound like it wasn't good for him. Like he's having to try, like if it's not good for you, it should be easy, right?
Carnivore, very angry, shaky.
I feel like this is like mental stuff. Being a young man, gooning, being online too much, not being outside enough. I don't know. You said the thing is like, what do you drink if you're no carb? Just dead fluoridated water? I mean, you could drink spring water. You could drink like Gerolsteiner, or you could drink San Pellegrino or Mountain Valley. It's not hard. It's really not hard. It's just like a matter of willpower, really, in practice too. It's like exercising a muscle. You can't just start out and be completely strict and expect to never screw up. You said you drink natural sparkling water in a glass. Yeah, that's exactly what you could drink. This is like walking in on your parents doing it. Anyways.
But cold extremities was my like low energy cold. Just I had thyroid issues. Like I got it tested as well. Was my main qualm.
Okay. So with the thyroid panel, I would presume that it probably had like low T3 or high reverse T3 or something like.
Low T3.
Okay.
And then TSH was off as well.
So TSH was high?
Yeah, it was like 3.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that does suggest a thyroid problem, because if you have higher TSH, clearly there's a knock on the door and no one's answering. If the T3 is low and
high T4 as well.
High T4. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I think what do you think the problem was?
Cortisol was like outside of the high end of the reference range, and that's how I felt.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well. So higher cortisol, and then you had a problem with the thyroid function, ostensibly, and I do believe that was a problem based on just what you said you were experiencing, and also if you're, what you were saying about your thyroid. That's why I got it checked.
It was just 1-to-1 symptomology. So.
Yeah. Okay, so before we get into that, because that's a very important aspect of this, you're mainly talking about carbs, right? So are you still? What are your opinions on vegetables still, like plants?
I don't
like that.
Think they're like.
What's the chat saying? You said you have luck that you live outside the city and have well water. Otherwise, you'd have to drink microplastics. Well water's nice. It took me a while to get used to well water when I was living with Thomas, because it had a very strong minerally taste to it, and I thought something's wrong here. But I got used to it, and it's not bad. Addicted to goy slop. How do I overcome? It's just like mental willpower, dude. It's willpower. And you have to take control of your life. Like if you have other bad habits, you have to stop those too. You just have to practice stopping bad habits and doing the things that you want to do. What does Prigga mean? Prigga means primal cool guy. Lungsucker. I live in a big city. I use a water purifier with tap water, so it's basically pure water. Yeah, I've heard there's some good ones. What's that one big one, like the metal one? It's like a reverse osmosis, stuff like that. Or a Berkey or whatever. I don't know what they're saying. Like, what is T3 and T4? I agree. Like, I have no idea. What does the Goeke mean? It means cool guy. It means cool guy. Like, what is this? I'm gonna Google that. Like, what is T3 and T4, and how do they know that they understand like what this even is? Like, what is T3? Let me actually put this on the same, so you guys can see what I'm researching here. I think you guys can see that, right? What is T3 and T4 in regards to, sorry, I have to type with one hand, thyroid issues? Because I don't know. That's a good point. I'm glad that you said something about it so I don't feel stupid. T3 and T4 are the two main thyroid hormones your body uses to regulate metabolism, energy, temperature, digestion, heart rate, and more. T4 is the inactive storage hormone, and T3 is the active hormone your cells actually use. T4 is thyroxine, the main hormone your thyroid produces. It's mostly inactive. Your body converts T4 to T3 when needed. About 80% of circulating thyroid hormone is T4, made directly by the thyroid gland. Doctors often check free T4 to see how much usable hormone your thyroid is producing. This is very complicated stuff. Why it even matters. T3 levels often show how strongly your metabolism is being stimulated. Okay. So like if you have more T3, is that good? Low T4, not enough hormone to convert into T3. Lower normal T3 often stays until normal hypothyroidism is severe. Like, did FaceIQ have a thyroid issue? My cousin has a thyroid issue. She's been morbidly obese all of her life, and you can like tell, you know, it's bad. Like, did he really have a thyroid issue? I don't know. Yo, what's going on, DJ? FaceIQ fans, but he's a chat. Has anyone observed gooning causing acne? I feel like, yeah, I think gooning indirectly causes acne, if not directly. Was good, Shu. It cannot be observed. Gotus on T3, of course. I don't fucking see it, therefore it is not real. Priglets don't even know what T3 and T4 is, and they watch these debates. Well, I'm trying to learn. I'm glad you're a genius. I'm not. You know, the sign of an intelligent person is that you try to actually learn, right? Do you ever think about, despite the fact that you think carnivore is optimal, you constantly eating things that aren't carnivore? What do you mean constantly? What do you mean constantly? That's ridiculous. If you eat, isn't like the definition of a carnivore an animal that eats like 80% meat, 80% animal products? People are so, you know, crazy. My wife's boyfriend has a thyroid issue. Molecules don't even exist. People with thyroid issues seem to have sunken or bulging looking eyes. Yeah. Like, you really think FaceIQ has a thyroid issue, really? Isn't it like blood tests? Did he get a blood test or something? Aren't blood tests like hella inaccurate in the first place? Gooning causes acne because sperm uses a lot of zinc. Yeah, I think gooning does indirectly cause acne. Carnivore is an animal that is 20% animal product. There's a different classification of carnivores. Oh. Hey dude, how's the arm doing? Personally, for me, no carbs equals cold hands. Interesting. I've never experienced that. Bro, looks maxers are debating now. What? Really just saying anything. I realize the Prigga is absolutely nothing. Priglets say whatever they want. Priglet's gonna do what Priglet's gonna do. I'm trying to learn. You seem to eat honey and dairy. I ate a little tiny bit of honey. Sure. Who cares? I think that's carnivore. Bart K and Goke's school of thought would be that those things shouldn't be eaten. Well, I don't care, really. Why do I have to do exactly what they do? I'm just learning, brother. For me, correlation between gooning and acne is the fact that people with acne are more likely to goon since they're less attractive. Yeah. Anyways, T3, T4. I guess more T3 is good. He had bad T3 levels, I guess. So making digestion difficult. I don't know. That's the way that I understand it. I don't know. Let's continue. Let's continue. I don't care if you think I'm stupid.
Health promoting. I don't think you're getting any nutrition you require from them. I think they're probably a net negative mostly. Like green vegetables.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and you also still believe that you should be eating, you know, mostly meat maybe, or
I eat
you're
2
still
pounds of meat a day.
Okay.
I mean, I kept my protein consistent.
2 pounds of meat is a ton of meat, honestly. Holy cow. Like, that's like an OMAD diet for me. You know, I could probably eat 2 pounds of meat like once a day and then be completely satiated if I had it with butter and stuff.
For carbs. So the the lean protein piece is the same.
And and those carb sources are coming from where?
I eat mostly honey and dairy.
Okay, I'm going to respond to you because you seem to think something. You said, I'm not saying you do have to do anything, but didn't you say that you thought carnivore was optimal? I do. I'm not getting defensive. Just wondering your thoughts. No need to get defensive. Yeah, I do believe carnivore is optimal. You do 2 pounds OMAD LMAO. Yeah, it sounds like enough for me. You can't afford that much meat daily? Well, it depends like what kind of meat you're eating. Okay, absolute. You guys are so fucking mean. I'm just trying to learn.
For carbs.
Honey and dairy. Milk. Okay. Milk, okay.
Like 100 grams of carbs from milk a day.
Okay. And how many grams of carbs total are you eating a day?
150, 200.
Okay, 150 to 200. Okay. So,
but see, I'm doing that now, and I feel like good doing it. Basically, all I'm eating is milk and eggs, but I don't feel bad at all. But I feel better when I'm eating meat.
Just wanted to clarify that because I think the main distinction here, before we get into any part of this conversation, is to establish, you know, what are our positions and how different are they really, and they're not very different compared to some other dietary positions, you know, especially like veganism or something like that. The main concern here,
I'm
the main topic.
Norton, all right, you know.
Yeah, no. So the main topic of conversation seems to be about carbs, right? That's the contention point, I suppose you could say. So
one more, wait, I want to interject because I would never extrapolate my own situation to making a recommendation, right? Just because carnivore wasn't ideal for me, that has nothing to do with if it's ideal, right? Broadly. A big thing is, I think this is where we should get into. I believe that anthropologically, the 100% ruminant meat diet does not hold up either.
Okay. So
anthropologically, the ruminant diet doesn't hold up either. I'm curious to see like what are the points to support that.
Because I think I want to go on there.
Yeah.
It seems a large portion.
What does that even mean? Anthropologically. Anthropologically. I'm not even joking. Did I spell it right? Prologically. Is it like our history or something? Like. No, it got me wrong. Guys, what does anthropologically mean? He just said to sound smarter. And I'm serious. It means according to the history and evolution. So wait. He says according to the evolution and history of mankind, a ruminant diet doesn't make sense.
The 100% ruminant meat diet does not hold up either.
Well, like, who is eating like 100% ruminant meat? Nobody. Like, aren't all like people like hunter-gatherers are not just eating meat, they're eating maybe like a bird or like whatever they can get, you know, maybe even some plants and stuff. I don't know. Like, who's arguing for like 100%?
There.
Okay. So
I think I want to go on there.
Yeah.
It seems a large portion of your perspective is like, forget epidemiology, forget the shitty data, forget
hold on.
Even mechanistic speculation.
Epidemiology, that's like where they ask people like, what do you eat? How do you feel, right? I keep on messing it up. Epidemiology refers to, it's used in talking about patterns, causes, and effects of health conditions in populations, not individuals. Oh, okay. So if someone says epidemiologically, we're still talking about T3 and T4. Okay, let's drop the T3 and T4 for just a minute. That's confusing me. Epidemiologically, from the perspective of how diseases behave in populations. Okay. Like, yo, Ismo, what's going on?
Forget epidemiology. Forget the shitty data. Forget even mechanistic speculation. Let's default to what is the species-specific, species-appropriate diet. And I don't believe that's only ruminant meat and fat, really, ever. So that's like a big piece.
Did somebody argue for that? Is that what Eddie Goeke argues for? That people should eat 100% ruminant animals? Like, I don't necessarily think that you have to be optimal. You know, I mean, I think that you can, and you can be optimal, but you don't necessarily have to be optimal. Like, you could eat 70% ruminant animals and still, like, be so close to optimal that it's not even that big of a deal, you know? But, like, carnivore diet, isn't that technically, like, 70% meat? No, it's not 70% meat. Anthropologically, historically, and scientifically. Like, it's using all these big words on me. Carnivore is defined by what you exclude, not by a fixed percentage of what you eat. Carnivore equals an animal-based diet with 0 plant foods. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I used to hear people say that it meant 70% meat or something like that. Here are the patterns most people follow. Meat dominant, 80 to 95%. High-fat carnivore, 60% 70%. Lion diet, 100% ruminant meat plus salt. Dairy-inclusive carnivore. Organ-heavy carnivore. So carnivore just means 100% meat. Is that what they're saying? Stop it. I'm trying to learn. You guys are assholes. You guys are being mean to me. Goda says 20% meat to be carnivore. Be low-key just yapping. Honestly, this is kind of like yapping. Throw it back. Throw it back and break my arm again. Let's continue.
Piece as well.
Yeah. So if that's what you're saying, do you believe that we should be looking at what is species appropriate and species specific to infer how we ought to eat today? Do we agree on the foundation of evolutionary biology in the first place?
Great. I think my perspective rests on that's a big piece of it. Yes.
Okay. So we still well, that makes things easy. So we still believe on the same. We believe the same foundation. We're accepting the same foundation, which is within reason, within feasibility, and within considering the modern context. We should at least be looking for what our biology is designed to tolerate, right? And so mainly what it seems like. Yeah, go ahead.
Say one thing. I look at things where if I'm seeing every baby put broccoli up to its tongue and spit it out, that means something to me, right? Dr. Matthew Negret, he would see that and say, well, what does the outcome data say? I don't care if every human doesn't like the taste of a food. Not just saying a food is good, which that's a positive selection, that could be from added sugar, but that a food is bad, rejected. I see that as a huge signal not to do something, right? So I do value our senses to a large, I value these other pieces that can converge to say what we should be eating among whole foods. That's a big piece for me. So, and I think, no, you go on.
Well, no, I was going to say that what you're saying about the instinct that a baby would have in terms of how they respond to a certain food, that's actually a stronger, I do agree that that's a stronger inference than, say, a 22-year-old, their response to a certain food. Because once you're 22, you've had a bunch of conditioning to perhaps make you, quote unquote, like these different foods. And so then it's confounded by way too many things. But as a baby, you're freshly born, and exactly. Yeah. So and the two things that the things that babies enjoy are going to be ruminant fat and meat, protein, but also fruit. That is actually something that they do enjoy.
Why do you think that is, though?
Well, it's a good question.
What's your perspective on it?
Well, so do you would you agree that there is a positive selection that was imposed onto us to enjoy the taste of sugar, right? I mean, that's what you're acknowledging. You're admitting
I think that's just the fact, right? Observably, yeah.
Right, and I totally agree with that. So, would you agree? How would I ask you this? Whenever you look at any other species that consumes fruit, not every single species consumes fruit, especially prevalent in primate species. What is usually directly associated with that whenever they're consuming fruit?
I believe in bonobos, the more fruit they eat, the larger brains they have.
The larger brains they have?
Yeah, it's the expensive tissue hypothesis brought out in bonobos, I believe.
So
That's
over the
thing,
over the course of how long? I mean, are you talking like on a broad inference? Like a broad scale, like what happened with the species as they consume?
I'm actually curious to understand what he's talking about here. This study
in bonobos, the more fruit they eat, the larger brains they have.
The more fruit they eat, the larger brains they have. What does that come from? We're not bonobos though. And bonobos don't grow larger brains from eating more fruit, but fruit does influence their energy availability, which directly affects brain evolution across primates. Slightly larger brains relative to body size in common chimpanzees. This is different. Difference is not caused by fruit intake. Yo, Byron, what's going on? The bonobo says something is something he got from Ray Pete. So they just eat more so their brain is bigger? Well, I don't know. I don't even understand, really. Doing good. I got arm surgery yesterday, so that was fun. Trying to like decipher, like I want to understand their talking points, you know? I'm not trying to, how diet shaped brain evolution. I don't know, guys. I don't know. If you look up Ray Pete bonobo study, it might come up. He did not say bonobos who eat more fruit have bigger brains. What he actually discussed was metabolism, stress, and developmental biology, using bonobos as a comparison to humans, chimps. Here's the real Ray Pete angle clearly broken down. Ray Pete used bonobos as an example of how environment and stress hormones shape development, not diet. Bonobos have lower stress hormones, especially cortisol, than chimpanzees, which leads to more neotenuous traits, including slightly different brain development and behavior. Fruit was not the cause. Okay, well, that's interesting. I'm curious to see where this goes. How'd the surgery go? It went really well. Like, I was sitting there in the operating room. You know, they had me breathe into the oxygen mask, injected me with general anesthetic. And the next thing I know, I woke up, the surgery was over. So they got it down. Right now, my left arm is completely numb still. However, I did just regain the ability to move my fingers. So that's nice. What does a rumbling stomach with no pain after eating meat mean? I don't know, you're probably just digesting. You're probably just digesting the food, you know? It's going down in you. I know, dude, haters mean to me, guys. Did they use raw anesthetic at least? Yeah, I asked for the raw primal anesthetic.
The larger brains they have?
Yeah, it's the expensive tissue hypothesis brought out in bonobos, I believe.
The expensive tissue hypothesis. Let me look this up. Expensive tissue hypothesis. I probably spelled it wrong. No, it's spelled right. Sorry, my spelling is horrible with one hand. The expensive tissue hypothesis is one of the most important ideas in human evolution, and it ties directly into diet, metabolism, and brain size. It does not say fruit makes brains bigger. It says high-quality food frees up energy for a bigger brain. Humans evolved large brains because we reduced the size of other energy-hungry organs, mainly the gut, by eating more calorie-dense, easily digestible food. The brain is extremely costly, uses 20 to 25% of resting energy, constant glucose. Something else had to shrink. That something was the gut. Why the gut shrinks. Interesting. How this relates to bonobos. Bonobos did not evolve bigger brains from fruit. Fruit is low protein, low fat, and high fiber. It does not shrink the gut. Bonobos eat more fruit than chimps, have larger guts than humans, smaller brains than humans, lower metabolic rates. Repeat reference bonobos in terms of stress hormones, not diet given brain birth. Okay, so that answers that, I would say. That answers that. Do they give you raw starch nut formula? They just rub butter on it, really, and it just like totally dulled the pain. Semen formula, I love it. Can only ask AI. Dude, AI is the best, brother. AI is great. Especially for this format. Like, what am I going to pull up studies and sit here and read studies all day?
So over the over the course of how long? I mean, are you talking like on a broad inference, like a broad scale?
It sounds like FaceIQ is misquoting the study.
As they consumed fruit, or are you talking? Because I'm specifically asking like within a year-long period. Whenever they're
the bonobos, there's a very
like you said, Jealous. All this says about bonobos is that fruit is better than their normal plant/fruits diets for bonobos. How does this apply to human beings?
There's a very strong association between how much fruit they eat, how large their brains are in development.
I don't think there is, though.
Okay, so I'm I'm asking
within
this time frame of 1 year. Like let's say we start with the end of winter or something.
Wait, one thing I peeped at chat. Is my mic quiet?
Is his mic quiet? It is a tiny bit quiet. You can still hear him just fine.
People are saying my mic is a bit quiet.
It is like a tiny bit, maybe a couple decibels.
Let me add a gain filter here because you're at max volume on my end. Let me go ahead and
how's my audio? Is it all good?
Or do I need to adjust it here?
You're louder to signal authority, you know.
Yeah. I increased your volume by 4 decibels. Let's see if that helps. If not, I can go in and increase.
Thank you, Byron. Thanks, Skibbity.
Yeah, but
thanks, Pickle.
So specifically within a 1 year span, like let's take the end of winter or something like that, and then whenever they start consuming fruit, what happens then to their physiology and to their presentation?
I know what you're getting at. From my understanding, it's the opposite. With would you accept honey as a comparable thing to fruit?
Sort of. I mean, it depends on what metric we're looking at.
So wait.
Like,
would you accept?
Eddie's asking how the fruit affects their physiology. What does that mean? How does fruit affect an animal's physiology? Anyways,
physiology and to their
physiology. Physiology is like how your body works, right? I don't know. That's probably a very basic physiology. How living organisms function, the mechanism. Okay. It's the science of how the body works from cells. So how does eating fruit short-term affect that?
Presentation.
These are some high IQ individuals, guys. Yo, shut up. Look, we already established this.
You're getting at.
I'm stupid.
From my understanding, it's the opposite.
I'm ignorant is the correct term.
Accept honey as a comparable thing to fruit?
Sort of. I mean, it depends on
where is he going with this? Do you accept honey as a comparable to fruit? Wait, what?
Metric we're looking at. Like, for example, when you talk about fruit versus honey, if we're talking about seasonality, it's different. I mean, honey is technically not seasonal. It's not a seasonal food per se. It's rarer than fruit.
Honey is very seasonal, isn't it? When I talk to like farmers, like honey is very seasonal. They can only harvest at like a certain time, you know? Like when I was talking when I was talking to the beekeeper who was who I might have woofed at in Oregon, she told me that like you can only harvest it like once a year. I don't know. Anyways,
like, look at how a bear uses it seasonally, right? So it's eating lots of poofa before hibernation, but
it's seasonal in temperate temperature climates. Well, Oregon is like it's a very warm climate overall. It lasts forever, doesn't go bad. That's true. Less so on the equator. Bro, it's my clanker assistant. Don't get mad at my clanker assistant, okay? You guys aren't helping me get smart. You're just calling me names and calling me stupid. Gosh, someone's just gonna help me.
Eating lots of honey after.
Sure.
Okay, what's the point? What is the point?
It's not fruit, but it's the same signal.
I mean, in the sense that it's sugar, I would agree that, that's...
It's fructose and glucose, yeah.
It's fructose and glucose, yes. So if we're looking at it through that lens, then yeah, I would totally agree.
Yeah, every
glucose,
6-7 seconds.
Sugar's going to have, fruit's going to have a little bit of a different ratio. It's also going to have a different...
I want to reject the relevance of winter, though, for humans. Like, for only 40,000...
Eddie Gooke's like, what?
in years did we have a winter at all?
Wait. What's the claim?
40,000 of 4.5 million years did we have a winter at all?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean like...
We're in Europe 40,000 years ago, and we're in the Americas 17,000 years ago. So I would reject looking at winter at all. I'd look at most of our evolution in Africa, equatorial regions.
Okay, but how long ago was that? Because really what matters here... 40,000 years ago. Okay.
We've been in America. We've been farming in America longer than we've been in America. Twice as long. We were in America 17,000 years ago. We've been farming here for 12,000. Like most of our time, even in these northern climates, we're farming, if anything.
Right. Well, yes, of course. So whenever we talk about farming, though, how recent is that as a phenomenon? I mean, you just said 12,000 years ago.
Fact, my overarching picture is that for 99% of our evolution, we would have access to year-round fruit and honey. So I think that's a huge consideration.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that we would have accessed year-round fruit and honey? Year-round.
I mean, wouldn't we simultaneously have access to year-round meat, though, even if we were in Africa? Also, did Africans eat a diet that was rich in plants, or did they eat like a lot of animals? Like I could have sworn Weston A. Price, when he traveled down there, like there was definitely some plant consumption, but it was still like tons of meat. Instead of arguing about what they disagree on, they should talk about what they argue on. He isn't arguing against me. He's just arguing for... So what is he arguing for? There's proof of humans in America as long as 34,000 BC. They had a decent amount of tubers historically. This is actually an interesting... how would you even ask that? Like, what did Africans eat? Or what did the diet of ancient mixed diet, meat, fish, tubers, wild plants, and later milk, not a low meat diet. It was a major food source for early humans in Africa, especially hunter-gatherers. Below is the anthropology-based evidence. Hey, we just learned what that meant earlier. Evidence grounded breakdown using the sources that we just pulled. The diet of ancient Africans, hunter-gatherer, and early hominin period. Across Africa before farming and herding diets were highly diverse, included wild game, fish, tubers, roots, and plants. So basically, FaceIQ is just arguing that we can eat things other than meat. Tubers taste pretty bad. They only ate it when they had no other choice. I mean, that's what I would do, right? Like, I mean, if I have access to meat, that's what I'm going to eat. As far as pre-Neolithic, we don't know. All we know is their teeth were pretty healthy. Gotta ask what they ate and Pleistocene, not Holocene. Diet of ancient At this point, just eat what you want.
That we lived in places with year-round fruit and honey.
Okay, so
basically, FaceIQ is arguing against a complete carnivore diet, but still just like a variety of foods, right? Did I get that right?
I'll offer this. So there's a member of my community. I won't name him, but he lived for a significant amount of time
meat, dairy, fruit,
in
honey.
Africa, around the equatorial regions that you're talking about, and it was very, very, very.
And Eddie Goeke, his argument is that eating a carnivore diet, eating a diet that's only meat for the most part, is healthiest. That's basically the biggest difference between their beliefs. Kind of correct. What am I getting wrong?
Seldom that there was fruit that was encountered naturally like that. And so if we're talking about general broad inferences, I mean, there's specific locations where there's more fruit, absolutely. But the other question that comes to mind is, why should we be looking specifically at that whenever we have been migrating away from there for such a significant amount of time, for tens of thousands of years? Go ahead. Yeah.
The fruit of his anecdote, we can throw that away, because when observing the modern people there, they eat, the Hods, they get calories, they get 15% of their effective energy from honey. So when we're looking at these tribes that didn't have contact from Westerners previously, they're eating a lot of honey. And even when you ask...
But just because they eat a lot of honey, and eat tubers and eat fruits, historically, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's optimal, though. So I'm curious, how is... what is the evidence that FaceIQ is going to use to prove that just because they ate that it was optimal,
And their second favorite food is honey. Sometimes their first. Like the women of the Hadza tribe, their favorite food is honey, and they eat it.
Well, of course.
Okay,
of course.
Okay, but still, how does your favorite food mean that honey is optimal? I know people whose favorite food is like microwaved spaghetti. Well, FaceIQ and Goeke are debating what the natural human diet is. Yeah. Well, the natural human diet, I mean, technically both the carnivore diet and the diet that FaceIQ advocates for are natural human diets. It's just which diet is the most optimal. Well, there is no debate what humans historically ate, because it's humans ate tubers, they ate fruits, they ate honey, humans ate meat. But I think the real argument is what's optimal here.
because we have a natural design to want to eat that. I think maybe we should go back to that point because I don't think we ever fully directly covered it. Your next piece was, you were saying, well, should we do just what people did? You're kind of questioning that, right?
I mean, you agreed with that. I mean, sure.
But then it sounds like you were just pushing back against it if it contains carbs, or no?
He thinks it was negligible.
Well, when we talk about on a biological level, what matters most is what our genes are evolved to tolerate across our genome. So there's certain groups of people that are going to be doing different things, especially considering that after the agricultural revolution, we started migrating more and more. That's one of the things that people will talk about with the agricultural revolution. They say, oh, well, it made us much more ubiquitous. And so as a result of that, there's a little bit of, there's some different environmental behavior.
Yeah, 100%.
You mentioned Hadza, which is a good point. But really what matters, and I want to know if you agree with this, what matters not what a specific tribe is doing, but what we are doing on a broad...
Your camera has no signal. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so... isn't what matters most, not what a specific tribe is doing here and there. I mean, you can look at the Inuit, for example, and they actually have a different gene expression, for example, that accounts for...
How would you prove what is optimal anyways? Well, I think that's what they're trying to do. I think that's the debate that they should be having here, or in my opinion. How do you know, how can you prove what is optimal anyways? Well, I'm not a scientist or anything, but, if there was, I don't know, I really don't know how to even say it. How would you prove that it's optimal? The best way to prove it would probably be looking at our biology. How well do we, digest it? That'd be one idea. Because isn't Bart K all about the biology? Hey, FaceIQ, how are you doing? There were so many points I should have driven home better. It's hard. I know it's probably difficult when you're under a lot of pressure. You're right there debating, and it's scary. You forget shit, Humans eat whatever tastes good. Why we started eating bread covered in sugar. You're missing that what we ate is historically optimal. The idea is that if human evolved in an environment with fruit, the chat's going so fast now I can't even keep up. We are biologically capable of eating plants and animals and sugar, proteins, and fats. That's for sure. I agree. I think that, we have an omnivorous digestive system. Otherwise, how do people, how does the farmer I live with, Thomas, who's been a vegan for 65 years, how does he look so good when he hasn't had any meat? It's because we don't need meat necessarily. We are capable of digesting these other foods, obviously. Yeah. Most people barely eat any meat these days. Yeah, we got the real one.
Different eating behavior, really actually more environmental behavior, as opposed to, looking at that versus what actually happened on a broad level, and maybe tailoring your diet more so for your ancestral lineage a little bit with minimal variation.
So would you then say what would you say about lactose in a European population?
FaceIQ, you should debate Bart K. I think that'd be really good, honestly.
Eat it because they have lactase, or do you see it as
I'd say that they have more of an ability to tolerate that, absolutely. However, whenever you have a gene expression like that, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was the most appropriate thing to be consuming. However, it does mean that you can tolerate it more than someone else, right? So that's really where I lie on that. Those people might actually have developed some sort of mechanism where they might have to consume a little bit of dairy. I mean, Harry Serpano's covered this years ago, I think, where they might actually have to consume a little bit of calcium from dairy in order to be at optimal health. It's something I haven't looked into very granularly, but yeah, of course.
I have a question. Why do you think sugar tastes better than fat, broadly speaking?
Well, again, it brings me back to my question, which was what happens to a primate whenever they're consuming sugar in the form of fruit during fruit season? What happens to their bodies?
I can't speak on a specific primate. I'm assuming.
I think I think though where this is going.
They get fat is what I'm assuming.
They don't get obese, but they gain fat, yes.
But I'm saying most humans, they had fruit and honey all the time. Do you think?
But what's your evidence for that? Because
in places with year-round fruit and honey.
For how long and how long?
I think the honey point is a bad point because I don't really think humans ate that much honey. Maybe you find a beehive, but they weren't how we have apiaries with. You've seen an apiary, right? Where they have the boxes and all the honey and they have the suits and stuff like that for getting the honey out. Maybe a little bit. And then the fruit, they probably had a lot of fruit, but as we know, the fruits back in the day before we started cultivating them, they were mostly seeds and fiber, and they were very inedible overall, right? The Hadza, when untempered with, eat 15% honey and overall food intake. That does seem like a lot of honey for sure, but that's one tribe. Didn't they specifically try to go out and get honey? Specifically hunting for honey? Every single equatorial tribe eats honey. But how many eat 15%? They desire it. Also, when you said why does sugar taste better than fat? Why does sugar taste better than fat? Well, do you know those videos where the vegans, they have their first cheeseburger after 2 to 3 years, and they're literally crying because of how good the animal protein, the fat tastes. It all just depends. I think that some people do find that animal fat, even though it's not as stimulating on the tongue as honey or as sugar, it is still delicious. We find it tastes incredible. Not like it doesn't just taste good to your tongue, but it like tastes good to your soul. You know, it's like, you know, like, holy, I needed that. You know, like when you eat sugar, you never get that feeling of like, oh my God, like I feel like satiated. But if you were to go 2 years and then you had some meat, you know, it'd be like you started living again. A hater is a masturbator, isn't he?
For all of time until 40,000 years ago.
Okay, I'd like
many people stayed there. Like,
okay.
It's the people in Indonesia, for example, they've had fruit and honey every single day. I was just there for a while. You have 10 mango trees in your yard and they'll be there the whole year with huge mangoes. And I know you're getting into the man-made thing. We can cover that because that only really applies to the temperate fruits anyway. Like, there's the jungle sop, the monkey orange, these huge, sweet, untampered with fruits that are in these climates all year round, all the time. And you know as good as I do that your senses, if you were in these places 10,000 years ago, you'd be eating them every day because you like the taste as I do as well. All humans do. And
like, personally, I could eat fruit every day, sure. Like, I don't have fruit trees in my backyard, but like I can go to the grocery store and get fruit, but I don't. And it's not because I'm like specifically depriving myself. It's like, even though the sugar is way more stimulating for the tongue, it doesn't necessarily like taste better. I don't know like how to like, you know, because like meat, it tastes good in its own way. But that's such a individual kind of point that it's really like, you know, it's kind of hard to debate that because it just seems such like an individual. It just varies from individual to individual, like how they find things taste. But I genuinely find that meat and fat is delicious. Just like not in the same way that I would find some super sugary thing is delicious. Like when you have too much sugar, it starts to get gross. You know, I never feel that way with meat and fat. You eat fruits every once in a while. I sometimes crave them, but I just trust myself with that. I crave meat every day. Yeah, exactly. Like, we shouldn't focus on taste, maybe like cravings more. I don't know.
Always been available there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our anthropologically.
The thing is, Eddie claimed a single gram of carbs is toxic. I'm interested in hearing like his points for that. Does he say that in the video? He doesn't just argue that you don't need them. He demonizes them. He says glycation.
Yeah, I think what's probably best is if we were to actually go ahead and investigate that a little bit, because I don't believe that we're operating on the same foundation of facts, because you're suggesting this. And if that were true, then my opinion might be a little different. From the evolution. Like,
what did this guy just say about the bone marrow? When you eat too much bone marrow, for example, it definitely starts tasting gross. Well, again, it's subjective. Somebody might find that he eats it until his stomach hurts and he can't eat anymore. Again, I was like, that's kind of silly to argue that. It's like no point, in my opinion.
Evolutionary perspective. Because there's other things as well, like the biochemistry, that we can perhaps get into if it actually becomes relevant at all. Because that's something that I don't expect you to have, you know, papers pulled up on your desk or something, stacked up on your desk for ready reference. But that would probably be something that we'd have to look into a little more granularly, because at the end of the day... Let me
interject one thing. Do you believe the out of Africa kind of evidence? Like, do you believe humans originated there and migrated away?
Oh, of course. That's just basic anthropology, is that we originated in Africa. But the main area of contention is how long ago that actually occurred, how long ago we started migrating away from that point in massive amounts. Because really that's what matters. I mean, growing up in different environments, evolving in different environments.
I mean, when do you think we got to the Americas, the first people?
Well, the first, like you said, if you're talking about a few thousand years ago, because in the grand scheme of things, it is a few. I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm suggesting is how long ago did the agrarian revolution start?
12,000 years ago. And then
You said Frank Tufano versus Taban debate. You think it would be a debate, or think it'd be something else?
Do you do you think that's okay? So why was it called a revolution?
It was a revolutionary way of going about things.
Of course, but in what way?
Planting vegetables and grains, that was new. Having more,
of course, yeah,
consistent access to meat with livestock. Collecting the chickens from the hens.
Right, dairy as well. But do you think there's anything else there? Not just the cultivation.
You can just say what you're getting at. Like, are you meaning the hybridization of fruit?
Of course, yes. I mean, okay? So you mentioned this earlier, right? So what's your issue with that argument? Because I mean, do you think that the fruit there was teeming with sugar and not very pretty low in fiber or something like that?
Point to the fruit
very true. Like maybe we've been eating lots of fruit for a long time. It's been in our different tribes' diets and different humans' diets, but we've only been eating these highly sugary fruits for a very short period of time. I don't think that you can argue that.
The millions of years, which was naturally sweet, instead of like the crab apple, which is the temperate fruit.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say,
okay. You said if you want, we can do a call and talk about this. Yeah, I think we could definitely do. I kind of just want to review the video right now, and then we can definitely if you want to, maybe I can interview you about your positions and stuff. But yeah, today I was just planning on. That's crazy. I appreciate that though, that you would do that with me. Yeah, it'd be fun to interview you. You could teach me. Go over some things that you talked about in the debate with Eddie that you wanted to talk about more. Right now, I'm just trying to learn from this debate.
Had the 30-pound jungle sop, which is naturally sweet and huge, has 500 grams of sugar for all of time. I'm more interested in our adaptation to that as opposed to because we were barely in the northern climates in the grand scheme anyway. So it's like if anything, us breeding those fruit was really imitating the fruit we did evolve with to be sweeter. And of course, just because men intervened with it to be sweeter does not necessarily mean it's worse. In fact, we were following our intuitions to cultivate it, just like we did with all the meat and dairy we eat too. The milk we eat is fattier. The dairy, the meat we eat is fattier.
Humans distill and concentrate a lot of things, though, that we shouldn't be doing. That could be considered part of your intuition, right? Like, I don't know, making cocaine or some other drug from a leaf.
Yeah, I mean, those aren't really nutrients that those aren't things that taste good to our senses, nor are they nutrients like sugar is, though.
Sure, but that does show, however, when you agree that shows that just trusting our intuition whenever we concentrate things or hybridize them isn't necessarily the most conducive to our flourishing and success and health.
I think you have a better point with alcohol, with that take, but alcohol.
Yeah, Eddie's got a great point there. That's something that I've thought about too. Not just with diet, but also with morality too. Just trusting your intuition isn't necessarily the best way to go. My intuition tells me to just sit around and scroll on YouTube shorts. But I force myself to read books and try to stimulate my brain. I don't know. Alcohol tastes horrible to our body, for example. It was selected against. There's people who love alcohol, bro. Like wine, for instance. There's people who love the taste of alcohol. Or mead. Not initially. Well, it's again, this is subjective. They like the stuff with it, not the alcohol itself. Well, I really liked whiskey, and whiskey tastes like dog shit, but it makes you feel good. And then it also reduced my anxiety. And it helped me out with making sales. So my intuition was telling me you need a drink right now. I don't know if you could say that's your intuition, but y'all primal MS always use the trust your natural instinct argument, but somehow not fruit. Well, I wouldn't call me a primal MF. The point is that it tastes horrible. Well, wine doesn't taste horrible. Wine tastes delicious. Who's it taste horrible? Maybe it tastes horrible to you, but a lot of wine drinkers would disagree with you for a logical reason, not based on intuition. Yeah, intuition isn't a good word to use for that. Wine isn't pure alcohol. The alcohol itself tastes horrible. Well, couldn't you say that about like the fiber? The fiber in fruit tastes horrible by itself? I don't know. Nice hater. We'll keep going.
That tastes horrible, right? So that's your senses telling you it's bad. It's a drug, but your senses tell you it's bad. Like if you didn't know alcohol gave you the effects, you would spit it out in nature. You'd spit,
yeah, with alcohol.
But there's other. You'd be like, oh my god, this is great.
Right, but with other drugs, you sometimes won't even have a taste at all.
Yeah.
I mean, how did we just? You have to add, so I know what you're getting at. I think what you're getting at, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I encourage you to do that. But what you're getting at is, I would have a better point with making that argument about something that isn't very palatable. Right. Okay. But something that wasn't palatable that we would have the inclination to spit out. However, then you must ask the question then, if that were the case, then why have we?
Oh, it's Elevate with Ben.
Why have we still consumed alcohol?
I'm actually curious. Elevate with Ben. How's your skin doing, bro? You making progress? Intuition is not the same as instincts. Yeah, things are so confused. Like, I don't know. Like, you know, using all these different terms makes things so confusing. Debate vegan IQ. Oh, that'd be funny. FaceIQ versus his clanker version of himself.
Agree that it's addictive in some people. Why have we, as a society, recognized through experience that cocaine is addictive? I mean, not personal experience with me, but many other people, and methamphetamines and all this stuff. If the intuition would just be to spit it out, or just to not consume it, or not, introduce it into the bodies. Because I know what you're saying, but you'd have to ask that question.
I think you need to acknowledge the difference between a nutrient that, again, we don't need to eat it to live, but a nutrient that is required for us, glucose, that's in breast milk.
Of course.
Right, and then that tastes good to us. That's very different than cocaine feels good to us.
Why do you think? Okay, so let's move to that point. Why do you think? Are you using the fact that carbohydrates are in breast milk to suggest that is therefore something that we should be consuming after weaning?
No, I'm just saying it's like if there was cocaine in breast milk, then I would say, well, hold on, let's look into this more. Why? It feels good. Come on,
Right. Well, I'm wanting to clarify our points here because I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying.
Glucose. So, one thing I want to touch on, glucose, it is essentially foundational to all life. For humans, you would agree. And
absolutely, yeah.
The idea that we can eat glucose, it tastes amazing to us. It does lower the demand of how much we must produce endogenously. It's in our breast milk. It's present all throughout nature, and it tastes good. Our body is telling us it tastes good. I don't think that's comparable to this drug that tastes like nothing, that alters a neurotransmitter. Therefore, it's a drug just like sugar. I mean, at that point, is meat a drug too? It's like
no. I've never said that. Every analogy has its limitations. Every single analogy, every single comparison has its limitations, because if you're not comparing two identical things, then there are obviously going to be differences. The relevant difference, I think, was appropriate. The relevant difference did not prevent me from making that analogy or considering that analogy inappropriate. I think that the main point of contention here was about the addictive nature of something, and mainly about trusting our intuition and putting it above all else. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, your original point was we were hybridizing things like fruit during the agrarian revolution to make them more congruent with what we evolved to eat while we were near the equator or the equatorial regions of the world. And what I'm saying is that, half the point that you were making was about trusting your intuition. but we have an intuition to do a lot of things that aren't exactly the most conducive to our success.
In the modern world, but I'm talking about in nature 100,000 years ago, right?
Well, why is that different though?
Because that was evidently before humans were able to add in certain ingredients that taste good to us, disguised with 40 ingredients that are poison because they don't give a fuck about us.
Right, but yeah, but sure, but isn't that still trusting? I mean, our intuition can tell the scientists that were involved in that were trusting their intuition to make something addictive for human beings and humans to consume. They were trusting their intuition there.
Man, you guys are so freaking smart. Like I could sit here and just like I'd have to Google all this stuff. Like all this stuff that you guys are talking about. You said you should have brought up gene exposure timeline. What is the gene exposure timeline? Yes, I'm using AI. I don't care. Gene. The point here is that our intuition was shaped with fruit. Our intuition, like, to eat food? On, like, what food we should eat? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that our intuition tells us to eat fruit? I'm gonna chat GPT this. Wait. Sorry, just give me 6-7 seconds. Our own instincts limits us from eating too much honey. After a couple spoonsful, you might get a nauseous feeling, or you would need a moderate the amount of honey you eat at a time. Instincts tell me to eat cooked meat because it tastes good. Intuition tells me that raw meat is more natural. Logic tells me to not trust the taste because it can be tricked by modernity. So I keep saying that our intuition can mislead us, but it's important to look at what built our intuition. We had an intuition built among access to fruit, meat, honey, vegetables, etc. Yet we did not have access to cocaine or these synthetic drugs, blue dye, 40, so our genes have not had enough time to make negative or positive selection for or against them. This is beyond me. This is above my pay grade, dude. Yeah, I feel like I went to get my surgery, right? And I was asking the nurse who was like getting things ready, who took all of my clothes and stuff. I was like, no, never mind. I have a better example. I was at the ER, and the doctor was looking at the X-ray, and he was going, "Well, yeah, it's definitely broken, but you're gonna need to see like an expert. You know, this is above my pay grade." that's me right now. That's me, bro. Yeah, Hater. He's like the surgeon, bro. Hater knows exactly what's going on. For him to claim that they're harmful, it actually goes against the entire logic of evolution and why we have intuition in the first place. So, do you think that, like, but how can you argue that intuition would indicate that we're meant, or that fruit is optimal? Maybe that's not what you're trying to say, but that's how I'm following you right now. Okay, that's how I'm following you. Since our genes had time to select for it. Okay, that's above my fucking pay grade, dude. Vegan IQ versus resident raw. Why? Can you explain what the point of that would be?
Line between when you can cut it off. But do you think among natural, like let's say untampered with whole foods, I think that's what your intuition was built around.
We had exposure for hundreds of thousands of years to fruit, which built our intuition. So you think like the consumption of fruit is intuitive? This is gonna make me look really stupid, but like when we say intuition, what exactly do we mean? I'm sure there's other people in the chat who feel the same way. Because I don't fully understand, like, what is intuition? Like, why exactly is this even important? Knowing something without needing conscious reasoning. Okay, that makes sense. It's the opposite of slow analytical thinking. Yeah. You know what's right for you. Yeah, I get it. Instinctual. Makes sense. Makes sense. Basically, your intuition can lead you astray if your environment changes. This is very interesting. It's very deep, you know, like this is something that I would need to really study. So with our rapid advancements in the last 200 years, we have outpaced it. We have outpaced our intuition. That's why intuition exists to begin with. Your body has been fine-tuned over the course of several million years of evolution. It isn't retarded. You have intuition to spam racial slurs? Bruh, just eat natural foods that you crave. No, I agree.
Point. It's now being exploited. So when you say
you
shaped your intuition among honey, broccoli didn't exist, but honey, lettuce, animals, that's your intuition guiding you among whole foods.
But whenever we talk about intuition, don't we also have to consider how much of that has to do with social conditioning more so than just what we're evolved to be doing or something like that? I mean,
this is like such a philosophical like debate, sort of. Like I didn't realize that going into it, but you know, it's very interesting. It's cool how you can have a conversation about this. It's very interesting.
For example, you mentioned lettuce. Lettuce is not something that we have a natural intuition to consume, and nor would you agree with that. You don't agree with that. However, there's plenty of people that have.
Bring up here because we go to babies, they like sugar.
Right. Okay. But you mentioned lettuce, and that's why I think it's relevant because when we talk about intuition regarding things like healthy eating, for example, a lot of the intuition that people have about what's healthy and what they're gravitating towards, what they want to consume, is actually social conditioning and not evolutionary conditioning, so to speak. Right. And so we also have to, there's a confounder there. But I'm not denying, I mean, to get back to the main point, I'm not denying that there is an intuition, so to speak, towards sugar, some gravitation towards sugar. I think what we need to discuss is, first of all, the reason why we developed that, because, you know, for example, some organisms don't even have cats can't even taste sweet, right? And so we have that. So why have we developed it? And is it the case that since we have developed it, we should be following that today in our modern context whenever we aren't subject to extremely harsh winters that would require us to, you know, store onto more fat for warmth and also for an external fuel source.
Not in those winters, though.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
We evolved that taste for sweet when winter was not a thing for us. I think that's important. Like amylase genes are hundreds of thousands of years old. We were in Africa.
Okay, well, hold on. Well, amylase. Okay, see, now you're talking about amylase because there's different. There's salivary amylase. Yes. Salivary amylase.
Hold on. I gotta show how smart I am. Doesn't salivary amylase like start breaking down carbohydrates or something? I'm pretty smart. Or sugar.
Something that is mainly for starch, not fruit, which is important.
I'm so smart.
As a whole,
God, I'm so freaking smart.
Right.
Bro.
Okay. But now, if we're talking about salivary amylase, we have to. And then there's a different positive selection that was exerted over the organism to develop that had nothing to do with fruit. That's important, which would have to do with starch, which ostensibly, from anthropological research, had to do with food scarcity, forcing people to have to rely on some more starchy substances that seem to have been considered suboptimal at the time, especially considering that we didn't hybridize them tremendously for lots of starch.
Yeah, capability isn't optimality. I understand. I get it.
Right, but I think that's the main crux of this argument, which is, I mean, I'm glad that you understand that. I mean, clearly you understand that. But if that's the case, then we have to provide a positive argument for why we should be consuming carbs today. If we have, so I think that maybe we should get into that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like getting into this point here. Why should we be consuming carbs today? This is interesting. It's getting interesting. This debate was sponsored by APAC. You love saying that? Love saying, according to who, on the basis of what? I know, that's a good one.
My take is, I'll even not give an amount of carbs for me. I'll say we should eat what we are actually adapted to eat, which I think the evidence shows is carbs. You have the approach of saying the human species-specific, species-appropriate diet, but then you are making a claim that we should exclude part of that due to speculation, which I think that's the positive claim, the change. That needs the support, I believe.
Right, and I
agree with that 100%. FaceIQ. I think the carnivores do have a burden to prove. Well, why is eating 100% meat healthy for you? Why should we be doing that in modern times? You're right.
Mainly seems to be the crux of this. I mean, we seem to agree on basically everything else. We even agree on the same foundation by which we should be looking at health through. The problem is that I would need to see, I think we're running into the same obstacle. I would need to see the anthropological evidence to suggest, the evolutionary evidence, but yes, mainly anthropological evidence to suggest that throughout most of our recent existence, recent sufficient enough to have caused full genetic adaptations to something, to a certain behavior, that was spent eating tremendous amounts of carbohydrates whenever, I mean, apparently all of the other evidence that surrounds anthropology that I usually refer to and that you usually refer to suggests the opposite.
The isotope analysis?
Those are a little weak, frankly, because that mainly looks at protein more than carbon.
So what shows that, and listen, I'm not trying to have a got you in your case, but I've heard that you have to keep carbs locked in a safe to not eat them. Does that?
Well, yeah, oh, sure. If anything has carbohydrates in it, then I will put it away. Yes. I'll make sure that I can. Yeah.
Does the fact that you avoid carbs based on speculative measures, does something tell you in your body?
Well,
like, yeah,
go ahead. That's a good point.
Ultimately,
yeah.
Based on mechanistic speculations, do you ever question yourself? Like, okay, I have the 80.
He won't admit it's in the safe.
Liver from fructose, and it's all these mechanisms.
But didn't he just admit it?
But
it was
your
locked
body
up.
Is craving the carbs.
That's
so
funny.
Bad you have them locked in a safe.
When he uses food locked up, does he let himself get it like at certain times? Is this true? What is this?
True to you, you're like, damn, humans just love this macronutrient, and they've always been eating it, and we crave it. And I'm putting a speculation above that.
So funny.
What do you think of that position?
So you say that it's speculative. What makes you think that my mechanisms are speculative? Are they not borne out on a broad basis? I mean, you mentioned the fructose
What
thing.
makes you think my mechanisms are speculative? What the?
Right? I mean, is that not borne out on a broad basis?
Well, it's like there's mechanisms of how ketones raise glutathione and then insulin raises glutathione. So it's like there's this, from my understanding, ultimate ways to look at both the keto and carb sphere. There's, methylglyoxal goes up here. The A1C.
Yeah, that's all mechanistic speculation. Right. Yes, I understand. So I think that maybe we should clarify this. I did a video a few months ago called "The Reductionism Epidemic" because it was precisely about this. Like, when is it appropriate to cite a mechanism to extrapolate to a broad level of an observation? And really, it comes down to this: if you're going from macro to micro. So you see an observation on the broad level, and then you drill in to find the mechanism that's the root of that. That's appropriate. That's actually responsible. Like diabetes, for example. We didn't know what the hell diabetes was actually caused.
Okay, thank you. Mechanistic speculation is saying carbs equals glycation. Don't eat carbs. Okay, yeah. I get that. Yet carbs have 10 positive other mechanistic effects.
Right? We just saw people needing amputations to getting extremely obese. Okay. Then what we did is we went, okay, well, let's actually find some mechanisms here. Let's drill down to the micro. So from macro to micro. And then we found that sugar is this damaging molecule in this situation. At the very least, it's damaging the tissues and all this stuff. There's you know, all these other mechanisms, but the main thing that we drilled into was glucose. Now, that's responsible. What's irresponsible is going from micro to macro, which is what you're talking about, where you find this little, where you're talking about like methylglyoxal or insulin or ketones being, you know, responsible for increasing glutathione, and then saying, well, as a result of that, keto is an antioxidant. It's like, well, no, you just extrapolated from micro to macro. That's irresponsible because it's actually borne out on a broad level. And so when it comes to my carbohydrate arguments, I would say that there are a lot of these mechanisms that I cite that actually are borne out on the broad level. I mean, we talk about glucose being damaging. I actually just gave you an example right there in diabetes. Now, of course, I already know where people will go with that, which is, well, that doesn't mean that. Well, Walter Kempner, yes, but you know his practices were not exactly the most ideal, right? I mean, you know that.
But that doesn't necessarily matter to me. I mean, I think we can both agree that he was banking the people to keep them in the ward and eat the rice, but to be fair, they only sugar and they reverse type 2 diabetes.
Well, you talk about trusting intuition. Were those people happy about staying on that, or did they want to do anything else but that?
I don't believe it's relevant to if it reversed diabetes.
Well, hold on a second. Okay, so wait.
I'm not making a claim that that's an ideal diet. I'm just saying that's an example showing the mechanism that it seems that just kind of being in a food energy deficit can cure that, even eating only sugar.
Do you think that more so had to do with the fact that there was very little fat and sodium in the diet, more so than the actual mass of food that they were consuming?
I wouldn't understand the sodium piece. I would say, and it wasn't necessarily that, you know, oh, you can't eat fat and carbs together in my perspective. I would say by eliminating fat and protein, you have FGF21 upregulated. They probably were just rapidly losing weight. And from my perspective and understanding, if you're rapidly losing weight, you can't really have chronically high blood glucose. It seems very unlikely.
Well, yeah, of course.
Because the tissues are desperate for fuel, much less in excess.
Right. At the end of the day, though, doesn't that really more so come down to hormones more so than the absolute mass of food that they were consuming? Because ultimately, it's just going to come down to that, right? If you change the hormonal values, and you can do that in many different ways with many different dietary alterations, you can get someone to lose weight and become, absolved of their diabetes, right?
Yeah. I want to jump to when you said, glucose is damaging, it's glycating. And I would agree at chronically high levels.
Chronically high levels, yeah, sure.
But I would say it's a speculation to which diet will cause the overall least amount of glycation, because you have other factors there. So that's why that's still mechanistic speculation. Because if we care about, and even caring about a diet about which results in the least amount of glycation, that's not even everything that can contribute to cellular death. That's not even heart health outcomes. So it's even that, why is that the myopic focus, right?
Well,
Prigga pretending to understand. Don't put me on blast like that, bro. Don't put me on blast like that. What diet is Edward on? Eddie eats like a carnivore diet, right?
Well, I've never focused on what diet
is
the least glycative per se, right? I mentioned glucose being glycating as an example of what you using an example of when it's appropriate to extrapolate a mechanism to a broad observation.
He doesn't follow his diet? I thought he did. I thought Resident Raw asked him about what he eats, and he says he eats strict carnivore diet. He doesn't follow.
Yeah, but then I think that's countered by the rice diet.
Jesus reacts to people being clueless about the optimal diet. I'm glad somebody understands. Edward is Jewish. Bro. The Jewish thing, I get it. I used to find that stuff so funny, but not all Jews are bad. I'm sorry. I don't think Eddie, is he actually Jewish? I don't think, dude, Goeke is not a Jewish name. Goeke is a German name. Anyways, Bart ate carbs 1 hour before his vegan gains debate. Well, I think most people, like, you know, most people's definition of a carnivore diet is mostly meat, you know. That's what I always thought too. Prigga acting woke now because FaceIQ is here? No, dude. You should have seen me yesterday. Some dude come in saying like a bunch of like anti-Semitic stuff, and it was just like, really, dude? You said anti-Semitism being made mainstream ruined it. Honestly, I'm glad, because just like I was stuck in like such stupid anti-Semitic beliefs for so long. And like I went to live with a farmer who's Jewish, and it's just like, you know, it changes your perspective on that kind of stuff. I didn't have my lemon egg, unfortunately. I don't eat lemon egg much anymore. I haven't had it in months, actually, to be honest. Bart likes alcohol nearly as much as FaceIQ does. Alcohol is disgusting, dude. Like burns you from the inside out. Just because not all of one group of people are bad. Oh god, FaceIQ, are you on this anti-Semitic shit too? Dude, I was the most anti-Semitic person, I swear. I've already told you guys about the books that I would read. Like before all this stuff was even mainstream. There's a trade-off with carbs. There is no perfect diet. Probably right. Wolf Farm was Primalism's American History X. No, like, I got to meet, like, I was at a Sabbath, and I got to meet, like, Jews who genuinely practiced the Torah, and they just sat there and they talked about the Torah, and they prayed for each other, and talked about negative things happening. They even talked about how Israel itself is not like following the ways of the Torah, like they've lost their ways. So like even they're aware that yes, like, you know, even the Jewish people have, you know, if you met 1,000 people from that group and liked everyone, it still wouldn't be a good look at that group. True. Bro got the Goy treatment and fell for it. Yeah, rich Jews. Yeah, when people say they hate Jews, like they're talking about the elites. Jewish does not equal Zionist. So they are Torah keepers rather than Talmudic Pharisees. I mean, yeah, that was the vibe that I got. Anyways, Frost, aren't you Jewish? No.
No, of course, it's a horrible diet, but it's not that, you know, why is eating only sugar reducing type 2 diabetes?
You like the anti-Semitism is funny to you?
The devil then.
Well, it's funny. I don't know, dude. Like
I've done I did a video over a year ago about this, and I actually said exactly that. I said, can you really say that sugar is the cause of diabetes if whenever you remove fat,
actually be good people.
You get an amelioration of diabetes in many cases, and if you remove sugar and keep the fat, you also get one. It seems like it's actually a mix of both, and then that leads many people to believe, I think I said this in the video, it leads many people to believe actually, you know, Q Lane Norton coming in and saying, oh, see, it's the calories, right? But in reality, I don't think, again, when you look at physiology, it's actually not calories, it's more so about hormonal changes, which can be altered by different manifestations of diet. And whenever you cut carbohydrates out, you'll get lower insulin, sometimes too low, as I think that we'll be covering You can get too low of insulin, you get thyroid problems, you get electrolyte problems, all that stuff. You get higher glucagon, all that, great, whatever. But if you cut out fat and carbohydrate, or you cut out fat and you keep carbohydrates in, then you're also not providing lots of substrate to be used to create triglycerides whenever insulin is high after you consume carbs, so therefore fat can go down. Your insulin sensitivity can go up. Glucose deposition rates are higher. All of those things happen and ultimately leads to lower HbA1cs, lower fructosamine assays in many cases, and ultimately an amelioration of diabetes, or at least a failure to present with it in the first place. And so all of that, there's two different ways that you can cause diabetes. The main crux of this issue, the main conclusion that I've drawn every single time, though, is any manifestation of disease has to do with us consuming a diet that is not congruent with what our genes are evolved to tolerate. And ultimately, the conclusion of that video was, what is the factor that is the problem? And that would be the immense amounts of carbohydrates that people are consuming to get them to that point. I mean, find me one person that's diabetic that doesn't consume large amounts of carbs and seed oils, to be fair.
Yeah, but then it's the same thing. Find me one that doesn't consume fats. It's like
true.
When you have a diet of mixed macros, it's going to obviously be easier to overeat and be obese. And I think you'd agree that people with diabetes are not eating a Paul Saladino-esque diet, like fruit and meat. I think they're eating McDonald's.
No. However, wouldn't you also agree that most of the people that are consuming a Paul Saladino style of diet are also pretty active, which can actually prevent a lot of those diseases from manifesting? Because
very true. Like, the activity part is actually so important. Like, being active, being in the sun, also having like a good mental frame of mind. Like somebody who is religious and devoted to something bigger than themselves. All those factors, though, like the goat farmer I was living with, he's been a vegetarian not all of his life, probably, since he was like 20, and he's like 65, and the dude is incredibly healthy. But he's outside all the time, and he's deeply religious, and, he's living for something bigger than himself. So I think those factors make a huge difference as well.
They're engaging in resistance training, for example, or sunlight exposure, all that
raw
stuff.
Vegetarian.
I think they're more health conscious.
No, not raw.
I just think anyone. But here's my thing. When I see you or Bart review, and I used to do this as well, you see Paul Saladino drink a fruit juice, and you're like, oh, how much glycation damage is that? That's a speculation, considering that. And of course, I've seen your videos on methylglyoxal. It's like, that's true, but is that the overall picture? If him not having drank that watermelon juice, he'd then have higher levels of dicarboneals that are more glycating.
What are the levels of methylglyoxal that are presented in people that are eating a truly ketogenic diet? Do you actually know their levels?
From my understanding, it's about twice as much as if you aren't.
It's twice as much as if you aren't.
If you aren't keto, I've seen about twice as much. And when you do the math, because of course it's in the serum, at a way lower concentration than glucose ever is, if you adjust it, then it's essentially as if it's as important as glucose glycation itself when you adjust for the levels, if that makes sense.
Primalism, do you fart? Only when I eat things that like switch things up for me. For instance, I've been eating mostly raw milk and raw eggs. No farting whatsoever. No gas at all. But the other day, I had some barbecue, right? I got some ribs. I got some brisket. I had some coleslaw. Had some mashed potatoes. This morning, I was in the living room eating, and I let out this like airy fart, and there were people in the room. And I was like, sorry, but that does not happen often. When I was living with Thomas and I was eating a lot of that like expired fruit and stuff, I was busting ass all day long. Oh my God. I was gassing myself out of rooms. See, that's another thing, FaceIQ. You think fruit's so good? When I eat fruit, I'm busting ass all day long. What is the anthropological dialectic Methodist? Like, I don't need any mechanistic justification for when I eat fruit, I'm busting ass and breaking out in acne. You know what I'm saying? What does your fart smell like? Let's Smell. I don't know. I don't go up to my ass and smell. Maybe you can. No, just kidding. Oh, fiber ferments in the gut. There you go. That's my justification for why I don't eat fruit. You said same fruit gives me digestive issues. For real. And I went like on a diet where I was consuming tons of fruit when I was living with Thomas, busting ass and breaking out in acne. I stopped it and boom, the gas stops. You know, I'm sorry. That's all the mechanistic speculation that I need. You know what I'm saying? When I eat fruit, I fart, and that's the mechanism. That's what I think. Yeah, elevate with Ben. I think because I know you struggled with really bad acne. I also struggled with really bad acne, and like the only thing that I could do when it was like at its worst, when I was like 18, 19, 20. There were even some periods like here and there between 20 and like 25 or 26 that I'd get like horrible breakouts. But the only thing that really helped was just like fasting, generally not eating anything, eating lots of raw meat, because I didn't do cooked meat because it's just not convenient, and spamming raw liver, like an unjustifiable amount of raw liver, and just doing that consistently. And yeah, you get very gradual acne from milk. I have had the same experience in the past. Should I power through it? Pasteurized for now, but will be raw soon, or stop, but not adapt to it? I mean, if you can get away from it, I would suggest maybe seeing what happens if you stop eating fruit. Or sorry, milk. Stop drinking milk. A lot of people do indicate... A lot of people do say that they get bad skin from milk. And I feel like at certain points I have also had that same experience. However, I'm 27 now, so maybe my hormones are more balanced and I can handle the milk better than I did before. You said Brooke also farts. It's probably true. Hey, Shuby. Best thing for acne is Accutane. Oh, shut up, hater. I did a little bit of Accutane for a little bit. I don't recommend it. The effects can be permanent. They can be life-changing, so I would not recommend doing that. Acne is toxins leaving the body. No, acne is your body telling you that there's something that you're putting in me that I don't like. And that's what's happening. I don't think it's... it is toxins leaving the body, but it's because you're putting something toxic in your body, too. That's what I think. Wait, both you and FaceIQ were trying to rizz up Brooke? I mean, not really. I'm not gonna like genuinely try to rizz up a girl if she lives in a halfway across the country. It was just content, you know? Thought it was funny. If primalism was against, would you be the opposite position? You probably would. Brooke was a Mossad agent. That's what I'm inclined to believe, actually. I think a lot of people are Mossad agents. Subconsciously you were, probably. I just got that dog in me. Okay, play the video, bro. I was waiting for somebody to tell me to play it. Nice, Shen. Nice.
Because it's in the bloodstream way less, but twice as much, is somewhat significant in terms of glycated.
Right, back to the intelligent conversation.
Okay, I'd have to look at the data on that. I'm going to, for the sake of brevity and to be charitable, I'll give you that point here so that we can actually elaborate on that. Methylglyoxal is a byproduct of carbohydrate metabolism broadly, but especially carbohydrate metabolism.
Methylglyoxal.
And
it's a byproduct.
The outcome is that people in
right, that's what I said.
Have more methylglyoxal.
Right, but then, so I wrote about this a few years ago. When you talk about keto as well, then you have to control for different types of keto diets, because different types of keto diets produce more acetate, which is really what you're talking about when it comes to like methylglyoxal being a byproduct of keto metabolism. Acetate is one of those big aspects because it's short chain fat that is involved in that process. So usually, Paul Mason covered this a few years ago with his data that he cited. Usually you'll find that people that are eating a plant-based style of keto diet actually have more acetate and therefore more methylglyoxal versus people that are eating a meat-based ketogenic diet. So you also have to control
what I want to clarify
control for that.
Yeah, what I want to clarify is I would never make the positive claim that having more methylglyoxal necessarily means it's a bad diet. My point is that I'm more looking at your positive claim of, saying, oh, it's a drug addict, damaging drug, sugar, he's eating sugar. It's like, what's your evidence that there's a net harm, right? So we have these different variables that are raising and lowering from being in ketosis or not. What leads you to be able to confidently say having sugar is more damaging than not?
Good question.
Well,
I'm interested to hear.
There's a few things that I can cite, but it's pretty difficult too, isn't it? Because there are so many confounding variables always, which is precisely why I always get back to the foundation and the brass tacks, which is what we were discussing earlier. And I don't know if we're gonna be able to find common ground on this, at least in this conversation. But it goes back to anthropological
right,
history.
That's the basis, right? So what if I
is
could
the
prove
basis.
to you, I don't have this evidence, by the way, so don't shake in your boots, right? Let's say I could prove to you that almost every human to ever live had 200 grams of carbs every day. Back then,
okay, that would be a pretty tough.
It's a theoretical.
It's a theoretical, right? Yes, what you said is hypothetical or theoretical. If you were to show me evidence,
what happened? Oh no!
Evolution is a two-way street, right?
Well, it comes back later, but it's black. We're gonna skip the black part.
The people in the
we can't really see what's going on. Anyways,
I think their preference was
don't know what happened
to have ample meat, just like ample carbs. Like I think they wanted ample food, and I think the Hadza, for example, they go out of their way to get honey. Like that's value.
Of course they do. Yeah, that's what we all did. So if we found honey, we would, and I think it's a great idea. If you find honey, you never know when you're going to get that again. You better go ahead and eat that, especially considering that since you can store on you can create lots of fat. You can store onto lots of fat from a honey, like a beehive. I would have encouraged that. Like if I were out in the wild right now and I found that and I had no ability to actually acquire any food, I didn't know when I was going to get food again, then of course you do that. I mean, you get your hands on anything that isn't immediately toxic and going to kill you, like, some bushes of berries or something like that. Like honey is not like that. Fruit isn't like that. Or well, again, some fruit isn't like that. But honey, especially, if we're going to use that as an example, the problem is that we now live in a modern world and we now have to determine whether it's appropriate to be consuming. I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's important to touch on the fact that your opinion and my opinion, they're not too far apart from each other. Like they're not. I mean, you've basically, what you said in the beginning was you've basically just transferred your energy from fat, not transferred it entirely, but you've decreased your fat and then you've almost effectively replaced it with carbohydrates. So you're still consuming fat, you're still consuming protein.
Flesh is constant.
Yeah.
Or protein portion is constant, but that's coming from eggs, dairy, or meat, oysters, And I mean, here's another thing. I believe that, let's say carnivore was optimally healthy. Like, let's say just theoretically, I grant you that it's the best. By what margin would it have to be the best over a more preferable and sustainable approach? Because let's be honest, not many people can follow carnivore, and I'm in good faith, but you, Bart, I've rarely seen a carnivore who can stay strict all the time. How much better does carnivore have to be than, let's say, fruit, dairy, and meat, which is, I would say, way more sustainable and enjoyable to eat? I would also, just for my personal choice, need a substantial degree of proven benefit of carnivore over that approach to make the sacrifice. Because when we're making a sacrifice, we're looking for a definitive benefit. So in the absence of that, and then when I also see reasons like, oh man, my extremities are warmer with carbs, I enjoy the food I'm eating more, I'm not restricting these deep cravings I have for...
I think that my question would be, thank you for the gift, by the way, I appreciate that. 6-7 joules, let's go. My question would be, like, it's probably beneficial to consume, like, what would make fruit and milk, like, why would you consume fruit over milk? Like, I think that, carbs aren't necessarily a bad thing, but What would be the argument to consume fruit over milk? Wouldn't milk be like the best? Wouldn't it be way better, easier to digest carbohydrates than fruit? I mean, the thing with fruit is like obviously it's been cultivated and it's highly sugary, and lots of people have problems with it, you know, like gas, acne, things like that. So what would be the argument to consume fruit over milk and honey? And then saying that milk and honey aren't carnivore is really silly in my opinion. I mean, if they come from animals, aren't they carnivore? Fruits have water. Milk has water. Exactly. Raw meat has water. It's like, I don't understand. Like, I'm agreeing with FaceIQ here, but like, why? I still don't understand the justification to eat fruit. You know? I totally disagree with the fruit being absolute bliss. It's not. Fruits are mid, but cause less acne for me personally. Interesting. And see, this is another interesting point, is that like what works for one individual is not going to work for another individual. Or maybe something works for you when you're 16, but it doesn't work for you when you're 20. Like, our bodies change. So that's what makes these, I don't know, it makes this whole point kind of like tricky. It's interesting to talk about, but gas and acne comes from pesticides maybe, and the fruit just tastes really good. I mean, you could say that's a possibility, but we don't know for sure. I think it's from the fiber. The gas is from the fiber. Like the stream, guys? Definitely like the stream. Thank you. Mr. Green, like the stream. Or I'll quit streaming right now. I'll turn it off. We'll go away. No more streams ever again. I'll break my other arm. So that way I can't stream ever. Mango with raw milk is heavenly. You guys are disgusting. Ew. Bro, I lived on a farm where he was serving all kinds of fruit, and I still found it gross. I never liked it. Like, don't get me wrong, it tastes good up front, but it makes you feel so bad. So I just don't touch fruit. Ugh, you guys, you fruit lovers in here. I can't believe there's so many fruit lovers. It sickens me. Ostarine? I don't know what that is. Is that like a peptide? Like some like freaking, what is that? What is that, like a dog food? Toothpaste? I don't know. Ostarine? Y'all fruity. Works for you is the key thing here. At the end of the day, we're all slightly different. I still think all humans thrive on animal-based diet, though. I agree. I think animal-based is the way to go. I'll keep playing the video. Did you eat the fruit with the raw fat? Well, yeah, I was eating raw fat all day long. Raw eggs and milk. Low test, low T3, goofy, eh? Nice. Okay, we'll keep playing the video. Just smoke camels and eat liver and you're good. Yeah, there you go.
What I deem is
Ostarine is a nutrient? Dude, are you eating toothpaste?
Like,
what is that?
Not definitively leading to the most cellular
is this
damage
motherfucker
or
eating toothpaste?
Or all these things. And I notice my training performance is better when I do go to the gym. All these pieces are pointing towards, I think carnivore is a good thing for
90%
Michaela Peterson.
meat, 10% toothpaste.
But even Michaela Peterson says she hates it. She just has to do it.
Michaela Peterson, I wouldn't exactly refer to as someone that has great health advice. No offense to her, only because she has a different frame of mind when it comes to carnivore. She has a frame of mind that says only do carnivore like I do if you are extremely sick and you cannot do anything else. And then your goal ultimately is to introduce foods back in, irrespective of what it is. Like even you know, vegetables, for example, like she will encourage that.
Okay.
Because she's not looking at it from an evolutionary frame point. She's looking at it as a therapeutic tool. I wasn't using her as an authority.
I was using her as an example of an outspoken figure that does carnivore for health reasons. So,
of course,
as a human, she doesn't enjoy it. And I think
I think she enjoys it. I don't think she enjoys the fact that the idea that she has to do it, which is actually what I've touched on before.
I don't know.
Because no, I've touched on it before. She says that she doesn't like that she has to do it. Every time that she talks about what food she eats, she says that she enjoys it thoroughly. That's the thing that I'm getting at.
You're having the core piece of the puzzle. You're having 80% of what is conducive to human health, in my opinion. And you can honestly do pretty good, evidently, by only eating meat and fat. But what perceived benefit in your mind are you getting from not eating the carbs that you crave? What is the benefit for you?
What is the
well, FaceIQ, if you're asking me that question, what I would tell you is when I eat fruit, I fart. And it makes my acne worse. I don't know.
What the benefit is would you consider stable energy?
Also, looser stools. Looser stools is disgusting.
It could be a benefit. Would you consider fewer mood swings to be a benefit?
I'm eating lots of carbs out of milk. Yeah. Not fruit. I drink a half gallon of milk a day.
Consider less joint pain to be a benefit.
Anything that you experience it's just your whatever it is to you. So
yeah, you said, Mr. Green, why does he keep saying carbs that you crave? I don't crave carbs. I feel exactly the same way as you do. I don't crave carbs. I don't have that either.
Well, why do you think? I mean, do you think I'm the only person that has cut out carbohydrates and has seen?
Do you fart from raw milk? No, like no gas. I'd be honest if I had gas. No gas right now. Maybe there was a point in time in the past that maybe I did have gas. I don't know, but I don't have any gas.
Benefits and viewed that has seen benefits whenever they cut out carbohydrates and whenever they.
Goeke would destroy Edward with facts and logic. Exactly, damn straight, bro.
Them back in having problems. I mean, you would acknowledge that there's plenty of those people, right?
I mean, I think the reintroduction, like considering the insulin resistance, that doesn't surprise me. That they would have.
You mean peripheral insulin resistance? You mean the physiological?
Why doesn't Goeke do live streams? Well, it's because he's in hiding. I think he's wanted by Interpol. Also, you know how hard it would be to moderate his comment section. You do realize like that guy spends half of his time deleting comments, right? How is he going to live stream and delete comments simultaneously? He won't be able to pay attention.
Well,
peripheral.
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
okay.
You can get really.
Have you tried eating fruit together with fat the way Augenus recommends it? So I don't believe that's true, and I don't think that it would help at all. Honestly, I don't believe a lot of the things that Augenus says. Just to be frank with you, he just made stuff up.
Big inflammation, like when you reintroduce carbs after being in keto.
Okay, but what about whenever people are cutting them out completely? Whenever they've already cut out basically everything else out, they cut out carbohydrates and they feel even better. Would you acknowledge that those people exist, or do you think that there's some?
Sure, 100%.
Okay, I think. What do you think the mechanism would be there, though? Because if you're saying that, then there's something there, and I want to know what you think the mechanisms are.
I would say removing them could lead the average person who struggles with overeating to be leaner.
Okay, so you think that
you could feel better because you're leaner. I think that's a possibility.
Why? Okay, so feeling better because you're leaner. What would be that puts into question the next mechanism? Why would you feel better if you're leaner in that respect? Because I'm talking about like feeling better, like fewer mood swings, less pain, less all that. You know, what would be the mechanism for why being leaner would fix those?
Son.
I suppose it's like I wasn't interpreting your question how you intended it. I would say I don't know the mechanism of how it would happen, but I would believe you that you've had community members say I feel so much better carnivore. I believe you, but I don't know why.
Yeah, so I mean, I think people might take away from this that, again, I keep going back to this, that we have this massively different view of things, because in reality, I think we both understand that the main problem that people are having on carnivore, the main thing that you saw people having in carnivore, the main problem is the cold extremities, which has to do with poor metabolic rate, which usually has to do with poor thyroid function, which usually has to do with poor insulin. Carbohydrates are insulinogenic. They stimulate insulin. Also, they go through a different pathway, which requires more thyroid hormone in the first place. So you increase thyroid hormone, you increase basal metabolic rate, you can have a sort of resurgence in your energy levels as a result of that. The extremities are warmer, etc. Carbs are a great solution for that, in that respect. However, if we agree that that is the main problem, there's other problems, and I'm not saying otherwise, but to stick with what we're talking about here, that one problem I have always said, given what we know, which I'm trying not to get back to the repetitive conversation that we were having earlier with the anthropology, but usually what I'll say is that given what we know about carbohydrate consumption historically and anthropologically more accurately, it's under eating that's more so the problem, as opposed to not consuming carbohydrates. For the same reason, by the way, it's too low of insulin. I mean, it's almost invariably that's what I see is too low of insulin. And I understand that people's inclination a lot of times is to be like, well, the carbohydrates are so much easier. Like you're saying, well, if it's so hard to eat.
Is Prigga viewbotting? No, I'm not viewbot. If I viewbotted, don't you think I'd viewbot on my gaming streams where I get 14 viewers? Don't you think I'd viewbot those ones? Like, no, I'm not viewbotting, bro. 44 viewers but 22 likes. It's because people don't like, there's rude ass Priggas don't like my video. People don't like streams, bro, like that. They don't. FaceIQ brought his bots. How does Goeke cope with the permanent stress of police kicking his door in? That's a great question. I can only imagine. Bro, if I was viewbotting, like, don't you think I'd try to get like 100 maybe? 10K on Minecraft with Brooke. Dude, that's because those Minecraft YouTubers came in. All their channels had like 100,000 views, and they botted the stream. I was like so pissed. I mean, like immediately. I hate that stuff so much. That could actually like hurt my channel so bad. Let's try to understand what these two nerds are talking about.
More, then wouldn't that be a sign that you shouldn't be consuming the more meat? You should just be consuming the carbohydrates, which are easier to consume. And what I've always said is, well, there are plenty of people that are coming back from a different way than carnivore to eat that don't even know what satiety feels like anymore. I know. My fiance is one of these people. We had to actually get her to understand what it actually felt like to be satiated. She would eat a quarter pound of beef and feel like she was stuffed. And I go, okay, well, there's clearly not enough food, but you're not used to eating this much meat. And so that's something that we need to consider because, and also the different cuts of meat stimulating satiety differently. I did a video on ground beef for this reason, minced meat generally, because you have these two options, and I just don't believe that carbohydrates are the most optimal way of fixing the issue. You can have 20 grams of carbs, and if you want to do...
Primalism, you should watch the video on FaceIQ from Gant Pill. Yeah, we could definitely, if you guys have other suggestions, we could do that as well. Gant Pill. We'll check it out. Make sure to remind me, like, once this one's over. Wait, he said my fiance's spouse? Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, hold up, Eddie. You just lost the debate.
Meat. And so that's something that we need to consider because, and also the different types of, different cuts of meat stimulating satiety differently. I did a video on ground beef for this reason. Minced meat generally. Because
my fiance's
you have these two options, and I just don't believe that carbohydrates are the most optimal way of fixing the issue. You can have 20 grams of carbs, and if you want to do that, then that's fine. I just don't think that that's the most appropriate thing to do. And I think that undereating is the main culprit because people aren't used to what satiety feels like.
I just want a very clear answer. Let's say, what is the harm if a person eats a mango? Like in your mind, like what is the damage of it?
Well, do you believe that there is damage that occurs at a glucose spike that is directly measurable?
Well, I want to hear a statement, not a question back, like explaining.
Why not?
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, he just put him in his place.
I think statements are how questions are answered,
Eddie,
more effectively.
Well, can't I make a statement with a question?
6'7".
You could ask a rhetorical question, but I just want to very clearly sound it out for me. Like, let's say I'm an idiot, really just the dumbest guy. What is the harm of a normal, not someone in a ketogenic state eating a mango? What's the harm?
Not in a ketogenic state?
Yes.
Well, if they're not in a ketogenic state, it might be less problematic.
But is there any harm?
Of course there is. You're spiking your glucose. You're spiking your glucose.
When you say spike, like the glycemic index of most fruit, it's very comparable to the blood glucose excursions on a keto diet.
Hold on. Do you really think that the GI index is accurate? Or the GI scale is accurate?
Generally.
Do you know what the signal to noise ratio is on those measurements in the original data?
I don't know.
Okay. The noise swamps the signal tremendously. I mean, tremendously.
Well, like, let's just be not pedantic though, right? Like we'd agree white rice is a way
Well,
higher
this is
GI than
hold on.
raspberries.
Well, why do you think that's pedantic? I mean, isn't that important? You mentioned the GI scale, and that's
Because I
important.
think we're trying to get to. Okay, would you refute that at least some berries are low GI, let's say?
I would grant the premise that berries broadly are typically less. They provide less of a glycemic
something
response.
about this. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Something about this debate that's really hard to follow is that the topic is, it feels like it's constantly changing. Like this should be structured. Like if you actually want to have a debate, okay, FaceIQ, you get 5 minutes to discuss your claim or whatever, right? And then Eddie, he gets 5 minutes to discuss his point. And then we actually try to discuss points, and we have somebody actually try to moderate it and be like, okay, well, that's interesting. Like, let's talk about this more. They're like, 20, dude? Exactly. It's so hard to follow, man, because like the second that something isn't going somebody's way, boom, I'm going to change the topic. It's like, oh my God. Let's get to the bottom of this. Trying to debate Max. Yeah, I mean, they're both probably using like they're both probably using those, little debate tactics or whatever. I could be the referee. Non-existent concepts that's just boring. It does get a little boring, It's like let's I don't know. Let's make it a bit more structured. Surely like people who do these debates all the time have to notice that too. Like this going around in circles just hurts your brain, dude. Let's move on.
Than something like pineapple. Right. Sure.
Yeah. But like, so it's like,
but it depends on so many factors, which is why those
sugar levels after a keto meal, they're very comparable to a meal of even with some fruit. Like keto meals also raise blood sugar. It's like, what's even the?
Do you think it's in the same way, in the exact same way?
Not to mention the same way, but the gluconeogenic proteins, from my understanding.
Right, but hold on a minute. This is a distinction between exogenous and endogenous glucose. If glucose is produced in the body, then that is through a demand-driven mechanism.
Not always, from my understanding. Like if you crushed a ton of protein.
Yes, you can provide. Yeah, but then wouldn't that be inappropriate? That's not what I'm promoting, though.
Yeah, I would consider myself pedantic there. It's not relevant to your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, people are saying I'm quiet, by the way.
Well, one person has now said that you're quiet, and it hasn't been a problem this whole time. So I would, if anyone else is agreeing with Marcus here, let me know, and then I will turn it up again. But it's hard because I can't hear the balance on my end. We're just talking. So
okay, all good.
Anyway.
So it's like, so what we got to there though is that the harm of eating a mango is the blood sugar rising, right?
And farting.
We understand there's always glucose in the blood glycating to some extent, and that's where I've heard your reasoning for any, let's say methylglycol goes up in ketosis. Everything always goes back to, we have the antioxidant or these defenses that we're evolutionarily adapted to have because we're adapted to that exposure, right? So I think everything really
that's the thing with debates, just two people repeating information that they read somewhere, which is fine. I mean, yeah, that is a debate. But obviously, it's going to consist of people giving their side, right? But it just needs to be done in a more structured way, I think. Not all over the place. For instance, it wasn't even clear like what the purpose of them even talking was. They never really even established that. Like, are we talking about what's optimal? Like, what are we even talking about here? We're talking about terms that nobody understands, Has Eddie said anything about milk? Not really. They haven't really talked. I mean, they've mentioned it, but it gets thrown around here and there with fruit and stuff. But is OG Milk Jar still alive? Nobody knows. I DM'd Luna on TikTok when I still had it, and I asked her about Milk Jar to see if she knew anything. And I think she said that she had maybe talked to him at some point. I don't know. I can't remember. What? It's not that big of a deal. It's because Luna's account, it like it posts to your DMs. So I responded to the DM because I thought it was she like personally sent it to me, you know. But I think what happens is it sends out to multiple people. So I asked, I was like, "Yo, how's Milk Jar?" or something like that. I can't remember what I said. It's not that big of a deal. What do you mean? Would Milk Jar has already debated vegan gains? Oh yes, the Milk Jar vegan gains debate.
Discussion will always hinge on what people are.
He fumbled her so hard
because
his fumble is in life.
Well,
yeah,
that applies
yeah.
to people being adapted to eating some fruit, so they're adapted to that excursion. And really, when you look at it, it's like shift bases and Amadori products. It's not like they're just getting tons of AGEs from a transient blood glucose rise. Like that's from chronic blood glucose. You know, so those things can just
fumbled Luna. Agreed.
And it's
right. So well, when we talk about glucose levels, though, you not only have to look at the behavior of the spikes and then what the basal level is over the course of a 24-hour or
bro. He didn't just fumbled it, bro. He didn't just fumbled it, bro. He kicked the referee in the nuts. You know, he didn't just fumble. Like, sure, he fumbled and then he kicked the ref in the nuts, and then he like acid attacked the audience.
If you're trying to specifically look at glycation rate, like what that translates to into a glycation rate, I think, you know, you would look at fructosamine assays, and when you what you find with many people, it's very.
I think Primal Bell was a mail order like prostitute. Primal Bell was like a prostitute. It's like common knowledge. There's people who have found like her like modeling page or something. I don't know. There's something about that.
Since carnivore, this is the unfortunate limitation. Since carnivore is not studied often, then there is limited data. And so then you are forced to look at anecdotes, and then you're forced to determine the value of it in each anecdote, but story for another day. What I have found is that fructosamine assays, what Kim Berry has found, for example, he talked about this over a year ago, is whenever he runs these fructosamine assays,
so married to that guy,
just test the glycation rate of your albumin in your blood plasma, and the globulins and all that, he finds that their glucose level can be higher, fasting glucose as well. And
my girlfriend is literally a model.
Fructosamine assay actually drops below what it was before, which suggests, as we know from... Yeah, well, it suggests the fact that the glycation rate mainly happens above a certain threshold, not whenever you're at a fasting level of, like, let's say 95 milligrams per deciliter. It's not necessarily a problem.
I learned about globulins.
Because you'd have to look at that.
Here's what I want to... So here's the thing. It seems that we can forget my positive claim about what people used to eat. It seems that you have a positive claim that they only ate meat and fat. And I think that everything is hinging on that. So I feel like in terms of how do you know that? Because we have the isotope analysis. Okay, we ate almost only animal protein. Fine. But even that shows some tuber consumption. And okay, we probably ate a lot of fat with that animal protein. I'll give you that. But
again, with the tuber thing, I know it's not the same thing as fruit. The tuber thing was, it didn't have nearly as much starch in it as it does today, like a sweet potato or something. Right? Now,
I don't know that. I've heard that idea.
Well, we can trace that back. We can trace that back, actually. You can actually trace the genealogy back of these plants and realize where it came from.
I'll have to do my own research on that because, like, I took from mostly Bart and people in the carnivore space. When I heard, all the, and even Sverige, even though he's an idiot overall, but the man-made fruit thing, right? Then I look into it, I'm like, that's mostly the temperate fruits that have been hybridized. Like, all these tropical fruits are naturally sweet and large, many of them. And that's where we've been evolving.
Sverige.
So then I'm like, I have to look into the tubers in those regions. Because a lot of the isotope data that Bart cites, for example, is from the northern, like, ice age climates. I'd have to look at the tubers in the equatorial regions.
Your favorite Sverige?
Right,
because when I looked at the fruits there, it was different as well, so.
Right. Yeah, well, I think, yes, I would grant you that I've always said this, that there are probably more, in an equatorial region, it's going to be a little different than other areas of the world. But for example, I mean, what, you mentioned the Ice Age, right? I mean, you mentioned like more iced over times.
Okay, I need to
let's
take
talk
another,
about the Pleistocene epoch here. I mean, I know that you've talked about it before
right now.
in your
My arm is coming back into consciousness. It's like I can start to feel it now. And I've got screws in my elbow, guys. I got it. Sorry, I'm not rubbing butter on it, bro. I've actually heard this is like the most... This can be one of the most painful surgeries on your elbow. And I'm not, I don't want to be sitting here like freaking in agonizing pain. Sorry, I'm not rubbing butter on it, bro. I'm not making a meat bandage.
In your videos, you've talked about the Ice Age and all that. So why do you suggest that we should be? What are your opinions on that?
I can start to
that
feel it now. I feel like
years.
a dull ache.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say for all that time, humans pretty much weren't there. Then I would also say it's not something that humans intuitively want to imitate. And I would say that the best evidence depicts that humans were living in an ice age that was glacial, right? Like actually in the cold area for only about 40,000 years. And not in the last 40,000 years, only around 27,000 were any people in a glacial period where they were hunting megafauna exclusively.
Oh, my arm feels crazy.
Before then, people in Indonesia, people in Australia, that's around 100,000 years ago, people in Africa, it was a little colder and drier, a little bit, but they still had year-round fruit and honey access and root vegetables with carbs. So I would say, again, from the anthropology perspective, I'm still not seeing like no carb or something. I'm seeing like probably moderate carb.
What do you think moderate is?
I'd say it's completely, this is meaningless, like for scientifically, it's completely my estimation. I would say people probably ate like 100 grams a day, 150, something like that.
100 grams to 150 grams a day. Okay. All right. Well, we keep going back to this point. I don't know how much. Yeah, I think
well, both
because
our ideology.
Yeah, I think it's something that's hard to, like, when it seems like it's so hard to talk about how our history should, or our anthropology should affect how we should eat today, because humans would have been very opportunistic. Just think about, for instance, if you went out into the wild and you had to survive, you're going to be very opportunistic. So you're going to be eating meat, you're going to be eating plants, anything that you can find. So it's really, I feel like it's pointless and a waste of time looking at what all these different ancestral tribes did and trying to relate that to what we should be doing today. There's almost no point. It seems pointless in my opinion. That's what I'm gathering from this debate.
Is rest on it, and it is up in the air in my perspective. So I think putting the positive claim that humans ate meat and fat, that's the species-specific, species-appropriate diet, I think that's a stretch. I think it's very up in the air.
I don't think it's because as you mentioned, if you take a look at people that actually were in these other regions, they were consuming. I mean, they had no ability to even acquire fruit and honey. They had no ability to do that because it wasn't there. Animals were there because obviously I don't even need to explain that. But all these other things weren't there. You go out to most of the world, and if you're thrown out in the wild, you're not going to be able to easily and readily acquire fruit and honey. Like, it's just not. I know that we keep resting on a bunch of anthropology, and it's
like
important.
Hunting an animal necessarily easy either. I think getting food is difficult.
Well, what do you think is easy?
Hunting an animal is actually easy. For one, trapping. It's not hard. You could trap an animal. You could fish. Go for a smaller animal, slingshot, throw a rock at a squirrel. You could easily kill a smaller animal. And eventually survive and get better at hunting, and then you'd be able to get larger animals. So I don't know. I don't think it's that hard to get fish. Like when I went fishing the other day, I lied to you about the KCD stream? No, I didn't. My arm, I literally just got surgery on my arm. I can't play video games, brother. I have it downloaded, but I can't play it because my arm would hurt too much. But what I'm saying is, like smaller animals are easy to catch. Very easy to catch. And especially fish. And you could lure larger animals with like a fish or with a smaller animal. You know what I'm saying? Finding wild fruit isn't hard either, but it's very seasonal. Well, it depends where you live. If you're in Kansas, there's like no fruit in the wild. So like foxes and squirrels, if that's all you got around you, yeah, something like that. Salmon literally floods the rivers. You can just catch it with your hands. Yeah, some meat is very easy to catch. Or think about this: turtles, rabbits. When I was in Colorado, rabbits would let you just get right up next to them. You could easily chuck a rock at it, you know? I mean, it would not be hard. So fish is incredibly, I mean, meat is incredibly easy to eat. Just if you're thinking about us chasing buffalo, like a lone man trying to chase buffalo, that might be a little tough. But if you've got a spear and you sneak up on them, there you go. Yeah, that'd be sick. Rabbits are low-hanging fruit. Yep. Need fatty fish though. Bow or gun? If I was out in the wild, I'd go bow. You picked up a rabbit as a kid. Frogs. You could do frogs. Eat fucking frogs. Go Gollum mode, bro. Just like eating like the crawdads. I don't know.
Deer.
I think picking a fruit is way easier than hunting an animal.
It's a long video.
Well, but in order to pick it, you have to encounter it first, right?
Yeah, and I mean, considering how much
dress up in a fursuit. There you go. That's one way to attract.
And you'd have to consider the fact or the possibility that it's poisonous, right?
With breadcrumbs. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the
animals love bread.
Things like your tribe kind of knows that. It's the same with, you know, with eating a puffer fish, right? Like we pass those things along and know not to do so.
Yeah, well, I mean, most animals terrestrially are not poisonous, at least the ones that we were even wanting to eat. I mean, you have some frogs, for example, but usually that's indicated by their color.
True.
Because that's how they've evolved.
It's like, so it's, you know, it's in both the animal and the plant kingdom. And I get it's more common that a plant is toxic, but I mean, it's like, I think a big part of it for me is the fact that I think the disconnect is that, and again, I'm not even trying to slam dunk, but in your case, if you have to lock a macronutrient in a safe to not eat it because your body...
It's not a macronutrient, Frost. By definition, it isn't.
I know your take on this.
By definition, isn't. It's not my take. It's just the take of the dictionary.
Well, do you mind refreshing me on why?
I haven't seen Frank's new video. We can check it out though.
Because carbohydrates, in order for it to be considered a nutrient, in order to be considered a macronutrient, it needs to be a nutrient first and foremost. And in order to be a nutrient, it needs to be required for the sustenance of life. Glucose itself is required for the sustenance of life, but not exogenous glucose. And carbohydrates are referring specifically to dietary.
Fat isn't a nutrient either. That's just dumb.
No, fat itself. No,
saturated fat isn't. Neither is motto.
But saturated fat is not being considered a macronutrient. It's being considered a aspect of nutrition.
0 grams of saturated and monounsaturated fat are required in the diet.
Locusts and wild honey.
You know,
but fat as a broad category is a macronutrient. That's what my point is.
Yeah, and even that is honestly contested though, because proving that polyunsaturated fats are even required, the research on that's pretty bad. So it's like, arguably fat's not even required for life.
Well, they're essential for immune function, and you can't create them.
Well, all the data trying to say they're essential for immune function is like on these diets where these lab diets on animals, and I forget the specific issue, but these diets were essentially like just granulated sugar, and like, so then there were no micronutrients, and you know, but yeah, I mean, so again, like, I think you've said yourself that the not essential, or trying to, you know, you're still trying to convey this sort of picture that's saying it's not even a macronutrient, right? But the fact that something is not a macronutrient or essential is not relevant for if it should be consumed, right?
I want to finish this.
That would be correct. Yeah, because because I've always said that just because something isn't required doesn't mean that you shouldn't be consuming it. Because if that were the case, then we could say that cholesterol shouldn't be consumed because cholesterol isn't required for life.
Nor is creatine, nor is many things, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, it's a nutrient. I still think it's a nutrient considering when we are consuming it, it is reducing how much our body has to make ourselves. So same with creatine.
You can say that about testosterone. You can inject testosterone, then you won't create it anymore, though.
Well, then that would apply to anything in food. That would apply to your saturated fat too. Then, so that would just be devaluing all of nutrients.
No, that's I'm not making the claim. That's not. I don't want you to misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm saying that from my perspective, it seems that you're suggesting that if you consume glucose, or when you consume glucose, it lowers the rate at which you have to produce it yourself, and therefore that's a good thing. Right, is that what you're implying, or is that just saying you're just making an observation that that's what happens?
I'm just sort of saying I think that indicates, it's sort of the same way I'd look at it. Like, if you eat some saturated fat, your body now doesn't have to use de novo lipogenesis to create your essential stearic acid. That seems like a more efficient pathway, I would say. Would you agree? But then you don't agree with the glucose.
But didn't Bart K talk about how gluconeogenesis isn't like a stressful process on the body? Like, isn't that actually like true? That like gluconeogenesis isn't like, so like you can't argue that you need glucose because it's easier for your body to make, because like the gluconeogenesis process is like not difficult for your body or something like that.
Yeah, no. I mean, because at the end of the day, what matters is actually the efficiency at which you can produce the nutrient, because that is sort of a indicator of what we relied on. Not an unequivocal one, but it can be an indicator. Because, for example, you mentioned de novo lipogenesis. Good luck creating all the fat that you need for your body if you're not consuming any fat whatsoever and you're forcing your body to produce it. You can get away with that if you're consuming lots of carbs because of insulin, but you're usually not going to look as great. And so the efficiency for that pathway isn't as high as the efficiency for glucose production, for example, whenever you don't.
One thing I do want to touch on. So I often hear you say, if let's say someone's critiquing keto, they'll say, oh, cortisol goes up. And you'll say, well, cortisol is exactly where it's supposed to be, right? And I agree with you. But I think this disregards the possibility that hormones do have downstream effects and they're sending downstream signals. So even though cortisol is where it's supposed to be to keep someone alive, are you looking at it from the perspective that this is the best place for it to be, considering the shared goals by humans, like what we want to be experiencing? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but this is why I've always said to look at presentation, because you're saying that they're providing downstream effects. The problem is that they aren't necessarily. They have a mechanism. If they're really high, then obviously what we can say is this molecule or this hormone is involved in these few things. Sure.
Like I would say with Cushing syndrome, right? Like it's clear what cortisol is doing.
Yeah, cortisol is right, but is it just cortisol? And also, more accurately, a better question is,
you said fruit rots teeth. That's all you need to know. That's a great point as well. Like regardless of all of the benefits that FaceIQ might say that eating fruit and glucose has, sugar will rot your teeth. Or like, look at what happens to somebody when they eat an all fruit diet, for instance. They just like rot away. So I feel like that's a good indicator that like fruit is literally not doing anything for us. And that just like vegetables, fruit is like a net negative.
Why is the cortisol elevated in that situation? Is it for the same reason why it's elevated in people that are keto? And that's, I think, what matters, because again, that's why the presentations look different. Like people that are on keto, if they do have a higher cortisol level, which can be chronic, but in many cases, like in the randomized control trials that are available, again, very limited, it'll usually be acutely lasting and then it'll go back down to normal.
Yes.
But if you see that and they are chronically elevated, as much as that's oftentimes a problem, their presentation is not great. I mean, you just mentioned yours that and you got yours measured and it was high, and that suggested a problem because of what we know about cortisol. Does it have the same problem? You can see that the manifestation, the presentation is different than something like Cushing syndrome.
I wasn't
because
trying to
it's different.
Cushing's to having high cortisol on carnivore. I was just pointing that these hormones are signals and they have downstream effects to an extent, though, you would agree. And that hormones
Not necessarily. They can be involved in certain problems, but they aren't necessarily going to have those problems occurring. It depends on the reason why it is elevated, quote unquote.
So wait a second. Let's talk about this. Sugar doesn't rot your teeth. You said bacteria excreting acids does. But don't those bacteria only exist in the presence of sugar? Like if you were to only eat meat and fat, wouldn't you just not have any cavities whatsoever? Because there's no presence of sugar. So like, I get it. Like you can say like sugar doesn't directly cause it. It's the bacteria. But it indirectly causes it. I mean, without sugar, it wouldn't happen. I don't know. If you don't leave sugar on your teeth, there is no problem. I don't know, dude. But I don't know. Sugar does cause tooth decay. If we didn't use man-made tools, then you wouldn't eat meat. So what are these tools that you're talking about? Are you just talking about brushing your teeth? If you eat a lot of sugar, even if you brush your teeth will still rot. When I was a little kid, I ate a ton of fruit, and I still had cavities, even though I brushed my teeth. So, yeah. I don't know. I think sugar rots teeth. I feel very comfortable saying that sugar rots teeth.
So also, if you're going by just presentation, then that would kind of be like, well, let's spray and pray and try every diet.
I don't know. I think sugar rots teeth.
Right. So
sugar rots teeth.
If we had to make an inference,
I will stand by that.
Like, well, what hormones, from our understanding, are what we want to be high? Okay, as a man, maybe you don't want super high estrogen. Maybe we don't want super high prolactin.
Saying sugar doesn't rot teeth is just like, it's like saying sugar doesn't rot teeth is like the over intellectualization of information that like confuses people for no reason. You know? It's like you're literally just trying to like muddy the water. Like sugar rots teeth, let's just be honest. Like stop making things too complicated. Debate FaceIQ after this? I'm not a debater. It would be just as, I don't know, it would be pointless. I'd be willing to debate something like if I could do some research on it and actually prepare and we could have a good structured debate, but
looking at someone's goals, like let's say it's training in the gym, and then looking at, well, let's try to speculate what mechanisms would lead to the most conducive hormonal profile for achieving my goal. If you look at it from that perspective, do you think eating lots of protein and fat once per day would lead to, let's say, the best hormonal profile in terms of free testosterone, thyroid panel, with one insulin secretion per day, with, the endogenous activity typically converting T4 into T3, reverse T3? Like, would that be the optimal approach? Yeah, people can survive on carnivore, but is that optimal from your understanding?
Well, I think we both agreed that eating a diet that's appropriate for us is optimal. And if I believe that a carnivore diet is the most species appropriate, then it would be the most optimal. Now, I think what you're mainly asking is, well, what if you have a certain goal in mind? Do you think that I think that you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you have a certain goal, like you want to achieve some, like a physique or a certain presentation, is the carnivore diet, quote unquote, the carnivore diet, the most appropriate for all of those circumstances if it's going to do X, Y, Z to this, that, the other hormone? I mean, I think that's pretty much what you're saying. Like, is being on a carnivore diet? Yes, you can survive on it. Which, by the way, I would say that you don't just survive on it. People are saving their lives with it.
Better than average by far, I would say.
Yeah,
on the carnivore. I still give it an 8 out of 10 in my perspective.
8 out of 10, isn't it like Chad status still?
Yeah, I think. Let me think where I could go. I mean, yeah, everything will always.
So it's like it seems like so if carnivore diet is 8 out of 10, then why are we even debating? Like, come on. It's like saying, I don't know. It's like silly. I don't know. That just made this whole debate seem pointless. Saying that it's 8 out of 10. So it's like, okay, so why do you need to improve it to a 10 out of 10 if it's already 8 out of 10?
What humans are truly adapted to have. And from my research and perspective, I believe humans should be getting, and then also with tweaking towards optimality, because I agree, people weren't preferentially, and see this
like if you looked like an 8 out of 10, would you really go through surgeries to try to get to a 10 out of 10? No, right? Come on, Black Pill 101. You know?
And in their preference, you cite that tubers were sort of a backup fuel, right? So now we're ascribing a preference to anthropology. But then I could also argue that there was a preference for sugar, right?
Well, so the thing is, whenever we talk about tubers, it's not just that I'm ascribing. I mean, you're sort of right.
Next video in line is
a preference to an anthropological observation.
I may have seen it,
but it's not just anthropology. It's the fact that whenever we trace the lineage back of those starches, quote unquote, the tubers, that it was very low in sugar content. And so the only thing that could justify us consuming that is if we didn't have the meat that we were consuming alongside that we would have been eating otherwise, because there was no pull. There's no, like, you can make the argument for why we would have been consuming fruit if we had encountered it, because it's sweet. We have a natural gravitation towards it. But with tubers, with the low starch content that it actually had, we were chewing up the fiber. I mean, we were spitting out the fiber. Actually, in many cases, we were trying to get the carbohydrates that were available, but we were spitting out fiber because it mostly wasn't carbohydrate. It was mostly something else. So that's why I say, you know, I'm not saying
it's hard for me to imagine what that would look like. I kind of want to see one of these potatoes, like they were separating the.
Just FYI.
What did that?
I think
FYI, I can feel the screws in my elbow now, and it feels insane. Like, I don't know how much longer I can go.
I think there's some cultures. And I don't think so. I mean, I think it was raw. I mean, the thing is I think there's certain cultures that still will do this, where they will chew up certain tubers that they have over there and spit out the fiber.
So then you do think that taste is a piece of indicating something then, because you're saying that wasn't indicated because they were doing it and they didn't like the taste, right?
Well, they didn't like the. It's like
they like the taste of parts of it,
which is why they're spitting everything out.
Screws, bro. I literally have screws in my elbow, and I can feel my arm now.
It was meant to get us fat.
This feels insane.
I think that we developed. I think that
crying, bro.
The evidence suggests
they're permanent.
We developed the taste for carbohydrates because there was a positive selection.
I can't.
It increased our survival, our reproductive success if we had been able to survive harsher winters. Yes. Now it goes back to what you said in the beginning, which is you're saying that we had developed that.
Overrated. Agreed.
We had developed that whenever there weren't harsher winters. And then we would have to get into that conversation. But the general the general idea is that winter still existed. We still had to go through something like that. And there was food scarcity, there was hibernation of animals that we may have been consuming otherwise.
Well, and so when do you think humans have?
I ain't getting these screws taken out. I don't care if I get EMF poisoning, bro.
How many thousand years
leaving
ago?
them in.
Oh, I don't. It's not just thousands of years ago. I mean, it'd be a long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago.
Well, whatever the number may be, when
hundreds of thousands.
That was the first winter.
Sue the goat.
No.
I'm saying cold, ice, snow, like no plants.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that. I don't know.
Well,
bro, I think I need
into this when you said.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I need one more.
Sort of. Yes, sort of. For sure.
That's determining hundreds of thousands of years of either exposure to year-round fruit and honey or not.
I can take 2, I believe.
Yes. However, we've also would you agree that it was that we've had winters for 100,000 years? For example,
I think there were winters in the Americas and in Europe, but I think humans weren't there to experience them. Therefore, their genes were not being pressured to adapt to them.
Okay. Well, again, I think we're getting back to this point of what the anthropological research and evidence actually shows, which, by the way, I mean, I think that you understand that it's something that can have what's the word that I'm looking for? It can be sometimes difficult to determine definitively what was going on, because it depends on what remains we find and where and when and how we can trace it back, etc. Because we only have so much evidence, and then we paint the picture with that. And a lot of things that we paint surrounding it has to do with subjective interpretation and all that stuff. So I'd have to do a really deep dive into that, which is important.
That would strengthen your argument by far, because everything comes back to it essentially.
Yeah, which we both share that foundation. I mean, ultimately, I think that, I mean, we've been going for an hour and a half. I think the best thing to say right now is what I've said probably about 10 times now, which is our positions are very different, but also very, very, very similar. They're based on the same foundation, which is evolutionary biology, anthropology, etc. We both agree that the main problem with carnivore, if people are going to have a problem, is going to be with too low of insulin, leading to all of the problems that you're talking about, which is the thyroid issues, the electrolyte issues, and the cold extremities and stuff like that. We have different positions on the level of carbohydrates that people were consuming across our genome, how evolved we are generally across our species to tolerate carbohydrates. We have disagreements on how to solve the issue of too low of insulin and too low of, the thyroid problems. You say to consume the carbs. I say that it's probably under eating. So really, those are our main. Yeah, well, approach. Yeah. So that actually helps a lot. I mean, we both agree on that. Like, sunlight exposure is very important. So sunlight exposure is very important. I believe in grounding, being outside. Yeah.
So there's this guy, Excellent Health, and he eats 0 carbs. He only eats fat and protein, and he lives in Ecuador or El Salvador, something, I don't know, whatever. And he says that you need to be getting cold exposure if you do not have carbohydrates, because the cold exposure will stimulate the synthesis of brown fat, which peripherally
produces
T4 to T3. Yep. All these things, and he said that there's other approaches that should be standard practice, the consideration of like light and EMF, if you are doing a 0 carb diet. That's his perspective. If your members are doing wonderfully without that, then there's nothing to fix. But that's something I've heard some people who had problems with carnivore, who wanted to stick to eating these meat and fat, when they introduced cold exposure, did fix their thyroid hormones. They felt better,
Yeah. Well, so something else, that's not a bad point. I mean, it's true that whenever you're experiencing, like the really ice cold situation or an environment that you put your body in, that you will produce more heat through brown fat creation. That it's over time, but it happens. It can happen very quickly, which can actually account for the cold extremities, perhaps. I think one of the questions
my arm, bro, it's all hitting me right now. All the pain. It's insane, man.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, because carbohydrates can increase the heat production in extremities through higher basal metabolic rate, insulin, all that stuff, as I've covered.
Mm-hmm.
What is your reason for consuming?
They gave me hydrocodone mixed with Tylenol.
100 to 150 grams of it, though, to get to that point. Because from my perspective, if that were the case, if you needed carbs, let's say we put ourselves in a situation where you need carbs for that. I've made a video touching on, like, what are the best arguments for carbs if we're going to steelman the position.
I'm screwed.
My position would be, okay, well, if carbs were required to some extent, wouldn't you try and aim for the most minimal amount that you could to get to the intended effect? Because, again, I think I already know what your answer is going to be, which is that, well, the evolutionary evidence suggests that we were consuming more than that, so why wouldn't we? But because above a certain range, the carbohydrates are toxic. Like, they are. We know that the spikes will induce harm. Now, whether you believe that that's a problem, that's a different discussion. But that's from my perspective. It's like,
from my understanding, I would say that chronically high blood glucose is a harm. I would say when I track my blood sugar after I eat fruit, it goes up for 20 minutes. It doesn't even go that high because it's half fructose. It's not even that high. Comes back down.
Sure, yeah,
my A1C is like 5.3. It's like, I don't really see a problem.
Right, but what I'm saying is that we know definitively that a spike in glucose, which, to be fair, if we're going to drill into the definition of spike, there's going to be a threshold value that needs to be reached and all that. But if it's a rapid increase in glucose that goes quite high, let's say like beyond 130 milligrams per deciliter, maybe at 130 milligrams per deciliter, and then it comes back down to the basal level, whatever that may be. Usually in people that are eating carbs, it's lower. It's about like 80 or so. That is inducing harm in that instance. We can measure that. We can measure that. And so I'm not saying that to suggest that, you know, you clearly don't believe that's a problem. But what I'm saying
is
yeah.
If my blood sugar was that high, I think it's a gradient, and it seems exponential. Like if it was my my blood sugar.
FaceIQ ducking the debate. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Wow.
I use a DSLR.
You couldn't handle.
It may be dead.
You couldn't handle Eddie.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
He had to leave. High as hell, pretending to be normal. No, you should have seen me yesterday after the general anesthetic.
My camera has died.
I just woke up.
If you want to wrap it up this
Dude,
time.
I was like.
You can. I want to hear your response because I was already I was already wrapping it up.
It was like bad.
Yeah. Good.
Wait, my response for on blood sugar real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, when I have tracked my blood glucose, which to be fair, was only like twice, I saw it go within a very normal range, and I'm eating something like raspberries, you know,
that is fucking man-made fruit, Frost.
It's not really peaking very high at all, and then it comes back down, and it's very comparable to the studies I've seen looking at, you know, keto meal blood sugar. And I know it's slightly different, but I wasn't really seeing any sort of, I don't really see a harm there. And then of course, you have a different perspective on things, but I see a benefit to multiple insulin secretions throughout the day from a metabolic rate benefit, because that's something I think there are luxuries and there are benefits to having a faster metabolism. And that's something from Pete I found to be true even from my own experience. And I notice I feel better with a warmer body temperature. And yeah, I just have higher energy, etc. So that's the reason I'd have more than 20 grams of carbs just to simulate the one insulin signal in one day, if that makes sense.
Not good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fair enough. I wanted to hear your positions on it because, you know, usually I've always said to people that, and I still, because you know, there's still a difference in opinion here, but I've said to people that if they're going to be consuming carbs, and obviously I don't recommend it, but I've always said, okay, well, let's actually talk about the reasons why you're doing it. Let's discuss this, etc. And then whenever we get to the bottom of that, see, okay, I would say the best thing to do is to consume the minimal amount to acquire that effect and then quit, like beyond that point. So the biggest problem though in the modern world is whenever you're consuming carbs, like we live in a time of abundance, and it's far easier to overconsume carbohydrates than it is to consume protein and fat.
I agree.
And so any time that we're talking about consuming carbs, when people are like, I know that you say that sugar isn't a drug. People are very addicted to sugar though, to the point where they can consume hundreds of grams throughout a day, way too much to a point where you would agree that it's way too much. I mean, is
that people on carnivore currently, or is that people in a mixed diet?
I'm talking about people generally. Like if they're not actively avoiding carbohydrates and they still have this idea, they understand in their heads like sugar is a problem, sugar's bad, whatever. Even if it's like a superficial understanding of it, if they've been told that, and they're more likely to abstain from the other things that they think are bad, like red meat, fat, protein. Than they are with sugar, because sugar has a different pull to it. And that's why I say, like, you don't have to say that sugar is a drug. I mean, obviously I am fully convicting on that fact that it is a drug, but you don't have to agree with that.
Wait, what differentiates it?
So like, they should see when he says that, I don't believe that sugar is a drug. Let's stick on this point for a while. Let's talk about this. Why exactly are you saying sugar is a drug? We want to understand, you know, like, don't move on. Don't change the topic. This is good. But the topic will inevitably get changed, and then it's like we never get to the bottom of anything, and it's like I just want to hear the arguments, you know. I guess that's just something that you have to do in your own free time, in your own research, you know. We can do that with some chat GPT here in a second.
What differentiates its drug-like properties from, say, like no carb yogurt or something? Like what's, like you're just saying that just because it's less satiating that it's a drug, or?
Well, that's one aspect of it. I have a video actually going into this very deeply about yes, sugar is a drug, and I think it was a paper I wrote because I really thought about it deeply. I said, okay, well, what makes something a drug?
This is good.
Like, is it just something that we're just ascribing to? Like, definitions need to be investigated. Like, what actually makes something a drug? And there's a few things, and not only what makes something a drug, an addictive drug that isn't indicated, like that is contraindicated, right? And because all those things matter. Because if you're only going to consider something, if you're going to talk about what a drug is, anything. If you look at the dictionary definition of a drug, it can be literally anything. I mean, it actually defines it as anything that has a physiological effect on the body or something. I mean, it's that silly. It means nothing. Yeah. It means nothing. And so you have to. It's like, okay, so physiological effect. So protein's a drug, fat's a drug. I mean, what? So then you have to ask yourself, well, what makes something an addictive substance? And then what makes something, how do you determine whether it's appropriate or not? In certain circumstances. It's a good question. I wish that I had time to get into it. I mean, we've gone on for an hour and 40. We can have a part 2 and
we can do it unlisted if you'd like. I mean, always on the table.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it.
Thank you all for the gold coin. Appreciate that, man.
Cover, but yeah.
Well, again, I think once again,
thank you for the shekels.
We're pretty much going back to the same point, which is our carbohydrates from fruit and honey, and maybe you talk about some starches. Are those borne out with anthropological evidence? And if they are, let's say that. Well, I'm trying to figure out where to go with this. Are they based? Is it actually based in evolutionary evidence? Is it based in the anthropological evidence? Or is under eating the main culprit with all these problems and not the absence of carbs? Seriously. I mean, I know that to some people they might find it surprising that that's really our only main difference, but it is.
And again, like let's say like every carnivore problem was completely avoidable without ever carbs are never needed for anything. That would still then, if we're asserting carnivore as the species appropriate, species specific diet, I think that implies quote unquote ideal for optimal for lifespan, longevity, human body function. So just because I think not having problems on a diet is kind of the bare minimum for it to even be a decent diet.
Of course, but
then we need the push of why it's the perfect diet.
Of course, but there are people.
One thing I'll say, and I actually really been looking into this, is there even a universal optimal diet for every latitude and location in the world anyway? I think that's another question.
I think so I think this is actually where I've said before, I think you have a point. I've said that every species is usually localized to a specific country or something, or a specific location of the world, and therefore the variation that they have within their species appropriate diet, like whether it's how much variation can they have within those confines, is much smaller than perhaps it is in human beings because of how ubiquitous we are, because we're the most ubiquitous species on the planet. So that gets to your point, which is there actually an ideal diet for every single human, irrespective of latitude and area of location of the world? I don't think. I think that there might be with us more variation, but I still think there are certain confines. Like, for example, I don't think that there's any indication for eating large amounts of fiber or something. Not to say that you've said this, but just to give an example, no matter where you are in the country or where you are in the world, because we have our anatomy prevents us from very readily metabolizing, or not metabolizing, but digesting all of that fiber, irrespective of where you are in the world. We basically have the exact same anatomy. Our chemistry might be a little different.
You know what I want to give you on your side? Anthony Shafee spoke about this. The number 2 most widespread animal across all regions is a wolf, which just eats meat.
Right. So, yeah. Right. And so that's why I've said
that indicates that a reliance on plants for life and a species that has locational variability is unlikely in terms of reliance to live. But yeah. Well, for us, it was this was productive. This was insightful. I'm glad that we got it going. We got over ourselves. I mean, listen, in terms of like the publicity of anything, then it's all good with me. If you'd like to post it or whatever you see fit.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I
Okay.
mean, we'll see what happens. I wasn't recording. I don't know if I can even access the.
You can just make
Yeah,
the
well,
live public.
yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh, they did this.
yeah, well,
All's good.
They did this in private, and then he ended up uploading it anyways. That's really interesting. So they were. I just farted, by the way. So they weren't even planning on uploading that. That's crazy. Okay. Wow. Well, that's the end of the debate. What did you guys think? I just think it's just like spinning around in circles and nothing ever got really fully fleshed out, you know? What do you think of the raw and salted cheese every 15? I think it's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. Yeah, pure circles. I like both of them, but the talk really went nowhere. Exactly. See, this is why we need a Bart K to bend Frost over and spank him. Say, listen, sunshine. Listen, sunshine. You don't know your asshole from your elbow. Sunshine. What the purple fuck? Sunshine. You like my accent? So you guys really want to watch the Gant pill video? Is that right? Excuse me, sunshine. Excuse me. You guys want to watch the Gant pill video? Watch Frank. Frank or Gant pill? We'll have a vote. I guess I could make a little like poll, right? Wait, can I do it on mobile? I don't think so. I don't know if I can do it on mobile, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, hey, Kat. Well, I got off work going to catch the last couple minutes, as well as the primalism fart. What a time to be alive. I did fart. I did. It just like came out. Like it's probably the coleslaw, the freaking barbecue I had yesterday. It looks like everybody wants to watch Gantville. Oh, the Bart versus Resident Raw is really good. That one is funny. Wait, have you guys seen the Joey Shorts versus Bart K? It's not on YouTube anymore. I can't post a poll. I'm gonna have to do it. I don't know. It looks like people want to do Gantpill. Joey got demolished. Yeah, it was crazy. A lot of you might have seen that. I don't know. Oh no, we're not doing Darko. Darko is gonna put everybody to sleep. Oh, here you go, cringy boy. I thought raw meat would give you superpowers. I know. First off, I have always been realistic. I've never been one of these people who thinks it's some superpower thing. So I don't know if you're just trolling or what. Do your Darko impression. Today we're gonna talk about why I love salt. Salt is just so good for me. Gives me this sexy voice. Sounds like I'm blowing air through a car exhaust. But that's actually how you want to sound in nature, because if your voice is too loud, then the predators will find you and eat you from your asshole up. I am not going to get eaten anytime soon. The salt makes me dry. The animals don't want to eat me because I'm so dry. And that is why you need salt. Thank you, everybody. My name is Darko Velchek. Young Bloods who hopped on Raw Primal after it went viral on TikTok. Joey's arc was a while ago. Very true. Joey's arc was a while ago. We'll do, because the first one that I had recommended was Gant Pill, so we'll do the Gant Pill video. So find that. Let's see what's going on here. Sounds more like a Volkvice impression. Wait, is this when FaceIQ is a fraud? FaceIQ cold approach rejections? Ooh. FaceIQ is gonna turn his laser eyes on when I watch these. I don't think he's gonna want to talk to me anymore. Oh shit. The second one. I've actually seen it too. I've seen it. Look, it's got the red thing. I'm such a traitorous piece of crap. I've actually seen the whole thing. Literally watched the whole thing. I can't run. Oh no. Oh no. Exposed. I don't like subscribe to him though. Like, see? Like, I'm not like, you know, like FaceIQ romance is over. 76,000 views. They weren't even serious approaches. I've seen it. They're honestly, I didn't find them that good. We could do it though. Am I subscribed to FaceIQ? Oh, let's check. Am I? I don't think that I am, to be honest. I'm not. I'm not subscribed to FaceIQ. I mean, to be honest, it just doesn't appeal to me. The videos, not gonna lie. Should I subscribe? Should I make things right? I think I have to. This is like a political thing. Okay, we're subscribed now. If I didn't subscribe, that would be really fucked up. You have to forgive. Forgive and forget. Okay. Don't tell FaceIQ I wasn't subscribed. Cold Approach is the best video. Okay, we're gonna watch it. Cold Approach rejections.
And for reference, I've approached
How's the audio?
over 200 times for sure.
Looks good.
And I've secured 60 to 70 numbers, I'd say, of attractive girls, like most of them actually being attractive. So I know what I'm talking about here. And by the end of this video, you will understand how to behave and what to say.
Straight away, he claims a large number close success rate. If he's able to obtain 65 numbers out of 200 approaches, that would equate to nearly 1 in
That's
every
a lot of
3 girls
approaches.
giving their number. And only attractive girls,
Yeah, I love
of
chess.
course. And he uses Blanca Solar as the demonstration, which is one of many girls he highly overrates.
Overrates.
I wouldn't say
She's
any
actually
something.
sub 5,
Yeah,
bro.
her eyebrows
Untermensch.
really masculinizes her
Ugly.
face. Oh, and you know what FaceIQ rated her?
What?
8.5.
No.
Used to look
what?
smacks.
I must
Yeah.
have missed that one when I did the thing. Wow.
FaceIQ Loli Bahia. That's the video.
Damn. That's an extreme overrate, honestly.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we have Loli Bahai, who's a top Algerian model,
This
and
is
overall
so-
8.5 out of 10.
this is
So the best
funny.
face out of 150,000 people.
Blanca Solar.
Actually,
just like the
FaceIQ,
7.5%.
she's
And
ugly.
he gave her
Sorry.
8.52, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Blanca Solar is surpassingly attractive, scoring 8.5 out of 10, roughly 1 in 250,000 faces.
Already, you should question his credibility with percentages.
8 out of 10,
as he
just like the
adjusted
carnivore
rarity
diet.
of an 8.5 face from 1 in 250,000 down to nearly half at 150,000. Could it be that these bizarre jumps in percentages are also reflective of his claims regarding getting
Arguing about the
1 in
rates is
every 3
goofy. No,
attractive
completely
girls'
agree. It's
phone
very goofy.
number?
And a guy who knows what they're doing with actually approaching in real life is going to smash a guy of the same looks and height who's just willy-dilly going outside trying to talk to girls. It's going to fail.
You're so tall, brother. Yeah. What's up? Yo. What the fuck?
So with the height and the knowledge of how to get attractive girls, FaceIQ should have an easy time, right?
We can do some cold approaching. I don't know where it should go. If I stream, I'm not going to be doing that acting like a different person shit.
With all due respect, people probably, if he had bad results here, he's got a mic on his lapel, you know? That makes people really uncomfortable. They know that you're making a video and stuff. And obviously this guy's recording, so just a really bad idea.
Like the really gesture cringe shit. I'm not like Dr. No Kent or some loser. I'm a YouTuber, bro. You don't fuck with that? Oh, okay. I got you.
Oh,
If you want to
shit.
be on YouTube, I have like...
Of like just general life questions. Like what kind of like about health and nutrition.
Well, that's healthy because it like helps your mental health. Nah? Okay.
You can be famous.
Yeah.
We have 500 viewers right now. 500.
You can shout something out. Okay. Okay. I could chat to some... I don't know.
I mean, like, I don't know. You want to be on YouTube? I got 500 viewers right now. Yeah. Hey, I want to be on YouTube. No, it's hard. I don't blame him. I mean, that'd be hard. Like, who does, like, going up and approaching a woman? Like, no, dude. No, thank you. Not for me. I don't know. This sounds crazy. The only girls who I've dated from real life, they come up to me. You know, I've only had 2 real girlfriends. So, I mean, like, it's scary. I don't want to go up to a girl and talk to her. Oh, thank you. You know, I like to just, yeah. True high tea for trying. That is good for trying. I mean, if you actually tried that many times, that's crazy. Cold approaches have a very low success rate as is. Yeah, I just don't feel like it's natural, you know? You've never approached a girl in your life? I, like, forced myself to do it at a certain point. I was, like, going to the gym, and it was like red pill era bullcrap, you know? So I'd be at the gym, and I'd just, like, go up to a girl, like, hey. I remember it was, like, this one, like, Mexican girl. I don't know what she was, Asian, something like that. There was a couple bad experiences where I was just like, yeah, this is stupid. I'm only 5'9". But I just, like, went up to a girl. I had a bald head because I just shaved my head. Like, hairless on my face, you know? I go up to this girl, and then I was like, hey, I like your necklace. And then I can't remember what I said to her. Like, it was fucking bad. And I just walked away. But it's like, I don't even know. I was bald, yeah. Fucking Andrew Tate era. And then there was another, like, Asian girl that I went up to. I didn't even ask her anything. I just, like, got close to her, and she was like, no. It's like, oh, okay. Wow, she must have seen me, like, staring at her or something. You know? But then again, like I said, I've had 2 girls approach me, and then, like, they ended up in, like, relationships. So, like, it can go both ways, you know? Sometimes you're, I don't know. It's hard, man. It was basically, that's what she said. She was like, no, I have a boyfriend. Asians love rejecting you. Asians do. Why are Asians so hard to get? Like, holy cow. But I did have some success. There was a blonde girl. She ended up being, like, in her mid-30s, but she looked really young. I actually approached her and got her number at the gym. So that's a 1 in 3. 1 in 3 at the gym. And it didn't go anywhere, but because I was just kind of weirded out, because at the time I was like 23 or something like that. I don't know if she's a single mom. I didn't really find out much about her, but from what my own experience is that, like, women who are blonde or, like, fair-skinned, like, I have a much easier time, but, like, Asian women, they just think I'm, like, I don't know, like, the most disgusting thing that ever walked the earth. So I can't pull Asian women.
This is not the vibe. Where's our
Asians love white guys. The thing is, I don't look like white enough. The Asians want white guys that look like FaceIQ, you know, like blue eyes and, like, fair hair and crazy tall.
Guys, I'm very tired. It's not the vibe, I can't lie. I don't know.
So he starts out with 2 below average looking girls. Yet somehow this master of getting attractive girls causes the first unattractive girl to have 0 interest, walking away staring at her phone. Girl. Then, in a desperate attempt to salvage something with the second unattractive girl, he tries to leverage with his internet fame and still manages to flop.
When you say Asian, do you mean like Korean? When you say Asian, you mean like Paki and Indians? No, I mean, like, you know, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, stuff like that.
It's not the vibe, I can't lie.
To be fair, he did claim 1 in every 3 attractive
Whoville.
girls
Dude,
for
yes.
success.
That's what girls at the club look like. They look like Whoville characters. They're so ugly.
So perhaps the 3rd girl he approaches will be more receptive.
The open is really important. This is the first thing you say to a girl. What if you're like, hey, I wanted to come say hi, right? You sound like a little bitch. Now if you're like, hey, what's up? I just wanted to come say hi. You're calm, you're collected, your tone's good. She's gonna be receptive.
Hi. I just want to say hi.
Nah, I don't think anyone really cares. Yeah, we'll go somewhere else.
Unfortunately,
This
Two
vid is the
more
reason
than
he quit
low-average looking
carnivore.
girls express zero interest, and FaceIQ flops again.
This is 9/11 for FaceIQ
She's gonna be
fans.
receptive. She's gonna be receptive. She's gonna be receptive.
9/11.
That's your open. That's the hardest part, is actually approaching for a lot of people. Once you do it a few times, it gets way easier.
Nah, that was definitely bad, but it's just. Wait, come on.
But that's the hardest part, you know? You have to give him props, right? The hardest part is going up there and initially getting rejected and just keep trying it. Keep trying. That's how else are you going to do it, you know? So people hating on him. People hate on him because he does well. That's the truth.
It was definitely bad, but I don't really have a reputation. Like, it's not my vibe. I don't really want to force it, you know?
Once you do it a few times, it gets way easier.
It's not my vibe. I don't really want to force it, you know?
Once you do it a few times, it gets way easier.
Nah, sometimes. That's a clip. Sometimes forcing.
But that's
a
interesting though. Like he talks about how he had such a good rate, and then he goes up, and then it just sucks. But you know, how's your arm, dude? Well, just during the stream, I gained feeling again in my arm because I was still under general anesthetic. The effects of it, totally numb. Now I can feel the screws. I can feel it. It's pretty brutal.
With girls is like you just know you're not in that headspace. It's like not the play, especially because I don't really want a girl right now as well.
Good.
I don't really want a girl right now, really. I don't even like girls. They kind of smell bad. I don't even like girls. Wait, we're cold approaching right now. Nah, I don't really like girls really like that. I'm really into that. Actually, I don't even like girls. No.
Before all the rejections, we should do some cold approaching.
Actually,
We can do some cold approaching.
After
I don't even like
non-stop
girls.
rejections, I don't really want to go right now.
that's funny.
I don't really want to go right now.
It is a cold approaching.
I don't even really want a girl now.
It is a cold approaching. I don't really want to go right now.
It is a cold approaching.
I don't really want to go right now. I don't really want to go right now.
No, that's how it
If you follow
goes.
this, you're gonna have way more
That's how it
success.
goes.
If you're like, oh, I want to talk to some girls, and you just go walking around, you know, no time and place, no thought behind it, you don't know what you're saying, it's gonna be embarrassing.
It is a cold approaching.
You don't know what you're saying.
I don't really want to go right now.
It's gonna be embarrassing.
I'm just gonna go my own way.
You don't know what you're saying.
I don't really want to go right now. I don't really want to go right now.
It's gonna be embarrassing. It's gonna be embarrassing.
Because we both get bitches. So.
And it's not like it is funny because FaceIQ said it, but like I feel like most guys have that experience. Like, you know, you go out and you try to like, this is like real life. Like you go out and you try to meet a girl or something or cold approach, and then it doesn't go well, and then you're just like, you know, actually I'm not really feeling it. You know, like I really wanted it. Like I thought I wanted it, but actually I was thinking about like being celibate for like the rest of my life. He was collecting material in this video for a really long time. Yeah, it seems like he's very salty about FaceIQ.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, bro, like later today, I'm seeing a girl who's 100% a top 1% girl.
Yes.
I was actually, before we went out, I was gonna become trans. Like,
I can do the same thing. So it's all about that.
actually, I had to take it to a monastery.
If you like attractive women,
Like you know my
I
type.
was gonna become a monk.
your fantasies would be fulfilled, bro. That's all I
Yeah.
have to say.
Okay, marriage.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
Short-term
low-key.
fun is what I will say.
Unfortunately, I'm not even being facetious about the standard of girls that FaceIQ and Kyan Stone
Actually, I got a
enjoy
stomachache.
short-term fun with.
Listen. The girls that were in my apartment,
Oh, those two, bro.
Why'd they do that to him?
they would be fucking pissed, bro. I would fucking piss on these bitches, bro.
Bro,
Fuck them,
I hope
Why'd
you're
they
watching
do
this,
that
bro.
to him?
Undoubtedly.
bro.
That's so
I hope
brutal.
they see me like coming up on social media more, if anything. Just for that. Like, let me tell a little story, guys. Basically, Kyan and I met these like two girls in America, in a college city. You would still think if two girls are down to come back to my apartment.
Well,
and we have two
Asmongold's
guys and two
girlfriend. His
girls,
girlfriend's
and we have
crazy.
three
That's
bedrooms or whatever,
insane.
You would think they would have the social cues to understand we're trying to fuck, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious, one would think.
Pretty obvious,
So,
right?
we sit in a circle, right? We're just okay, fine.
I don't even
let's
like
chill.
girls.
We're just getting to know each other. One of the girls, let me just say, was an absolute annoying bitch. Time went on and nothing was really happening. Like, you know, you're trying to get a little physical and it wasn't really being reciprocated, right?
Yeah.
And that's honestly very disrespectful. I don't care. Like, if you're coming home with 2 dudes, they're getting you food and shit like that, that's disrespectful inherently. So basically, they were wasting our fucking time, which is just ridiculous. Listening to the story and just watching it 2 points out. Yo, bro, I was saying that guy's ugly as fuck. Let me just cut to the chase. So, okay, I was playing some music, right? I might not be the best singer. I was just like, you know, sing along to the music. This bitch said something along the lines of, "Why don't we let the artist sing?" or some shit like
Yo, that's rude. Come on, let FaceIQ sing, bro. Don't kill his vibe. What the fuck?
that. And if I had heard her say that, because I didn't catch her say that, firstly, I would have said, "Get the fuck out of my apartment, you ugly, annoying little short bitch."
Fucking laser eyes. How's it going, Alex? We're doing good. Just got screws in my arm now. Get the out of my car. Get the out of my car right now, you ugly bitch. That's crazy. Get the. You don't like my singing? You can get the fuck out of my car right now, ugly bitch.
That's what I would have said. I said, "Get the fuck out of my apartment. I'm about to suicide. You look like fucking shit. Get the fuck on." That's what I would have said to her. Stupid ugly ass bitch. But let me tell you the crazy thing. So after they wasted all of our time, they left. I'm like, okay, fine, get the fuck out of my apartment. They left. Then we want to come back to your apartment after.
Personally,
time,
I would
so
never
you guys
call
can
him the B word.
Spray your cologne on us.
Yeah.
So we smell like guys. To then brag to their friends that they were with guys. I was like, firstly, you guys are immature as fuck. That is cringe as fuck. And then I was like, secondly, if you want to smell like guys,
bitch, come get some dick. Come get some K-Stone. Come get some...
You want to smell like guys? Bitch, come get some dick. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my lord. Hey, come get some dick. Oh. Like, what is this?
FaceIQ.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
You're trying to be. What are you trying to be? You're trying to LARP as if you did something that you should have done.
It's like these bitches know what's good for him and they try to like fight the funk. Like, bitch,
Damn,
no, like
straight,
submit
homie.
to me, bitch. Like, what is wrong
Exactly,
with you?
homie.
And then, like,
Submit.
The thing that got me so
Submit
mad,
to me.
that bitch, she
my
belched.
God.
God never created her. She snuck on Earth. I'm convinced. Like, no way she was created. She was
Nah,
hideous.
fam.
Oh,
Nah.
she was so lame, dude.
Dumb
She was
ass
drunk
bitch.
and she was still lame. The other girl had a cool
Drunk
energy to
and
her
lame.
when she was like drunk. Like, okay, we're having some fun. I'm so glad I never listened to someone
This
like that
is so
again.
funny.
That doesn't even exist here, bro.
Mud
when she
did. Yeah, it's
burped,
giving
it was
mud
like-
did
That's nasty
energy.
as fuck.
Like, bitch, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're gonna burp in K-Stone's face?
No. You should have thrown hands with her. Bro, look at this girl depressing. Maybe
They're just
it's probably
young
you guys.
men, you
Evidently
know,
not.
like-
Yeah.
Go to a different place. Life
They'll
is
grow
good.
out of this. I
Yeah,
hope.
maybe it's my problem. She fucking belched in my face. Bitch, you're getting fucking banned. Yeah, get the fuck out of my chat.
They're so upset about
No,
this.
I'll say this. The problem is not us because I'm not telling you the stories of when things weren't like that. Like,
Yeah.
'cause that's less interesting. That's less interesting.
Like, me having my way that's normal, bitch. This is a story time because it's
yeah,
non-normal.
Stories are exceptions, bro.
No, literally.
All this talk.
I said
of
this is
only
pretty
messing
gross.
With attractive
Yeah, it
girls,
hurts. It
but
hurts
then
to
tell the
watch.
story of getting rejected by
Do you
two
know Rom in the
so-called
Primal
hideous
community?
girls.
Yeah, he's the one who runs the Augenus memes account, right?
And FaceIQ, with his 1 in 3 attractive girl success rate, flopped again with an unattractive girl who was also inebriated and just got used for a
The thing
FaceIQ
though,
with his
so-
who was also
hold on, wait,
attractive
wait.
girl.
She's like really pretty. Not gonna lie. The thing, like having it, like obviously this looks maxer guy who's talking about FaceIQ giving her a high rating. What am I trying to say here? He's making fun of FaceIQ for giving her a high rating, but like she's like, dude, like she'd be a great girlfriend, or like a girlfriend who most people thought was like just like average looking, because you want a girl to like be genuinely attracted to you, you know. And if like you're dating a girl who's like a supermodel, she's gonna probably have like way higher standards. So like you have to be realistic, you know. Like, I don't know. I think she's pretty. What? Who cares about the rating? It's so gay. Caring about the rating like that. Everyone's gonna be on her as well. Up your standards for she got my uncle eyebrows. I mean, yeah, she does have big, thick eyebrows. I'm not saying she's a supermodel, but she's cute. Angle is terrible. Yeah. Stacy Light. Like, if she wasn't a model and she just like lived in your town, she's like just looks pretty average. But that's a good thing. Like, why does anybody want to date a supermodel? Are you joking? Just get a girl that you can like settle down with who won't cheat on you.
Success rate flopped again with an unattractive girl who was also inebriated and just got...
Wait, one of you asked me something. It was kind of a long question. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, exposed resident Raw and a few PDFs in the space. Yeah, I know who Rom is, yeah. There's a point Rom didn't like me. But, I mean, it was deserved, you know, I didn't really understand the primal diet, so... But now I do. Not that I do it, but... FaceIQ sells ratings for $300. It's insane. So him rating someone who you deem average top 0.0001% would hurt his credibility, wouldn't it? True. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Does she have body game though? Body game? Rom kind of looks like a French version of you. He does kind of look like me, and it's funny because he made fun of me. He basically called me ugly, like a long time ago.
Used for a free meal and beverages. And delusional Kyan Stone, who rates himself 8.5 out of 10.
If I'm gonna be honest with you, like for my race, I would be like probably like mid Tyrone or something, like 8.5 or something.
Probably mid Tyrone or something. Like, come on, this is so dumb. I'm like mid Tyrone.
Was simping hard for this hideous girl.
That's a funny
and
term.
Even gave her his hoodie.
She still needs to give me back my... That was a vintage Gap hoodie. I gave that... Bro, fuck that bitch.
Bro.
Fuck that bitch.
Bro, fuck that.
First of all, if I told this story, it would be labeled as fabricated, as they would say that FaceIQ and Kyan Stone have high standards. They don't mess with unattractive girls. And then when there's evidence, the next excuse...
Now, dating down does have some positives, especially if you're a guy who's tried to date more attractive women and you've sort of failed, because when you do date less attractive women,
see, this is what I believe in. Yes, this right here. Is that bad?
You'll get that Chad treatment. You're way less likely to
Chad
end up in some relationship where you're just some jester and she's just using you for resources. You're just some data provider. When I see the reality of the picture on the right and we see these guys who are significantly more attractive than this girl. I mean,
you see this all the time.
What I've kind of just realized is that with a girl like this, there's no extra effort that needs to be put in. You don't have to go on dates with her, do any jester maxing. It's pretty much you call the shots, they come over. It's that sort of thing. There's no effort. It's going to be very easygoing.
This is
You're
reality.
trying to get a physical and it wasn't really being reciprocated, right?
I don't care. Like, if you're coming home with two dudes, they're getting you food and shit like that, that's disrespectful. Inherently.
Disrespectful.
Basically, they were
you should at least give me a blowjob.
Stupid ugly ass bitch. You know, you're trying to get a little physical and it wasn't really being
reciprocated, right?
Stupid ugly ass bitch. You know, you're trying to get a little physical and it wasn't really being reciprocated.
There's nothing gentlemanly about this at all.
They're getting you food and shit like that. That's disrespectful, inherently. So basically, they were wasting our fucking time, which is just ridiculous.
Ugly ass bitch. Ugly ass bitch.
So yeah, a lot of these channels like to promote the vision that these unattractive girls are putting in all the work and the more attractive guys are calling all the shots. However, even just this story about FaceIQ and Kyan Stone getting rejected after splashing the cash on these girls should make you question if this is happening more often than you would like to believe. It's nice to imagine that the
example of the girls that he shows
be on their
is
best
so bad.
behavior and do everything you say. But in reality, they're still getting wined and dined by guys like FaceIQ and not even giving him action at the end of the night. And obviously, these girls only treated FaceIQ and Kyan Stone like this because they're used to this type of treatment. But anyway, I already know that there will be some lame excuse trying to deny the evidence I have provided. So let's divert attention back to FaceIQ and Kyan Stone, the guys who claim that they date girls in the top 1% of beauty.
Like later today, I'm seeing a girl who's 100% a top 1% girl.
Yes, I can do the same thing.
If all these...
I can do the same thing. We just got it like that, you know? We just get top 1% girls, and we're just really cool.
Things were true, that it's an easy time for them to get girls and to get girls who are highly attractive as well, then why would they be so desperate to mess with these hideous girls?
If you want to smell like guys,
bitch, come get some dick, come get some K-Stone, come get some FaceIQ.
Exactly.
Submit to me, bitch. Like, what is wrong with you?
Anyone with an ounce
Dude, the submit to me thing is crazy.
Of dating experience should be able to overview that these guys are total frauds.
Because a lot of people struggle when it's like, oh, they see a cute girl at the store, and now I have to go approach. They're way more anxious, blah, blah. Some people can do that. I can actually do it at this point, but A lot of people struggle with that. So yeah, guys, hope this video helped. As always, if you want coaching with me, access one-on-one to me, and the group calls, and all my guides to improve your looks, health, height, dating life, you can check out my community.
Visualize bringing 2 hideous girls back to your place, spending cash on them just to have them be annoying, disrespect you for the entirety of the night, and then, the best part, after they reject you, you give them some of your valuable clothing. I mean, damn. How rough can it get?
Look at my Gap hoodie,
the only
man.
time a guy would give his valuable clothing to a girl is if it was something serious. So I would not be surprised if Kai and Stone was trying to wife this girl up or something. Trying to play the long game after getting rejected.
It's like a wedding ring,
so
bro.
he might have
When
a
I give you my
chance of
Gap
encountering
jacket,
her again,
man,
and was willing to sacrifice his vintage hoodie for that chance.
You should be on the floor.
Of course, I'm aware that FaceIQ's brainwashed fans will use some lame excuse like, oh, he must have been super horny that night, but he would never normally mess with a girl like that. And even if he would, when it comes to dating, he has very high standards and would never be in a long-term relationship with an unattractive girl.
This is a long video.
No. What do we have here? FaceIQ is smiling like he's just hit the jackpot with this girl. We might as well add him with the 15 other guys. They all look so happy. You would believe they actually bagged a prime Denise Richards, the way they're smiling. And FaceIQ is no different, acting like Denise Richards is around his arms.
Wait,
instead of this.
So what is Gantpill trying to say? Is he trying to say that, so like FaceIQ and Kai and Stone, they talk about how they can get like top 1% girls, but they seem to be happy with like average girls? Is that kind of what he's getting at here? He's trying to say it's over for the average man. Yes, we all know that. We all are aware. You think he's just a hater for the love of the game? Honestly, that is kind of how it feels. He's just hating for the fun of it.
Very unattractive girl who apparently was his long-term ex-girlfriend.
Look at that. He said 3.5 at the bottom. It flashed.
This very unattractive.
1.5 to 2 out of 10. I can't scale. He's just hating for the fun of it, bro. It's just a game. Oh my gosh.
Girl who apparently was
3.5 to 4 on the FaceIQ scale.
His long-term ex-girlfriend, and she probably dumped him as well. The comments are just absolutely
He's just like
brutal.
rubbing
and
the salt
FaceIQ
in the
is
wound.
clearly upset that his made-up delusions about only dealing with attractive girls is crumbling before the scenes.
That's
As
funny.
you witness, so many comments are calling out the prior contradictions, which now are not adding up to the stories that he has portrayed. And some of his previous critical comments on other girls' physical appearance are rightfully being compared
I don't know
to
the
his
nature of the
long-term
Gantt scale.
girlfriend.
I'm not educated in
He super
that.
liked me. You think he was attractive?
No, it's not possible for someone to be attracted to you. But it genuinely is not possible for anyone to be attracted to your face. It's literally impossible.
Here we are now.
It's,
Oh no, like on set with all these beautiful women. I'm okay with what they set me at.
Wow, this is kind of sad. She almost reminds me of like a male who gets no sex, if you get what I'm getting at. Like almost like this just sad little ugly, like abused person. Yeah, and I knew no one would ever pick me. It's actually pretty sad.
But it genuinely is not possible for anyone to be attracted to your face. It's literally impossible. It's this just sad little ugly like abused person. Yeah, and I knew no one would ever pick me. It's actually pretty sad.
Oh, so he's trying to say they look similar, and he's saying that about her? This guy is a dick. This guy's such a dick. He's right there. She's a 3 at best. All the virtue signalers saying she's cute make me sick. Guys don't care if some women aren't into you. It doesn't matter at all. I guarantee every single guy can pull some women that are attractive. Don't let women have power over you. Should be femcell in Europe. Why is he so mean? Yeah, he's just hating, bro. This is crazy.
Yes, gay to 1% is enthralled as we reach the climax.
What did she
I would
do?
argue that his long-term
I don't know.
girlfriend is
Existed?
only slightly more attractive than that girl he wrecked in his video. But of course, there will always be someone sucking him off in the comments. So I guess FaceIQ will have a hard time explaining this one. And now his facade of only dating attractive girls is gone.
You're right,
Just
Primal.
like that hideous girl Kai and Stone was trying to wife up. And I guess that hoodie's gone too. I guess the question is, how is
Shit,
Kai and
my
Stone
hoodie,
and
man.
FaceIQ going to
My
live
vintage
with
Gap
this
hoodie,
ordeal?
man.
As always, FaceIQ will dodge, as he cannot provide any logic to justify his actions. However, how many strikes till he faces his judgment?
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
Until next time. Thank you.
Frank Tufano? No, we can definitely do some Frankie Tufano. This guy just does not like FaceIQ. We're gonna do some Tufano. That was a, you know, I don't know. I don't know, man. Which Frankie Tufano video should we look at? The shorts or like, did you have a specific recommendation? What's the reason FaceIQ goes by Frost? I've tried to look it up and found nothing. I think that's his actual like legal name, Frost. Or maybe that's like his, because I know he's mentioned that he does like music. So maybe he uses that name for his music. I'm not sure. FaceIQ already blocked you. Oh, well. Hey, I'm being very polite, okay? I was not like, you know, like I subscribed to him today, right? You remember when Frank Tufano looked human? I feel bad for him. He still looks, I think he still looks, he's handsome. I think his eyes have, you know, through persisting, he's really gotten his eyes looking a lot better. That's his first name? Yeah, I think Frost is his first name. Hey, Sosa. I don't. Taban ruined FaceIQ's cold approaches. Is Frost Goldberg? Frost Goldberg. That was Epstein. His eyes look pretty normal now, though. They do kind of, yeah. I think the thing is like he has problems when he's focusing on something. Like one of his eyes will just start traveling all over the place. His name is Jack. Right on his dad's Facebook. Oh. Alright, I guess I'll choose the video because you guys haven't suggested anything that I saw. Police and government officials are evil. Google phones patients to butcher the plastic. We'll start with that.
Google is just funneling Dr. Taban victims like it's a butcher shop. That's how little these people think of you.
What's not playing really?
Always one disaster after
Google.
Always one disaster after another here. And, you know, if Taban...
Wait. He's already talking about Taban.
Always one disaster after another here. And, you know, if Taban just paid me $40 million, I wouldn't be here trying to sell potato chips. And the fryer did overflow. I'll show that clip real quick.
Can we turn the filter on? Just chuck it out? Is that a bad idea? Valves are closed.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
Yeah, we did figure that out. Oil was a little too hot, too much moisture coming out from the potatoes, too much mixing at once. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do.
Ruined my
There's
potato
a reason
chips.
that it's big billionaire companies that are making potato chips and there's no real small producers, but we do have potato chips. I mean, we have been selling potato chips, just not with our own branding, and they're being made by someone else and costing a lot more money to make. But after seeing how much this oil costs and all that stuff, I don't know if we'll ever make money selling these. You know, there's $8,000 worth of oil in that fryer. This bagging machine is a complete disaster. Like, only every other bag works. They're not sealed properly. It's a nightmare to do, but, you know, who has, you know, millions of dollars to spend on the American company to give you the equipment? Because, you know, the reason we had to get all this stuff from China was because the American manufacturers want a few $1 million just to get your foot in the door to fry potato chips. So, you know, this type of fryer in America, several $100,000 from China, it's 15 grand. So it makes it possible for a small business to operate. However, there's a lot of trial and error. It's very difficult to get the stuff up and running. And, you know, these are the first chips we're making, and they turned out pretty good. Almost burned our whole building down, but it turned out pretty good. So might sell these first chips a little cheaper, but all this wet is from the beef tallow. The fryer overflowed. The beef tallow flew out under the garage door, and then it went all the way down into our sewer out here. So
bad luck. There's so much bad luck. It happens though, you know. That's like shitty. He's just trying his best. Like, what should we watch on Frank Tufano? We could do like a... There's people who like made videos about Frank Tufano that are kind of like, here we go, like the tragic story of Frank Tufano. Oh, it's Rehab Room. It's a good one. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. That's what seems to happen. Who even is Frank? Well, a long time ago, Frank was like one of the most popular carnivore influencers online. You go to his popular videos here. Anti-vegan videos that did really well. This is what he was known for, and then he switched up, and now everybody knows him because he got botched eye surgery. Do I believe in luck? Kinda, yeah. I do think a lot of things are up to just chance and luck to a degree. Not entirely, but it definitely is a factor. Things are out of your control. Watch Sam Hyde, Matan Evan podcast with 20. Oh my gosh, that one was so funny. If you go to Matan. He just did a video with Sam Hyde. The Island Boys one was hilarious. Sam Hyde is hard to watch sometimes. Yeah. Please react to the Island Boys one on stream. Oh, it's so bad. I kind of want to do another like carnivore video though, not gonna lie. Or another like diet video. You would like to have 5 children, but the elites are forcing you to have a goy job with no money to get there. It's rough, man. Like, if you can't find a job that you want to turn into a career, it can be hard to get to that point. Gotis reacts to the primal diet. Bart K debate would be fun. Do you want to do Bart K versus Resident Raw? Yeah, we could do that one. I guess that kind of, you know, is in the same kind of vein. Sunshine. That's an old one. That's old news now. How's my arm? Well, it was feeling okay at the beginning of the stream, but now I can definitely feel some pain. I think the nerve block wore off. You'd watch it again? Yeah, we can watch it. It's 2 hours long. It's insane. I don't know if I'll be able to sit here the whole time. You said, hey, O'Prime, I remember years ago you wanted to react to keto CTA study from Dr. Lane Norton, but you gave... What? Did I actually? Hope you heal fast. Thank you. I hope you heal fast, too. So that was terrible for Resident Raw. See, I think that there's a lot that Resident Raw could take away from that experience, you know? As somebody who is so... is such a big figure now in the diet space. It's very important that he's able to answer these questions, or I don't know. And also, it almost makes you realize, like, there's a lot of things that Ajahn has said that I can't prove, really. And that's, you know, it is what it is. Gotis review of Abby Sharp's video on his diet. Sorry, I'm itching my nose a lot. It's freaking... It's like a combination of, like, nose hair and I don't even know what else. Resident Raw vs. Eddie Goeke. We just watched an Eddie Goeke. Do you really want to watch another one? Opiates making you itchy? No, this is like a thing. Like my nose is always itched. I think it's because like I have very narrow nasal passages or whatever. So it's like, I don't know. It's really annoying. I think I'd rather do the Bart K one, to be honest. Some Godus videos. I'm not really wanting to watch Godus. I did see Resident Raw vs. Goeke. Because Ajna said so. Yeah, and now I hope like he realizes like you can't just say, well, Ajna said so for everything. Let's revisit your testicle video. Oh, okay. Don't know where I'm eating testicles. I have a narrow urethra, exactly. Solar Youth, goodbye. So many suggestions. We're already on this. Maybe we could do a few minutes of that. It's just so long. Here we go, boys.
The average person's digestive system. It's much higher again in fiber, which is contraindicated in the human diet, it seems, if anything.
Depends on the fruit. It will be higher.
It does, absolutely. Everything depends on something, Sunshine.
It will be higher.
Everything is conditionally correct or incorrect.
But these resistant starches in the unripened fruit are a beneficial thing. Let me give you a good example. Let's think about
the nature
perspective. Humans in nature almost never got their hands on fruit, correct?
I believe that to be correct, pretty much, yeah.
If humans ever had a chance to get their hands on fruit, it would have been before it ripens. And the reason why is because when food is ripened, every living creature and their mama wants to eat it because the sugar obviously attracts other creatures. The sugar will attract insects. If you live in Southeast Asia, it'll attract a monkey or something like that. So really, the only time humans would find fruit is before it unripens. Now, of course, they could sit there and guard it and wait for it to ripen. But that's impractical because fruit really holds no nutritional value. So it's not something they're going to care for. Why would you hold on to a few
what you're
berries
giving
for
us,
them to be
what
sweet?
you're giving us is a speculation about how animals behave.
Well, I mean, it's common sense.
Okay, well, the thing about common sense is that often it's wrong. Just because more than one person holds a common set of beliefs about something doesn't make that correct, does it?
See, this is one of those things that's just like a wake-up call to people who talk about raw meat. Even like, I say this all the time, as somebody who eats raw meat, like there's not a lot of evidence to back it up, you know, aside from how I feel and speculation and stuff like that. So like hearing this stuff from Bart, it's like, well, you know, you're right, actually. You are right about that.
Have you sat there and watched animals yourself? Have you studied animals and do you know how animals behave? And if you have done, which you haven't because you've agreed that you don't have any background in study at all, how does that relate to how human beings ought to do anything?
Well, again, this is an appeal to authority because while I haven't done these studies that have been published with my own eyeballs, I live in Florida. With my own eyeballs, I go outside and I can see unripened fruits growing. And when they ripen, the insects, the birds, they'll all start eating it. Before it ripens, you can still see it. Right now, as I speak, I can go walk outside, cross down the street, and there's these little fruits. I forgot what they're called, but they taste like mangoes, and they have a massive seed in the middle, and they have a green peel. And when they start ripening, they start turning yellowish or orange. I can see those right now before they ripen. Nobody's eating them. I can go eat them right now. I've eaten those in an unripened state. It tastes like you're eating nothing, but it's perfectly fine. The amount of carbohydrates in one of those little fruits is probably less than 2 grams. It's a tiny amount.
Sure, if you eat one of them.
Right.
But why would you?
Or each one. Why would I? Because of the enzymatic content. The enzymatic content, also the resistant starches. Starches are beneficial to a certain degree. Starches have been in the human diet since we've pretty much ever known that humans have existed. And I'm not necessarily
that is also false. Leo, that is absolutely false. That is...
Yeah, it's like, again, like with the, I think this was kind of brought up with the FaceIQ and Eddie Goeke debate that they had. Just because we have done it for a long time doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. Like it's such a weak argument. Like why are we even talking about that? You know? Let's talk about something more important.
Not
It's
correct.
definitely true.
No,
Humans
it
used to eat
definitely
for
is not.
survival.
No, it definitely is not true. No, it isn't. That's false.
Definitely.
Where
is.
did you get that from? Who told you that?
It's just common sense. What else would humans eat?
No, Sunshine. Who you're giving me a fact. You're saying this is a fact.
Where does this come from? It's just common sense, bro.
And I'm telling you, absolutely unequivocally, and I can back it with actual science that actually is good science, that what you've just said is not correct. It's false.
Why is he so zesty? Who?
You can look this up yourself.
Who's zesty?
Humans
I have
been
done,
eating
son,
parts
over
this
more
amount
than
of time.
20 years, for goodness sake. Starch was not a significant part of the human diet
Okay, zesty.
throughout our history.
No, it's a character that he does. Like, have you ever seen his debates before? He's acting like a little bit extreme for engagement and to make it entertaining. I don't know if he's zesty. When Bart K's points first fell apart, it was surprising. The old guy is getting way too aggro, but the kid doesn't know what he's talking about. Exactly. That is another point. I mean, like, on a lot of these topics, they do go in Bart's favor because it's, how can you even justify any of the things you say other than it's just common sense, bro, or Agenus says, bro. Oh, wait, what did FaceIQ say? He said, when did his points fall apart? What did you mean by that?
False.
Not significant, but it was part of the human diet in a small amount. And
How
it's
much,
the same.
Sunshine? How much?
You said, but it doesn't make Bart right, which is, well, I guess so. But in this particular debate, it's Resident Raw who's making all of these claims, so he should have to support it. But if all he's saying is common sense or because Agenus, you know.
Probably less than 5% of the yearly caloric intake. And this is more so.
Oh, caloric intake. Caloric intake, you say. Should we go?
Oh, you know what we should do? FaceIQ, we should do one more of your videos. It's the one that you just deleted. Everybody's been like, there was somebody in my chat yesterday. I didn't watch the video, but he was like, I think FaceIQ is going to delete it. I'm actually curious what you said in that. Because I never watched it. Somebody re-uploaded it. And then the autism about calories, right? There's like so many things like the primal people just like blindly believe in. It's just like, okay, I guess you can do that if you want to, but how are you going to get into a debate with somebody about it and try to like prove that you're correct? Basically, in short, determinism makes things not fulfilling to me. Why did you take it down though? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm not trying to interrogate you. I mean, it happens, you know, maybe you feel differently after you upload it. Sorry, I won't question you. Do you guys want me to go back in the Resident Raw debate here, or should we just keep going here? You don't see a reason to share your worldview? Yeah. I mean, like, sometimes I've made videos or something, I want to delete it after. It's like, yeah. Sometimes, like, when I talk about religion, and then, like, yesterday, some dude came in and he was just saying the stupidest stuff. It's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have ever even talked about religion. But yeah, some things that, like, you talk about and you realize that, oh, I shouldn't probably talk about this. You just don't want to see what other people have to say about it. We're going to keep going with this.
There.
My damn nose.
You cannot consume calories. That's basic physics, Sunshine.
I'm not talking about that, but I use caloric energy as a very basic metric to measure fat and carbohydrate intake and protein.
Well, why don't you use grams? Grams of, because that's what it is. It's mass. It has a weight. Why would you use a completely inappropriate metric based on nothing more than a construct which is demonstrably false and anti-scientific to its core?
Well,
showing that you have
that'll make you
absolutely
happy.
no grasp whatsoever of first principles. Why would you do that?
Make you happy, if that'll make you happy, less than 5% of the gram intake.
I'm already pretty happy, sunshine. I'm a happy bloke.
I don't know about that. I'm sure you're playing a character to a certain degree now.
This is just how he is.
Of course it is.
It's like a character.
No, it isn't.
Right. Is it cortisol spike?
I'm as relaxed as a cowboy can be.
Cortisol spike.
I don't think cowboys were very relaxed. Those people went through a lot.
I don't think cowboys are relaxed, bro.
Is it speculation for me to say that cowboys?
Oh my God! Is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do? Let's deal with this one here. You are right, whoever you is that the who the hell is? Like, geez, why don't we make our YouTube readable and short? I don't know. Whatever. You are right, whoever you is. There are different leagues, I presume we mean in terms of in the field of online influencers, etc. Berry, Chafee, Mason, Baker, and Bickman belong to one league. I guess that means K. I guess that means me. Attempts to join that group. In what respect, I wonder? A number of the individuals that are listed in their league, which.
If you like watch Bart K's chat, there's always this person talking. Her name is the Feral Grandma. Like, what is this? Like,
I guess
constantly.
You're implying is above my league.
Hey, Primal Days.
A number of those individuals come to me for advice on science and correctness. Whoopsie.
Hey, hold on, naturalism. You said Resident Raw is a Sephardic Jew LARPing as Primal. Can't you be a Sephardic Jew who's Primal? Like, why do you have to be one or the other? I don't get it.
If you mean those people have larger channels than I do, yes, they do.
No, the feral grandma.
Does that change anything about the correctness and veracity of anything that those people have to say? No, it doesn't. The thing that makes a person's message correct and full of veracity or otherwise,
you're just making shit up like
I Leo's been referring to, despite not having any common sense.
I think we'd be happier if we just lived in our own delusions.
You say I don't have common sense, but you're also saying that you shouldn't rely on common sense. I mean, listen,
hold on.
The starch
with joint pain, hopped on cooked carnivore with coffee and watches Bart K. First off, sunshine. I eat a diet right now that's like 90% like raw milk and raw eggs. Sunshine. I don't think you know your asshole from your elbow, sunshine. If I do say so myself, boy.
It's basic.
Raw eggs, so you're poofamaxing. Yes, sunshine.
You can see this. Humans have had starch since they started writing anything. And let me tell you now,
the understanding that you're missing. Hang on. I'll let you have your say in a minute. The understanding that you're missing there with common sense is this. Just because you call something common sense doesn't mean it is common sense.
This is a good lesson. It's a good lesson.
Some of the things that you are calling common sense are anything but sense. They are nonsense.
They are nonsense.
They are factually, demonstrably, absolutely establishable as fallacies.
Let me ask you, I got some questions because I think you'll know a little bit more about this. So
I know a lot more, obviously.
Humans have been around for allegedly 300 to 350,000 or more years, correct?
That's the thinking. It's around about 350 in our current form, yeah.
Humans started making their presence known. Humans, when they actually started writing anything, when they actually started building civilizations, was right around 8 to 10,000 years or so, give or take, correct?
That's debatable.
Debatable,
but schools of, yes.
But I'm in the ballpark, correct?
You're in the ballpark of what some people believe.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people that have made that assertion. Whether that assertion is factually correct or not is up for debate. There have been others that have uncovered evidence that society and, ancient megastructures and things that are well beyond the technology of what humans should have been capable of much earlier than. So what I'm saying is that's debatable. What's the point you're trying to get to?
Why, for 300,000 plus years, did humans do nothing but just hunter gatherer, whatever they were doing. And then all of a sudden, give or take 8, 10,000, maybe 12,000 years ago, they actually started doing things. They actually started writing. They started making cave paintings. They started making societies. Why did we do nothing for so long? And then 10,000 years ago, we started to actually do things. What's the reason?
Well, number one, it's debatable what you're saying as to when things.
Yeah, I feel like if you're gonna bring up something like that, like you've gotta be able to know. I don't know. You have to have researched like the past so much. There's like so many theories about our past and so much speculation. Like I wouldn't even try to even get into that. Like, what is the point even? 10,000 years ago. Like what? Come on. It must be frustrating for Bart to deal with kids LARPing as gurus. I mean, yeah, it's a little weird, right? Anybody else think it's a little weird? Kids LARPing as gurus?
Started to happen and what things are things, and is hunter-gathering, living, building societies in small groups, living in caves or whatever, is that doing something?
First kid guru he put down was Joey. Yeah. I think a lot of people are kind of like inclined for some reason to like act like some kind of a guru, you know? Like so many different like health channels, especially ones that revolve around raw meat, primal, and stuff like that. Yeah, trying to act like, you know, they're all intelligent or something. Or like they're ready to take on the responsibility of giving somebody a consultation for their health as like a 20-year-old kid who barely knows anything. It's crazy.
Or is that doing nothing? So there's that distinction to try and tease out. And thirdly, things happen suddenly.
Still has Joey's head mounted on a pike.
The environment changes suddenly. Is the most likely explanation.
Sure, but people still live in very harsh environments. Think of the Inuit. I mean, the Inuit have their own religion. They have their own, you know, the igloos they make. They essentially have their own little civilization. And they live in one of the most unfriendly environments on Earth. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because I don't really buy into this idea that humans have been around for 300,000 years. And then
he said Bart K is bald, so he loses this debate automatically. He might be bald, but like earlier in this debate, I didn't show, but there's a part where Resident Raw is telling Bart K that he doesn't look good for his age or something. I don't know. I think Bart is a pretty handsome guy. Like he's got a good jawline. He's not tall, but you know. He's just got like I don't know. I think he's a handsome middle-aged man. How old is Bart? I don't know. He needs the hair system max. I think he looks good with a bald head. He's got a good face. Yeah, I find him to be a good-looking guy. Like he doesn't look like somebody who has any health issues.
He did nothing up until 12,000 years ago because there's two factors to this. If this is
Jason
true,
Statham maxing,
then what evolutionized or what evolved humans was us consuming.
Flat Earth is one of those fake conspiracy theories to make theorists believe in stupid shit. It's one of those conspiracy theories that's just a total waste of time. Total waste of time.
Consuming milk and grains because that's what we started doing about 10,000 years ago.
So that's your opinion. So that's your opinion. That's your speculation.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I think
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying that's the case. My point is that humans, since the dawn of time, since we've actually been on this planet, we've been consuming dairy. We've been consuming unheated honey when it's available. We've been consuming unripened fruit when it's available, especially milk.
The dawn
milk
of
is
time,
the big one.
Humans.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, these 20-year-olds think that they'll like young forever. Haven't you guys noticed there's like this trend among people where everybody wants to look young forever. I just want to be young forever. It's like, no, like focus on living a good life and having a farm, and like focusing on looking young forever is kind of ridiculous. I mean, you can do both, I guess, but I don't know. there's more, like, living a life that's just so focused on yourself and your looks is so pointless and so dull and so. Nah, looking young forever is awesome. You didn't say focus on having kids because it's too late for us. Well, the kids thing, I don't know. I mean, definitely try. It seems so hard these days to even get to that point. But I think it's possible. Just have to meet the right person, I guess. It's over for us, TVH. Kinda. Yeah. I don't know. You can at least have a farm. Having kids sounds stressful. It does kind of sound stressful.
Been around since the dawn of time.
I'm well aware of that. Well, allegedly.
Well, you just said humans have, since the dawn of time, been doing something that clearly they couldn't possibly have been doing since the dawn of time, because humans were not here at the dawn of time.
Well, then,
neither was this planet, son.
Since the dawn of humans, then.
Okay, so about 350,000 years. Why not say that?
Dogs on the farm are kids.
Well, I don't buy into that. I really don't buy into that. I don't buy into the fact that we've been around. You don't buy into what? That we've been around for 300,000 years. It just doesn't make sense that we would have done nothing for 300,000 years.
Well, again, we didn't do nothing. We did all sorts of things.
We definitely didn't do anything because there's no evidence of anything from that long ago. There's no evidence that we built a civilization. Why wouldn't we built a civilization in 300,000 years?
This debate goes so off topic. So off topic. It doesn't help anybody.
But hang on, just a few minutes ago, you granted me that you did know what I was talking about when I said there is evidence of that, in fact.
Evidence of what?
Of ancient megastructures and things that were well beyond the technology of where man should have been at that time to create those things in the jungles out there.
Well, those are what you
explain those
conspiracy theories.
I don't consider them conspiracy theories. I consider them to be megastructures, because that's what they are, that are ancient, demonstrably, and that would have required technology that humans should not have had, according to the history that we're being told, that humans did nothing except live in caves and run around hunting and gathering.
But that's not backed scientifically. What you're saying is not backed scientifically, because the scientific literature says
hang on, once again, sunshine, one of us is an expert in science, one of us has spent several decades in science, one of us has published a large number of articles in the scientific literature, one of us understands what scientific literature is and what it says, and the other one is you.
Mm-hmm.
I have been working in the scientific field longer than you have been alive on this planet, son.
Thank you, Q. I was talking to somebody in chat.
Try again. Have another crack.
Another crack at what?
At trying to make any kind of sense whatsoever.
Have another crack.
I'm making
sense.
Son.
No, you're not.
Whenever you say the word sense, you're making it. So I'm making sense.
Oh my God. Right,
it was kind of funny. He's just kind of trolling a little bit.
This is probably somebody more sensible to talk to, really. Am I strictly against carbs or what? Against is, it's got, I mean, that would suggest that it's like that I have a political leaning. Am I against communism?
He thinks he's smart with that one.
Am I against taxation? Yes. Am I against carbs? No, I don't give two shits. You eat as many carbs as you want to. Should you do that, there's a limit to the amount of carbs that a human being, any given human being, can take in before they become toxic. Like anything. Too much oxygen is toxic. So is too much water.
Okay,
the exact requirement for carbohydrates in the human diet is not 1 single gram ever. Suggesting that eating carbohydrates is optimal in some way is a fallacy, because that's not supportable with any kind of evidence.
See, this is where FaceIQ needs to jump in right at this point. Like, this is kind of the debate that Eddie Goeke and FaceIQ were kind of having. But like, this is what I want to see discussed more into detail. Like, okay, what is the evidence that carnivore is optimal? You know, and I don't know. That's what I want to see. I want to see like a good debate on that. Like the FaceIQ approach, and then like the pure carnivore 100% approach. That's what I want to see.
That's a positive claim that can't be supported.
Bart Caver's FaceIQ would be cinema. I
But
agree. It'd be
absolutely,
so good.
Sunshine, that's been alive for a period of time less than I've been working in science. Why don't you tell us all about science?
Because I genuinely think they both have good points.
You know, what you said earlier is
the
rather
arrogance
annoying.
of you, son. The arrogance of you is what's annoying.
I don't think I'm arrogant. I'm over here chilling. I'm having fun. You're the...
I'm not arrogant. I'm chilling. Can't you do both? Can't you be arrogant and chilling at the same time? Or you could be arrogant and not chilling, right? I don't even really like girls, to be honest.
Only one who seems angry and arrogant. But let me tell you something. Saying that water...
Arrogant? No, okay, define arrogance. Boy, define arrogance.
I mean, you're looking at it. Well,
Boy?
you're not looking at it. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
Define it. What is the definition of arrogance?
Boy? You're not willing to have an open-minded discussion because you get...
No, that's not the
offended at
definition of
anything I
arrogance.
say.
Now you're using words you don't even understand. Give us the definition of arrogance, Sunshine.
It's an individual like you. It's an individual
No, that's not a definition. No.
No, honestly, like if FaceIQ goes into a debate with Bart K, he should play it up. You know, he definitely should do like a character because it just makes it so exciting. You know, and I think that FaceIQ is very intelligent, and I think that he's got really good points. I find it fascinating. You know, obviously there's a lot of stuff that just goes like way over my head, but interesting conversation to have. Like, should we eat only meat, or should we have fruit, honey, milk, all that stuff too? Yeah, FaceIQ better come in and be like, listen, Bart, old man. Like, that'd be funny. That'd be good stuff.
Give us.
Define definition.
The definition, the accepted definition in the English language of arrogance.
Wait, they're defining arrogance right now? This is crazy. This is honestly how my mind works too. Like when I'm sitting here talking with FaceIQ about diet and stuff. He mentions like a term or something. Like, I gotta Google that shit. What does this even mean? You know, this is why I couldn't debate, to be honest, because somebody will say a term that like I should know, and then I'm just like, I actually don't really know what that means. So how do I proceed from here?
Let's hear it.
An individual who thinks he's better than others, an individual who has
No, wrong. No, wrong.
Wrong, Sunshine.
No, that is not the definition of arrogance.
Define arrogance. Arrogance is like thinking that you are better. Very generally, yeah, just thinking that you're better than something or someone else, or that your opinion is more valuable or more, I don't know. It's like thinking that you are, is that basically it? Thinking that you are right or righteous without having like proper justification for it. You know, something like that. That's how I would define it. It's probably the wrong definition though, but let's see what Bart defines it as.
This is like the smug emoji. You put the smug emoji.
No, it isn't. No, that's wrong as well. No, that's
smug
false. That
emoji,
is
dude.
still not the definition of arrogance.
It's the smug emoji, dude. That is arrogance.
I don't know.
Overestimation of oneself. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You could use a beer, man.
You could use a beer.
I've got some beer.
I've got some beer
in the house.
Oh, nice.
Beer is one of those things that there's no real place for in the diet. You shouldn't really have much beer. It's not good for your health.
I agree.
What I could use, I'll tell you what I could really use. I drink a 0 or very low alcohol beer from a local brewing company here.
This debate is ridiculous. Yeah, it wasn't really a debate. It's just like a screaming match.
So, I mean, why do you drink it? Do you like it?
I do. I enjoy the flavor of beer occasionally. So I have it's basically flavored water because there's very little carbohydrate and almost no alcohol in it. It's the taste of the beer. It's the whole refreshing thing. I occasionally will buy a case of that and drink that over a few days and then come back to it a few months. But that's completely beside the point. You were saying I could use a beer. I'll tell you what I could really use.
FaceIQ.
What I could really use is for young people of your age, developmental status, education, read lack thereof, training, read lack thereof, to comprehend that you have absolutely no business whatsoever coming online and talking to people about what's good for them in terms of health science, nutrition, or any of those related fields. It's akin to me coming online and saying, look, I'm a gynecologist, no experience, but I'll take a look at it for you.
No, that's a very good point. I'll take a look at it for you. Why do old people feel like when the right to verbally attack people out of nowhere for extended periods of time? When they have that. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the treats. Thank you. Thank you. Good boy. Thank you. Bark for me. Bark is kind of mean. Well, that's the character he's putting on, you know? That's what he does. He wore a suit to this debate to play some authoritarian mind games. He always does it. Is the sun inside your room? It's like pure white in the background. It's just like the illusion, you know, like the webcam with the light and then the lighting of the room. Not ideal.
It's absolutely, fundamentally fucking ridiculous, son.
Well, listen,
Utterly
everything I say about
ridiculous.
nutrition can be backed up.
Oh, you said he chooses not to restrain himself. Yeah, that's a good point. It's not like a full-on character, but he is definitely trying to be a little bit sensational, and you know, because he has other videos where he's just kind of like chill, not really caring so much.
So many people heal on this diet.
But
There's
it's
so
not,
many people that quit
though, son.
carnivore.
It isn't.
How many people have you heard have quit the primal diet? None of them do. Everyone stays with.
See, that's a silly point. How many people have quit the primal diet? None of them.
The primal diet, because it's actually sustainable, and even you are completely unable to follow your own diet. You know, you drink alcohol.
No, that's not true.
I'm sure you.
That's not true at all. That's
But
not
you just
true at all.
admitted that you drink beer.
That doesn't mean I'm unable to not drink beer. It's a choice. Choice is very different from ability.
I can do the same thing. I can choose to quit this diet. I can choose to go do a bunch of drugs, but I don't, because this diet is sustainable and this diet brings me everything I need. And I understand the benefits of this diet.
You believe it does, and you believe that it brings you everything you need. Okay. Well, in time, we'll find out whether that's correct or not in your case.
Of course. I'm happy to see
all the things that you've just said about your diet.
You said, but a lot of people quit carnivore diet though, like a lot. Well, I think the reason it seems like that is because carnivore diet is much more mainstream. So there's so many more people doing it. So of course there's going to be a lot of people quitting. You know, like your aunt is going to try the primal diet, or sorry, the carnivore diet. Your aunt's going to try it and she's going to quit because she didn't eat enough fat. You know, because she doesn't know how to do it right. Because she just heard, oh, you'll lose 15 pounds in 2 days. And then that doesn't happen. And then she's like, ah, screw it. So, like, I mean, the average person, if they knew about the primal diet, it'd be the same thing. I guarantee you. And there are a lot of people who have tried the primal diet and quit it. Which is like, so, like, this is not even an argument. It's just a waste of time.
All your belief structures about your diet are all things that I believe to be true about a 100% carnivore diet. They are all things...
Yeah, there you go. Brooke doesn't quit primal. Yeah.
That there are demonstrable examples of people who are doing that and who are choosing that lifestyle without any deviation. I'm not one of those people personally. That doesn't mean that that diet isn't demonstrably better than a bunch of other diets for a number of reasons.
Sure.
But the real point of this discussion is for me to invite you to come on my channel, which you've done, and you're live streaming on your own channel as well. Hello, Leo's audience. Thanks for being here. And justify your ridiculous comments.
Shen, I think this is much more relevant to what you guys actually want to see. I don't think anybody really cares if I review Matan Evan. I don't want to watch Matan Evan. I have to be like in a certain mood to like watch that, you know.
On your channel of not that long ago, where you said several things, like number one, I look rough for a 50-year-old, which I don't agree with, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Well, I will say for the average American 50-year-old, you're not looking too bad. But if you compare yourself to what Augenus Vonderplanitz, Augenus, the dead actor, like you said, he looked much better.
There's like there's very few pictures of Augenus, so how can you even claim that? Very few pictures. And like comparing like two people who have two very different backgrounds, it doesn't even, what's even the point? Like why are we just saying words, you know? Why are we saying words just to say words? I swear there's like something in the Bible, I can't remember where, but it's basically like it's a sin to, not a sin, or it's like looked down upon to just speak words that are just pointless, you know? I guess, I mean, I do the same thing, but it's like, you know, I don't know. There's a pic where you can see Augenus' bald spot in his gray hairs. I mean, he does have some rough, bad pictures, but there's also just barely any pictures of him online.
At your age. And Augenus went through a lot.
According to whom, on the basis of what, son?
Augenus went through a lot more than you. Did you have diabetes? Did you have?
How do you know, diabetes? Sunshine? Do you have any concept at all of my?
This is another good point. Like Augenus said that he had all these problems. Okay, what is the proof? And then also, like Barkay is saying here, you don't know what I've been through. But regardless, it's silly to even like debate about it. Like this is not what we should be debating on at all.
No, you don't. Stop being so utterly bloody
my
ridiculous.
Damn nose. We should debate about why my damn nose.
Did you have juvenile diabetes?
No.
Did you have cancer?
I'm not going to discuss my medical history with you, son.
Well,
why would I do that?
Because I'm making.
Why would I?
I'm making a clear point here that Augenus went through a lot more than you did, and he still looked better at you at the same age.
That's your opinion still. That's your opinion still. And it may be an opinion that others share, and it may be an opinion that others don't share. One of us is dead, one of us isn't. How's that?
Well, he died because of a freak accident, and he's older than you. At his time of death, he's still older than you, because what if you die of a freak accident tomorrow? You know that's not good for
What age did he die at? Not that that's really relevant to the price of fish in China in 1965 or anything else, but how old was this dude?
I love that. Price of fish in China in 1965.
He fell off
You said that just now. I heard you the first time. Why did he fall off a balcony, do you think?
Could have been a freak accident. Maybe he got pushed.
Could have been.
Who knows?
What else could it have been?
I wasn't there.
That's right, you weren't. So should we talk about something that's actually you have some knowledge of? I'm aware that will limit the discussion very seriously, but nonetheless.
We can prove that he had cancer because he has a paper when he canceled his chemotherapy. He has a letter from the doctor telling him, "Oh, we've canceled your chemotherapy." We know this because I assume what you're getting at is that Augenus was a liar.
Did I say that?
That's what it sounds like.
Or anything remotely similar to that? Did I say that or anything remotely similar to that?
That's what it sounds like to me.
No, answer the question. Did I say that or anything remotely similar to that still?
Well, to me, it sounds like you're implying it.
No, that's not the answer to my question.
Sounds like you're implying it.
No, that's still not the answer to my question. I can see why Richard Burgess mopped up the floor with you.
Oh, gosh.
Because you're actually stupider than Richard Burgess. It's quite clear.
Sure. I'm stupider than the guy who feeds his cat a vegan diet and the guy who...
That's right. You clearly are, because you clearly cannot see that your behavior right now is exactly akin to what he did.
It's absolutely not. Your behavior is like
it absolutely is still.
You're the one that's getting. You're the one.
Okay, let's answer the question then, Sunshine. All right. If you're going to behave like someone who's not like Richard Burgess, you'll answer the question. Here's the question: Did I say what you're claiming it sounds to you like I said, or anything similar?
Say that again.
How many times do you need to hear the question? It's the same question every single fucking time, without any variation.
Say that one more time.
Did I say what you're claiming, it sounds to you like I said, or anything remotely similar to it? Still.
Definitely sounds like you are implying that Augenus is a
So
liar.
you're going to answer the question the same way again, which is not answering the question. The answer to the question, Sunshine, is no, I did not say anything remotely similar to that. Nothing even close. I did not suggest that the dead actor is a liar. I suggested that he's both dead and was an actor, both of which are true.
Mm-hmm. And what's
That's
wrong
all.
with that? We all die, and some people,
So
some people are
silly.
actors, make their living.
Did I
as
say there was anything wrong with that?
Well, that's why you're mentioning it. You're using it in a demeaning way. Don't play stupid. You know that you're.
That's your interpretation.
Don't play
That's
stupid.
your interpretation. I'm not responsible for your interpretation. I just give the facts. The facts are Arjunas Vonderplanets, which wasn't even his name. That was his stage name.
That wasn't his stage name. He was a deeply spiritual.
Yeah, I talked about this the other day. It's like, why do we call him Arjunas Vonderplanets? Why don't we just call him John? You know? I don't know. It's just funny. We all call him Arjunas, but his name is John. I guess, you know, I don't know.
And that's the name he chose. He never hid the fact that his real
That's a
name was
stage name.
John Richard Swigert.
That's a stage name. Okay. Now you're going to split
That's
hairs,
the
and it's
name
not going to
he's
make
been
any.
using
It's
for a
not
very long
going
time.
to make any difference to the facts, son. The facts are.
Sounds like a
he was using
freaking drill
a nom
sergeant.
de plume, and he was an actor.
Yeah,
and he is
exactly.
dead.
John Swigert does not pull as many middle-aged white women. You know, they want somebody who sounds like, yeah, he's from like some freaking like gypsy tribe in freaking India or something. I don't even know. So weird how he takes comments directed towards Arjunas so personally. Well, yes, because like they almost treat Arjunas like he's some kind of like a messiah figure.
They are all facts.
Sure. What's wrong with that?
None of them are disparaging. It is no insult to call a dead man dead. I know that's a quote from the movie Troy. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
What is your point? Other than you have absolutely no point whatsoever. You are
I do have a
grasping at
point.
straws. You have been shown up as completely incompetent in the field of human nutrition, human science, science in general, common sense, and basic behavioral standards. What else can we get? What else can we cover off today?
My point is that at your age, when Arjunas was 54 years old, he looked healthier
Yeah.
than you, despite
You said
having
that,
more
and I've
health.
already disclaimed that and said, okay, that's your.
Like, why did he go back to that? I don't know. It's like, ugh. This debate was so painful to watch. Yeah. Sorry, the opiates are like hitting me like crazy right now, so I'm kind of like loopy, so it's kind of hard to say things a little bit. It should be on national TV. It was entertaining. Primalism in his clavicular arc. Low-key broke my freaking arm, bro. I just feel these dang screws like every 2 seconds, and then it's like all I can do is take these opiates to feel better, bro. But even the opiates, like even with those opiates, I still feel the pain. It's brutal. And then my nose itches. I don't know if that's because the opiates or what. Like I look like a crazy person. The bald guy isn't yelling loud enough. Just eat high meat, bro. Metal in his body. You know what I really want to do? I want to play freaking Dark Souls, man. My freaking arm's useless.
Opinion, and you're entitled to it. Others might share your opinion, and others
had
I'll get
again will
addicted.
not.
It's very true.
Arjunas had cancer.
I don't think I'll get addicted.
He had juvenile diabetes.
I only get
he
one.
had
Is
fibromyalgia.
there
He
a
had
point? Is there a point coming anytime soon?
My point is that your appearance is indicative that your diet is not optimal.
No, it is.
That is like such a silly point. That is such a silly point.
That's the point.
That's your opinion.
What is
Because
We've covered
you've been-
opinions.
You've been on what's supposed
Jump
to be
Kings
the
needs
perfect
one
diet
hand.
for
Damn
9 years
straight.
now. Is that correct? 9
No,
years
I
you've been
haven't.
doing this
No, I haven't. Sunshine.
Then how long have you been doing it?
Again, the last time I ate a perfect meal was 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
My goal is to get as close to perfect in terms of what is demonstrably the ideal diet for a human being, more in a more stable way, more ongoingly, to deal with my own flaws, foibles, weaknesses as a human being, and keep those things under discipline and control better than I have done, at least recently, which has been pretty poor for a number of reasons.
You always say this.
You
though,
are
because I've
making
seen videos of
assumptions.
you and you're always
Excuse
saying
me,
you don't follow
Sunshine.
your own
I'm
diet.
talking. That means you're not.
This is so crazy.
You were talking there.
It's like an
You're just
argument between his father and his son. It's crazy. What if you are ugly but look healthy because of the primal diet? What would people say then? They would say you look like shit. Yeah, exactly. It's silly to comment on somebody's looks. Like, what? Or why are we stooping so low? Kind of difficult to debate in YouTube live stream chat. Yeah. You don't think that's FaceIQ? Well, we watched FaceIQ at the beginning. You could go back and watch that. Watch the whole video. The whole video. But we'll just keep going because I got 40 freaking viewers. So, you know, even though I got 2 screws in my arm yesterday, just keep going, bro. Just power through it, bro. Chug opiates.
I am talking. I am talking. I am in the middle of a sentence, and I will finish my point.
Let's revisit testicles attacking your gag reflex again.
Can you just calm
No,
down?
I'm asserting my right to finish the sentence I began.
Or do you guys want to watch Eating Raw Meat on Omegle? Want to watch them like all back to back?
Again, without you talking over the top of me.
I let you talk. Right now you were talking. Instead of whining, just say what you were going to say.
Here it is. You are making assumptions about how I eat based on absolutely no ability whatsoever to know anything about how I eat, my life, or anything else.
You claim
you
to
are
be
casting.
carnivore for 9 years.
Excuse me, I am not finished. I will tell you when I'm finished.
Yes, FaceIQ was here.
Do you want to get your ass kicked out of here? Because I'm quite happy to do that too. I will not put up with insolence from little boys. Are we clear?
He has had enough.
If that's what you want to do, but listen, I'm a
Are we clear, Sunshine? I will not put up with insolence from children.
Sure. We're clear.
Right.
We're clear.
Good. All right. Now I will finish what I'm going to say, and
we'll
you
do the
will be
testicles
invited
video.
to say whatever you want to say.
Cat wants
after
to see
that,
me
and we'll
eat
deal with that.
testicles.
Very simple. You are making assumptions,
I think he's gonna get kicked out of here soon. Yeah, he gets kicked soon. Like
about
the
my
debate
life,
doesn't go on much longer.
My diet, based on absolutely no ability to make.
Sunshine's supposed to be an insult. No, sunshine is like a establishing dominance.
Any such assertions whatsoever. You are
sort of like when I put the goats in their pen or whatever. Like the big goats are gonna like buck the little goats out of the way just for the hell of it. It's just like, you know, that's kind of what's going on here. Right now, Bart K is big goating Resident Raw.
Casting aspersions about my appearance, which I think is pretty funny coming from you.
Fucking goat.
Frankly,
me,
but that's
I'm
for another day.
beautiful. Look at me.
Excuse me. We've covered this.
I'm beautiful.
We have covered this. You speak when I'm done.
Sure. Has to make up for his height.
All right. And
make you happy.
You are behaving in a fashion as to paint yourself out to have some kind of knowledge, which you do not have, some kind of understanding, theoretically, of a area which you do not have any training, experience, or understanding of. You've made a bunch of ridiculous, fallacious, demonstrably incorrect statements.
Bart
in
FaceIQ
fact,
should beat up for an IRL. Yes.
you've made a fool of yourself.
You ain't got nothing better to do.
And you've been exceptionally rude and disrespectful to someone who is your elder and vastly better in terms
your elder
of
and
the subject
vastly
material that we're
better.
talking about. You have not covered yourself in glory. I've played the part. I've played the actor.
He's talking to him like he's
I've
his
sworn
dad.
at you. I've yelled at you like I said I would if you behave as stupidly as Richard Burgess did.
You
I
beard
did
mog
warn you.
both of them to oblivion.
And your behaviour has been worse
Beard
than
mog.
Richard Burgess, in fact.
Really?
Yes, really.
It's pretty crazy.
Because at the end of the day, if you understand how poor Richard Burgess's behaviour is, and then you behave in exactly the same fashion, what does that make you? Now you may speak.
I do not behave anything like Richard Burgess at all.
There it
And
is
let me
right
ask
there.
you
There it
one
is
more
right there.
time. Why do you say you're carnivore for 9 years if you say you're not? You say this on your YouTube channel. This is how I know you've been 9 years carnivore, because in your pulse
Define
out
carnivore.
one of your videos. It's
You
what
don't know
say.
dick
You're the
about
one that
fuck.
says
You
you're
don't know
carnivore.
dick about fuck, Sunshine. Define
I don't
carnivore.
know dick about fuck. I don't. That's crazy,
right.
dude. That's crazy.
That is not crazy. Define. I mean, you can't even define the word arrogant.
Arrogant is you. If you
No, it
like
isn't.
this behavior,
No, it isn't.
that's
No,
you.
by
Bro. They like never get back on track. I swear, for like the last 15 minutes, they're just spitting at each other. It is so funny, man.
Definition, arrogant is not
so
me.
Good.
By absolute demonstrable definition, I am
This
not
guy
arrogant.
is psychotic.
The problem here is you do not even know what the definition of arrogance
crazy,
is.
dirty
Now let's get to the definition of carnivore, because that's one you'll probably get wrong too.
I don't even want to think about that.
You know, people have different meanings for carnivore, but generally carnivore, hypercarnivore is an animal that consumes, I forget what the number is, but I believe it's 80% or more of their nutrition from meat. Correct.
All right.
Oh my gosh. You're sitting there.
You said that's one definition that's used, and you're correct.
This
That is
was
one
so,
definition that's
like,
used. By that definition,
so dramatic.
I am a carnivore and have been for a number of
debate.
years.
However, that is not the definition I use, because when I think of a carnivore diet,
I don't give two fucks what your definition is.
Like, okay, Leo might be saying some stupid things, but also, like, Bart K has no intention of ever trying to get anything back on track. It's just like, he just constantly is like kicking him in the nuts, like every time he can. It's crazy. Like, what an insane video. I don't give two fucks. He like gave up. He's just like, fuck this guy. Oh my gosh.
I think it's 100% meat, because you see
I don't
people
give
say,
two fucks
I'm on the
what you
carnivore
think.
diet and they eat cheese and they drink milk. They're not carnivore.
I don't care what you think. Your opinion is uninformed, completely untrained,
I mean, it's
ignorant,
definitely
and
informed
it's actually you, Sunshine, that's exhibiting incredible arrogance by the correct definition.
Back to the arrogance. See, they never get away from this. They never get away.
Of the word arrogant.
Absolutely
Your
not.
arrogance is unbelievable.
Time.
Screaming has nothing to do with arrogance. You will not find the word screaming in the definition of arrogance, and I do not scream sunshine.
You've been screaming for a very long time.
No, I have not. False.
I mean, they're both, you know, they both have their flaws in
Absolute
this
fucking
debate.
garbage. No, I haven't.
Let's just go back to this. Why are you unable to follow the perfect diet? The best diet?
Again, I am able to if I choose to. I don't.
Why don't you choose to?
Because I'm a hedonist and a flawed human being.
We all are, and I don't cheat on my diet.
So what?
Why would you preach something you don't practice? You realize that's malpractice. That's dangerous. It's dangerous.
No, that's
to
absolute
preach something you
nonsense.
don't do.
What I do in
That's
my own
absolutely
life
true.
has nothing. Excuse me, Sunshine.
It
What I
has
do in my
everything to do
own.
with it.
Excuse me.
It
What I
has
do in
everything
my
to do
own.
with it.
Right, you're out of here. Fuck off. What I do in my own time has nothing whatsoever to do with what is ideal for any given living human being, does it? Not a damn thing. It's quite clear that this boy is yet another.
Excuse me! Oh, boy. That's funny. I mean, this was just a shit show from, like, both of them, you know? One, Resident Raw was not prepared to really debate. And two, Bart K was just freaking out. Oh my gosh. That's crazy, man. It was a total shit show. Like, I just want a serious, actual good debate. You know, why do we have to turn it into a shit show? I don't understand. Yeah, there's no prep whatsoever. Like, I don't get it, man. Like, you think for people whose like, you know, main business is selling health consultations, like, maybe you want to be a little bit more informed and actually do something informational. You know, my channel is kind of funny. It's not, you know, I'm not trying to give consultations or be like a health guru or whatever. I just, you know, eat the food or whatever. But like, holy cow. Like, don't you feel like the burden of responsibility to be a bit more professional, you know? That was crazy. That whole thing was just crazy, ridiculous. Commenting on people's looks and saying, "Oh, you look like this, so you're not healthy. You didn't look like Augenus, bro." I mean, gosh, guys, what are we doing? What the heck? What the heck? Like, genuinely, like, this kind of low-key inspires me to want to become well educated in like the science behind all of this, because I think it'd be cool to have actually good debates with people, you know? Like, holy cow. Holy. Blind leading the blind. Yeah. Freaking insane. Kat wanted to watch me eating testicles, so I guess we can watch me eating testicles. Where is the testicles video? It's kind of a long time ago. That was freaking forever ago. Roby watching himself. This is a cat. This is what cat wants. Prigga do what cat want, okay? Let's watch primalism watching primalism. Where's the testicles? Where's the testicles? I don't know where the testicles are. Guys, I don't see the testicles. Holy nostalgia. Look at that Prigga right here. Where am I eating balls? Bro. Oh, here it is. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it because my mic is in the way, like, legit. Here we go. I like gagged so much on this shit. Yeah, this is one of the classical music ones. It's kind of boring. I like had everything off the walls at this point in time. This looks like a psychopath. Why the classical music? I don't know. I was just trying something different. I thought it'd be funny. You look 20 then at 35 now. It's the beard and the hair. I mogged this twink. Serial killer. I don't know what I was going for here. To not feel like a total outcast. Little bro thinks he's Hannibal Lecter. Beard changes everything. Yes, it does. Like elongates your face and like, I don't know. It looks brutal. I don't know. Your past self mog. See, like it's like 50-50. Some people are like, you mog now, and some people are like, I mogged then. I really hated testicles at this time. I'm like, this is gross. Twink death. The glasses make you look a decade older with the beard. Yeah, dude, I like age a ton with this look. I look like a Discord mod. I know. Oh, thank you for the donation, Cat. You said this video is nuts. This video is ridiculous. I'm gonna drop a like. The ice truck killer from Dexter. I've heard that before. Your current self and past self are different demographics of girls, I would say. Oh yeah. Prigga is out, fearless leader. Our fearless leader. Should I speed it up? It is kind of long. This format didn't work out too well, really. Speed. There we go, a little faster. Guys, come on, Prigga don't need that much money. You said no? You want to watch the whole thing? Long style? Cat wants it long style? What? My brain is kind of cooked. I watched almost everything in 2x. Hold down the space. Is he gonna go 4 times now? No. This dude eats raw balls, boy. Bro, after the goat made him break his elbow. Using a fork. Yeah. This is so funny to watch, brother. This could be a porn category. Was the goat male or void? That's a good. I think it was a boy. I think it was a boy goat. Oh yeah, I ate the whole testicle. The thing is, after this video though, when I ate these testicles, like, I started to acquire a taste for testicles, and it became easier to eat them. It's, you know, like, you gotta force yourself to eat it, like, the raw meat at first, but, like, then, like, you actually start to like it. 4 is a lot in one sitting, yes. That was a lot of balls. That's the truth, Ben. First person in the bloodline to say that? Probably. This boosts my libido. I don't remember. Should've. I think you just felt normal. Like you just ate like spaghetti, you know? Like no big difference. Raw kidneys on a hill. Oh yeah, there's that one too. People would pay huge amounts of money if you did that to them. You're right, that's freaky. Does this raise your testosterone? I think people think so. I'm just cutting the balls up for some more eating. Sucking on the honey like a tit. Back? No. No, I haven't. Testicles taste like seafood. Yes, sort of. Yeah, this was from Frankie's. It's a big mound of butter and testicles. It was all from Frank's. I miss that desk. My standing desk. Yeah, testicles, the skin on the outside is super chewy. That one's like pure skin right there. So it's like really chewy and kind of gross. You don't get how I'm single? Why? You never eat the skin part. Yeah, a lot of people don't. They just do the inside. Hard to find them that aren't frozen. Not sure how much that matters. Well, if you subscribe to the autogenous stuff, then like it loses 70% of its nutrients. Oh yeah, there's no hair on them. It's like the inner sac. It's not like the outer sac skin, you know? 80%. 80% useless. Throw it away. That was pretty good. Testicles, man. Testicles. What do we got going on the YouTubes today? The homepage. Oh, Scott Hall talked to Rom again. There's this guy who got 10 facial surgeries. I quit caffeine for 90 days. There's a maniac on the loose. My arm is going to explode. These screws are crazy. I've had some from Frankie's that had hair follicles on them still. What? Oh, so you said it's not really the skin, it's the membrane. Yeah, it's like the membrane around the juicy testicle part. He did the experiments on the mice, though, with the frozen and the fresh butter. I don't think those are very good experiments, unfortunately. Like, I don't think, like if you're looking at it from, like, a scientific perspective, like, they actually are worth anything or prove anything. Chess Elo reveal? Chess.com? It's like freaking 1350 rapid. Resident Raws reply to Rom. I have the link. Oh, do you have the link? Sure. We can do that. Go ahead and send it. We'll do it as long as I can. My arm is starting to feel insane. My arm feels freaking crazy right now. But if you got the link, send it for sure. I don't know if you can actually send it in chat, though. Is it on YouTube? What's the video title? Is there a video title for it? Can you make another Discord server? I don't know. Pretty good. When did you learn how to play at high school? You said, I think Resident Rice have less subscribers than you, right? Or no? Yeah, that was right for a short period of time. His channel blew up. I'm just sitting here grinding like a freaking $5 hooker. Oh, you sent it. So do I like copy and paste that, or how exactly do we do that, my friend? Gotta mute this tab real quick so we don't. Streamception. I'm trying to find it. Oh, I see. You just copy and paste that /wash part. Okay. Oh, it says 404 not found. Did I do it wrong? I must have done it wrong. It's unlisted. Remove the slash. 2 slashes. Oh, I accidentally did 2 slashes, what you're saying? Ah, there we go. It worked. Thank you. So you love my content. Hope I keep doing live streams. I definitely will. You're a webcam girl. I kind of am a webcam girl. Just a boy. Webcam boy. I don't get naked. So I don't know why you're here. Animal-based Discord? I might. I had one in the past. Exposing Rom, a dangerous cybercriminal, has been defaming and stalking me. 30 minutes? For enough jewels, you will. Maybe. Let's watch.
And the drama that is going on in the Primal Diet community, I need you to watch the entire video. I'm also going to be attaching a written version of this video alongside it in case you want to read instead of watch. However, I highly encourage you watch this entire video to understand the full story. Now, while this is going to be a very in-depth video, I'm going to quickly summarize everything I'm going to go over in this video. There is a very dangerous and malicious individual that goes by the name of Ron.
Holy! Oh my god. Now Okay, sorry.
resides in France. Rom has falsely accused me and at least a dozen other individuals of being scammers and criminals, which are all things that
Prigga,
Rom
if
himself
he
is
didn't
guilty
look,
of. Rom has committed multiple different online crimes, the worst of
That
which
was
being
me.
doxing.
That was me,
He has also
thick.
scammed people who have ordered cheese from him on Telegram, and
Boy.
he is also a serial online harasser. To make this very clear, ever since I started my YouTube channel, I have not scammed one single person, and everyone that I am associated with has not committed one crime.
primal
This is
build.
all false
Holy
allegations
cow.
made by an actual dangerous criminal. Now, I'm going to be putting timestamps up on the screen in case you want to skip around in this video so you can see the
That's
evidence
Prigga
against
1 year
Rom
later.
and me proving that I have done absolutely nothing
That's me if my
wrong.
elbow
now, let
never
me tell you more
heals.
about Rom. The first thing you need to know about Rom is that he is active on multiple different social medias, and he has multiple different accounts
Yeah.
on every single social media. He also has secret accounts on these social medias where he pretends as if he is someone else other than himself. He is most active on
is a war
Telegram, but he
criminal.
also uses Instagram and Twitter. If you know anything about Telegram, you know it is the #1 hotspot on the surface web for criminal activity. The creators and the people behind Telegram have constantly been in trouble with different federal governments for allowing criminal activity on their platform. The reason why criminal activity is so rampant on Telegram is because its creators do not moderate Telegram. They willingly allow this criminal activity go on because it is how they make money. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this is because Rom's favorite social media and the one that he uses to contact his accomplices
guys love the
is
primal
Telegram, and this
drama.
is where he has committed multiple different online crimes. Here are some of the social media accounts that I know belong to Rom, the most important of which being his Telegram. His main Telegram recently got deleted, which is actually a good thing for him because it got rid of tons of evidence of his criminal activity. However, I have screenshots from his Telegram group before it got deleted. Rom has repeatedly doxed multiple different people, and here is evidence on screen.
love drama.
He actually attempted to dox me. Here is evidence of him speaking with his accomplice, where he even says that he deleted evidence. Very clearly in the chat, he says that he deleted something. What Rom and his accomplice managed to do is get my Telegram
Why did
phone
he
number. I
unlist
do
it?
have a Telegram account, however, I do not use Telegram. I simply joined his group very long time ago because I wanted to promote my YouTube channel. I had no idea it belonged to Rom. And let me make something very clear. I have been on the Primal Diet almost 5 years, and I have been active in the Primal Diet communities online for about 4 years. I had no idea who Rom was up until about a year ago. So somebody told me about these nutrition-based Telegram groups, and I joined to advertise my YouTube channel. Now,
Backlash
this is
from
where
his
I first
audience?
learned about Rom because I posted my YouTube videos in his channel, and a now deleted account.
Wait, let's check the comment section. Big news for the unemployed. Jesus, what a build. This is very true. Huh. Interesting.
That I unfortunately do not have screenshots for, messaged
Deletes a
me
lot.
and warned me about Rom. He actually told me something along the lines of, "Are you crazy? Why are you posting this on his group? Don't you know who Rom is? He's going to harass and attack you." Now, Rom is very good with computers, which is how he manages to make all these websites, quote unquote, exposing me and other different people. If you actually read these websites, you see that they're the biggest nothing burgers ever, and they're just schizophrenic ramblings, but I'll explain that later. Now, the reason why I say he's good with computers is because somehow he managed to get my Telegram phone number. Thankfully, I did not use my real phone number. If you are unaware, if someone has your real phone number, they can use it to find your full name, your home address, and they can even use it to find information.
You guys saying Rom looks like me. He
Had I
kind
used
of
my
does.
real
You're
phone number
right.
on Telegram, he would have doxed me, and I would probably be getting swatted on a daily basis. And as you know, swatting is a crime, and people have died after being swatted before. So that probably
True.
would have been my fate had I used my real phone number.
Wait,
So Rom
that probably would have been my fate. That's a little dramatic. Saying that you would have died.
has in-depth knowledge of computers, and he uses this to his advantage to commit his cyber crimes. This is how he doxes people. He figures out different ways to find their personal information, and he doxes them. Now, in this video, I'm not going to be telling you the people he doxed in order to protect their privacy. Now, one thing you need to know about Rom is that he is mentally unwell and extremely mentally unstable. However, some of his recent behavior has almost made me think that he might be an agent provocateur sent by a higher up to destroy the primal community, because he He is attempting to starve out the primal community and prevent the primal community from meeting in real life and organizing, which is exactly what somebody who was sent to destroy the primal community would do. They would prevent us from organizing and they would attempt to starve us out. And what I mean by attempting to starve us out is that Rom messages raw dairy providers in America and tells them not to sell to people that he doesn't like. Here's some screenshots of him messaging these raw dairy providers and telling them not to sell to people that he doesn't like. Rom is literally trying to starve primal dieters from primal diet approved foods. This is something I literally would not.
Rom is literally starving primal dieters. That's crazy. This is so dramatic, man. Chud Raw Meat Chungus exposes me. He is a Chud Raw Meat Chungus. Holy cow, that was a crazy picture. I was so close to die. Yeah. He's a Mossad agent. You're gonna starve. Rom's taking away your milk.
Not do on my worst enemy. I wouldn't even do it to him. This is pure evil, and it makes me think that Rom has some kind of special interest to stop this.
Both dramatic.
Because what kind of an individual who cares for the primal community stops primal dieters from getting the food they need? It's absolutely insane. Now, before we continue, I want to address why I didn't make this video sooner. And the reason why is because, quite frankly, I never cared what Rom was saying about me. Because all the people that trust me and that know me personally have read that website, and they all know it's a load of BS. However, Rom has recently been harassing the family members of people I know and has been preventing the organization of primal dieters. And for this reason, I feel the necessity to speak out about this because I'm seeing people that I love be abused.
Bro.
The main person I'm thinking of—
Rom's trying to get people off the diet so he can fucking eat. Holy cow.
Individual who gave me permission to speak on their behalf is Sam Schulte. I did an interview with Sam Schulte. He's been on the primal diet for over 20 years. He was a client of Augenus, and
I've actually met this Sam guy. I went to Primal Potluck. Scott Hall organized. I met Sam, I think. Sam was a very kind, polite guy. He's cool. It was many years ago.
He spent time with Augenus shortly before he passed away. Sam Schulte has been constantly harassed by Rom, and Rom even went out of his way to message Sam Schulte's wife.
What was that like?
Rom started harassing Sam Schulte's wife, who has absolutely nothing to do with the primal community. I spoke to Sam about this on the phone, and he was extremely upset about this. And the thing is that Sam is a very kind individual, and he attempts to help Rom. He messages Rom, and he tells Rom, do the diet properly. It's going to help you. He tries to reason with Rom, but Rom takes things he says out of context, twists his character, harasses his family, harasses the company that Sam works for. Rom even sent one of his accomplices to Sam Schulte's home because Sam very often hosts these primal diet potlucks.
Nice.
This is exactly what I was saying earlier. Rom prevents the organization of primal dieters. Anytime a primal dieter tries to get together with another primal dieter, Rom has something to say about it, and he tries to prevent their organization. This is the actions of somebody who cares nothing for the primal community other than destroying it. Now, there is another reason.
What is the evidence? What is the evidence? That's what I'm curious to see. You know, there's like all these accusations, but is there evidence for that? That's what I want. Okay.
Why it took me so long to address Rom. And for that, I would like to share a quote with you. Once you see that the opposing side is schizophrenic or has any other type of mental illness, seize all attempts to debate them and ignore them. If you complain that a schizophrenic does not believe you when you tell them the sky is blue,
is that you in the Twitter
people will
post?
laugh
What
at
Twitter
you,
post?
not the schizophrenic. Now, the reason why I share this quote to you is because it perfectly encapsulates why I did not respond to Rom. Because after interacting with him, I realized that he is completely insane. He is not mentally well whatsoever. And if you try to reason with a schizophrenic, you are the fool, not the schizophrenic. Now, when somebody is completely out of their mind insane, like Rom is, there is no reasoning with these people. The best thing to do is ignore. And that's what I was going to continue doing. However, as I mentioned before, it has gotten to the point where there is collateral damage and Rom is harassing people that I love. And if it wasn't for me caring about my security and keeping up my privacy, Rom would most definitely be harassing my family or doing something worse. Because multiple people that have been victims of Rom's abuse have received letters in the mail sent by Rom where he's accusing them of being a criminal, accusing them of this or that. Here is one example of a...
Oh, I actually knew who this girl was. I used to have Instagram several years ago. I don't know anything about her. I recognize that name though. She said, yesterday my parents received a letter trying to tie me to misdeeds from random people on the internet. Seems like the same person that has been harassing others in the primal community. I don't know. This is weird.
Letter that Rom sent to a woman's home. As I mentioned before, Rom is a serial doxer. Another thing he likes to do is he likes to send letters to people's employers. He sent a letter to this woman's employer, and he sent a variety of different letters to other people's employers. And you know, another thing to add on to this, and a big reason why I'm starting to believe that Rom is genuinely special interest funded to destroy the primal community, is that this dude spends all day on the computer finding ways to harass and defame me and all the other people that I love. One thing he likes to do is go through my Instagram and TikTok followers list and message the thousands of people that follow me and send them paragraphs about how I'm a dangerous criminal and an accomplice to these criminal organizations and all this other nonsense. And if you receive a random message like that that's well written and is multiple paragraphs long, you might be inclined to believe it. I'm telling you right now, Rom does nothing all day but sit at the computer messaging people about me, talking to people about me, finding new ways to defame me, expanding his website with new character assassinations. Well, he'll post a photo of me and he'll be like, look into Leo's eyes. You can tell he's hiding something. This all leads me to believe that he has to be getting paid by someone, because another thing is he spends hundreds of euros, hundreds of his own money on these things. You know, he has to pay for the upkeeps of his website, and he spends hundreds of euros on advertisements, Instagram advertisements, to promote this nonsense. Like, listen, Rom, I'm flattered, but do me a favor and take it out of your mouth. All 8 inches. Take it all out of your mouth, please. There's so many other things I can say about Rom, but some of these things I don't have concrete evidence for. And look, unlike...
Rom isn't hung, but I am. Okay? So fuck Rom.
Rom, I provide concrete evidence for all of my claims. And even though I know Rom...
Prove that you're 8 inches. No, I'm just kidding.
is a despicable, evil individual. I'm not going to make claims about him without 100% concrete evidence.
That's crazy.
So now is probably a good time to address the claims he's made about me and the Primal Planets organization. First, I'm going to be speaking about me. Raw made a website about me, residentraw.com, that is a character assassination by definition. It is a hit piece meant to destroy my credibility and increase his credibility. In this website, he constantly repeats the words scammer, criminal, accomplice, all this. He calls me a scammer without providing any evidence for it whatsoever. He just constantly repeats the word to get you to believe it. Because as you know, a very famous person once said, if you tell a big lie enough times, eventually people will believe this lie. Let me clear up the scammer accusation right now. I sell 2 products. I sell a $19 a month subscription to my private community.
Yeah.
In this private community, you get a host of different benefits that I'm not going to mention because it's going to sound like I am selling you my private community. I'm not here to advertise my product, unlike him, because if you go to the expose website he made about me, he plasters his name everywhere because he is advertising his own product. Now, other than the $19 a month subscription to my private community...
Yeah, he did say something about the Cirque scar. You are not even on the primal diet, bro. Who? And, wait. On the basis of who in regards to what? Wait, no, what did he say? On the basis of what? I don't know. When, where, how, and why? I'm on opiates. Aw, thank you, Shen. Thank you. 160 yen? Heck yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's go. I wonder why every primal dieter has a school community savior complex. I mean, you know, people are just trying to pay their bills, I guess. Yeah, somebody said it's better than a job. I mean, I've started to think, like, I want to learn more about, like, my initial thought was, like, carnivore, but, maybe just, like, the science behind animal-based and stuff, and I think it'd be cool if, like, I could understand it well enough to the point where I could also, you know, teach people. But, yeah, it's not inherently a bad thing, you know. It's a simple way to monetize your social medias, basically. Just spam old FaceIQ and Goeke. Oh yeah, just like watch it. We need a Discord server. I had one, but I deleted it. I deleted it.
The only other product I sell is a video call consultation for $30. Now, this $30 consultation I offer is an hour, and we usually go over an hour. It's usually an hour and 15 minutes because at the end of the day, I'm here to help people. And if people need an extra 15 minutes to have their questions answered, I will stay an extra 15 minutes. In these consultations, I answer people's questions about the diet, and very often people that consult with me are...
There's a guy named Rock Colby, and he calling Leo a scammer and started his own business. Colby. Prigga, did you see that post Rom made with you in it? You talking about the one from years ago? Did he make a new one? I couldn't care less. Yeah, there's like years ago, they had it out for me. You linked it above. I don't think I can see the link. The link didn't go through. So I'm assuming it's one from a long time ago. Dude, I'm on too many opiates, bro. I don't even care if people post negatively about me. FaceIQ is a millionaire, but probably not Desi millionaire. If FaceIQ didn't make so much money at such a young age, he would be a lot more liked. Yeah, people probably just hate on him for that a lot. Carnivore stories they don't want you to hear.
People that cannot get their questions answered by reading Augenis's work. For example, people that need a certain surgery done and need my opinion on it. And nowadays, as part of this consultation, I offer a free complimentary iridology reading where I look at your iris and I tell you what I know. Now, I'm no iridologist expert just yet, which is why I give these iridology readings for free as part of a consultation. I do know some things about iridology as I've met people that have known Augenis in real life and taught me some of his techniques.
Bro,
so I'll look at people's irises and tell them what I know. This is a very valid thing to sell, and there's a reason why I have customers, because people are interested in getting these consultations done. That's all I sell, a $19 a month subscription and consultations for $30. Do you want to know what Rom sells? Rom on his website sells a $200 email consultation where you email him a list of questions and he emails you back with the responses. That is a scam if I've ever seen a scam before. Whatever questions you might send to Rom, you can get answered by looking them up on augenis.net or even going on ChatGPT and telling ChatGPT to answer these questions while using Augenis's information. I'm not a fan of AI whatsoever or using AI to get primal diet knowledge. However, you can still do these things. And he offers this.
You said I was trying to link the Twitter link to the post Rom made with old Prigga. I couldn't care less, to be honest, dude.
For $200. It's mental insanity. He calls me a scammer for selling a $19 a month subscription where you get all these benefits. You're able to talk to me one-on-one. You're able to join these group calls that I do multiple of each week. You get access to my YouTube videos early. You get access to a variety of different courses. You get access to information that I cannot talk about on YouTube without getting banned. And you get to support me as a creator. And he calls me a scammer for selling that. The reason why Rom attacks me for this and calls me a scammer for this is because I offer a superior product at a significantly cheaper price than him. I am undercutting him like crazy and offering a superior product. This is literally why he goes after me and calls me a scammer. And I know I sound like I'm advertising my products, but I'm just being completely transparent and honest here so you understand the situation. He also even makes up these stories that I've seen him post on his Instagram story about me scamming somebody out of like $100 for a consultation. I have never in my life charged more than $30 for a consultation. That price is open to change, but at the moment, the time that I'm recording this video, I have never charged more than $30 for a consultation. It's funny he calls me a scammer and he never provides any evidence of it whatsoever. There is not one single person that he can verifiably prove without a shadow of a reasonable doubt purchased one of my products and didn't receive what they wanted. Now, another thing that Rom likes to defame me with is a voice message that I sent to another Primal Diet creator. Rom likes to pass this message around and even put it at the top of his website, so it's one of the first things you see. And I think it's absolutely hilarious that he thinks this is any evidence of wrongdoing, because I am not ashamed of this voice message whatsoever. I feel so little shame about this voice message that I'm going to play it so you can hear it, because there is absolutely nothing wrong with this voice message. And I'm going to explain the story behind this voice message right after you hear it. Here's the clip.
Listen, it's okay if you want to stay a slave, bro, but I'm not going to lie, like, you give out way too much free game. Like, listen, I understand we want to, we want to do this because we want to spread it to other people and we want to impact people's lives positively, but I'm not going to lie, bro.
He said, what is the non-biased story? Who knows, man? It's so all over the place. It's like, who even cares? It's like, it's ridiculous. What's even happening, you know? Like, two people spreading a bunch of freaking lies that Augenus made up, getting mad at each other. Like, it's actually freaking, like, clown world. It's clown world shit, dude. Like, I don't even know what to say. It just, like, makes you sick to your fucking stomach, you know? There's, like, so many better things you could focus on. It's weird, man. Unemployed behavior. It's beyond that, dude. Said basically both are liars, both sell courses, both think they follow the true primal diet, both claim to have the ultimate secret knowledge. I don't even know, man. Hi, Lucas, how you doing? Oof, it's especially hard to follow when you got two freaking screws in your arm. Let me tell you what, bro, it just makes you want to freaking, makes you want to scream, dude. Everyone believes to have the true holy grail. Yeah. Especially with this primal stuff, man. It's such a shit show. Such a shit show. Oh, there was one more video that somebody had asked me to respond to, and that was the Solar Youth goodbye video. That could be interesting. I know this is a hot topic. Wait, did he delete his channel? Oh, hey guys, his channel is gone. He deleted it. So he can't respond to that. Crazy, guys, you bullied him. He said he was going to. The Garthan is gone, too late. Dang. What else is going on in the primal sphere, guys? You guys can see my subscriptions. What else we got going on here? Any other primal news? Milk Jar's twin bro. You guys are probably like, why is he subscribed to Ebony Lover? That was somebody who used to watch my channel. Sometimes I'll subscribe to the people who watch me just to see what they do. Bro, we got Milk Jar's twin bro. Sub to Frank Tufano, who is Solar Youth. A lot of people say he made videos that are very similar to Gotus. Bro, this is Milk Jar's channel. You remember Ebony? Did Solar Youth get bullied context? I don't know, man. I think Resident Raw didn't like him, and there's a bunch of other people who didn't like him. A lot of people accused him of view botting or sub botting because he just grew out of nowhere and had like 20k subs. Oh, look at Oscarvore. That's a good one to look at. How's Mr. Oscarvore doing? We got Primal Bell, aka. Oh, these are good ones. Oh, wait. I got a good one for you guys. It's called Jail Cell. These are pretty funny. We could watch Vegan IQ. You guys want to watch some vegan IQ? Those are funny. This is really good. Debunking Sam Flanders lies against Luna/Diane. Vegan IQ. Oh gosh, vegan IQ is crazy. Brother. Watch Slugs. Shen, what is Slugs, bro? You miss Tiago Toledo, was always my favorite Primal influencer. Yeah, a lot of people liked him. He seemed like a pretty chill, pretty good guy from what I had seen. Which one should we watch? A vegan IQ. If you don't know, this is like a parody channel. It looks like most of you have probably seen it. It gets a ton of views. Go through the shorts. Oh, I didn't know he made shorts. All right, let's check it out.
We're going to be looking at Goate's new vegan diet. Let's check it out.
All right, guys, I've just become vegan and I feel amazing. Thank you, Vegan IQ, for inspiring me to start.
Oh, this just makes me so happy to hear, man. I just want to help people, you know. I'm glad I could change his life.
So I'm going to show you my diet.
Let's see it, man.
Vegan,
why is his nipples
there
like
is
that?
Food everywhere.
True.
Flowers are full of antioxidants, which are very healthy. Fiber is extremely essential and yummy. Grass is full of carbs, which you need a lot of. It's also very easy to digest. Get all the fiber you can. It's incredibly important. Thank you, Vegan IQ. I now understand the leafy green diet. I feel so amazing now.
Oh my god, this is what the diet can do for you. I'm so happy he's vegan now. Oh, this gets me emotional.
It's the most healthy food. Never leave out dirt. It's a great source of B12. Not that you need B12 though.
Completely right.
Some amazing filtered chocolate water from Africa.
Looks yummy. I would drink that.
Filtered chocolate water.
So good. Guys, this was
How did
such
he
a
put that in his
delicious
mouth?
recipe.
How did
Please
he-
subscribe to
He's,
Vegan
like, covered
IQ.
in
He saved my
water.
life.
Oh my god. I'm never gonna stop spreading the truth. We're gonna be looking at Goate's ugly, super ugly. This guy actually looks like he has a really good personality. He has a really good hairline considering he's, what, 50, 60, maybe 90?
50, 60,
He's got the hunter
90.
eyes going for him. I would be
Hunter
scared to look him in the
eyes.
eyes. I feel like he would just bend me over and dominate me. He has a beard, which is a sign of high testosterone, which you actually don't want. Ugly. Okay, this guy is actually really attractive. I'm kind of getting turned on by him. Wow, he is super sexy. There's actually been recent correlation study done by Dr. Hamza Ahmed showing that brown men are the most attractive out of any race. Okay, so I put this guy into my editing program because we can see he is too masculine. So we're just going to make some changes and make him look a little less like a misogynist. Yeah, looking better already. Just got to make the lips more kissable, fix the Cantal tilt.
More kissable.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. This is just kind of a rough idea of what he should look like. You can achieve this look with thumb pulling, zygotape, mewing, and most importantly, a diet high in calcium, which will be used to remodel your bones. Eat stuff
Beautiful.
like spinach and kale, watercress. Yeah, let me know what you think, guys. Would you sleep with him? Ugly.
This is ridiculous.
And I probably ate a little.
Don't care.
true
Oh my
Laura
god.
Craft
Oh my
fashion.
fucking god. You
We're
just
also
wasted the chicken's life, you old wrinkly fucking sagging bitch.
in the beginning.
Look at how bad her coordination
really
is.
well for us
This
in the
probably means she
beginning
has
because-
cancer from the meat. Fucking bitch.
Breakfast.
Look at how ugly she is.
No.
What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Happy New Year.
How could you do this? I need a moment. Okay, guys, I'll try to make it through the video.
Okay, I'm gonna finish my electrolytes.
Only
Chris
meat
got up
munchers need
really early.
electrolytes.
He always goes to the gym. Super
Gym is
early in the
super
morning.
healthy. That's
he came
good.
home and made me
Only
some
meat munchers need electrolytes.
Ugly. We're gonna
Wait,
be
how
looking
do I
at
go
Goate's
back?
new vegan diet.
So annoying. I could have just clicked on his name. The alcohol. Oh, it looks like I've seen it. It's pretty funny.
All right, what's up, my niggas? So I'm gonna be talking about how alcohol, despite popular belief,
Oh,
is
you
an
got
actual
me.
superfood. Big Meat has sold you a lie. Alcohol is 100% vegan. It's literally just water and fermented grains. How could that be bad? Literally, bro. Like, it's just common sense. When I was doing hard crack and meth, I felt so good, but I got arrested. I had to switch substances ASAP. Alcohol was literally calling me. My body wanted it. Your body tells you exactly what it needs. When I'm high on alcohol,
I just feel so free.
Have you already watched them? I have watched some of them, yeah. Yeah, I've watched these three. Frost, I Love Leafy Greens. It's pretty good stuff. This is a song, actually. When I remember.
Leafy greens, they're so good for me. They're more than food to me, they're so good to eat. Wake up in the morning, grab a bunch of kale. Spinach in my breakfast bowl, I'm never gonna fail. Sailing the world day by day. Give me greens, hold the beans, I need the protein. It's gonna make me toxic, I wanna kill the meat eaters. You tryna eat my meat, baby, no that ain't vegan. It ain't vegan. I don't even care about the animals, it's for the health really. I'm trying to make you vegan, but you ain't there with me. If you don't wanna eat these leaves, I'm gonna kill you, nigga.
What? Gonna kill you. Oh my god. Bro, what was that? If you don't eat them, I'm gonna kill you. Okay.
I'm gonna kill you, nigga.
Dang, FaceIQ has some explaining to do, man. This is not right. It's wrong. It's racist. I get that it's art, but it's like racist art, dude. You gotta chill out. It's anti-Semitic and he hates black people. Oh my god.
You tryna eat my meat, baby, no that ain't vegan. That ain't vegan. No, it ain't vegan. No, it ain't vegan.
Fucking beautiful. I don't know why you need to listen to anything else. That's the song of the year, to be honest. That's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. What else do I subscribe to? Kathy Raymond. Who the heck is Kathy Raymond? I subscribe to Kat. Let's watch, I was gonna say this Jail Cell. Jail Cell is pretty good. If you guys haven't seen this, yeah, we could just do this one. Tough Guy Messiah Complex. I think I've seen that clearly. That was a very long 1 minute and 36 seconds, I agree.
He would have zero chance against me in a fight, and I mean literally zero. It would be literally impossible. I would bet everything that I have that I would win every fight I could ever possibly have with him 1,000,000 times over. Of course, naturally, there would only be one fight that I would have against him. Against me, he wouldn't last for more than a minute.
He just hit me several times.
Yeah, he would be on his knees begging. He would be on his knees begging. He would be on his knees begging within a minute. 100%, I guarantee it. I would actually do it. Against me, he wouldn't last for more than a minute. Yeah, he would be on his knees begging within a minute. 100%, I guarantee it. I would actually do it. I know that he would be afraid to do it, but if he would... And there's no way that he would do it. Because he knows that he has no chance. He would never get to touch me. That's the reality. I mean, that's how weak these people are. Pathetic. Really pathetic. Disgusting.
You know what I mean? Like this kind of thing. You know, like moving in and out.
Make it look so easy. Bro,
Nothing is happening to the bag. You're just doing nothing. That alone proves everything. Think about it. How can you punch and kick, strike a bag and nothing happens to it because you're doing no damage?
That's a pretty funny argument. Anyways, these are pretty funny to watch sometimes. Anything else going on in the community lately, guys? What's happening? What's the tea, guys? FaceIQ, Resident Raw, Bart K, React to Drake 20v1. We're getting crazy now. Watch Sam Hyde Irish Persona interview. Solar Youth. I was Smokey J. I was trying to watch Solar Youth, but the problem is that he deleted his channel already, so I can't. See, he's gone. Where's the debate I joined for, or did I miss it? It's at the beginning. If you want to rewatch it, it's at the very beginning. Yeah, we went through a few different videos. The Candyman. Dan Quinn. Never heard of Dan Quinn. Are you fucking with me? Everybody wants me to watch The Candyman. What's up with the rabies positive short? Can you tell the story or bait? Oh, it's just a joke. You know, there's like the idea of crackhead maxing or whatever. Basically, it's like the idea that a homeless person is going to be healthier than somebody who tries to eat as healthy as possible, you know, because he's like getting tons of sunlight. It's just a joke. Dan Quinn stevia, life-changing. Wait. You really think I want to hear about freaking stevia? Yo, what is this? Dan Quinn proved that stevia plus weed equals unlimited endurance. Why are you subscribed to Aesthetics Waiting? I kind of liked him for a bit. I don't really watch the new stuff. I don't know. So I look at this picture and it looks so goofy sometimes. That face that he's making, trying so hard. New rehab room. Might be time to hop on some game. And I would, but I don't know if I'm feeling it, man. My arm is freaking killing me. Like, it's genuinely really getting to me now. I mean, it's been the same for a while. It hasn't really gotten worse after a certain period of time. You watch Aesthetics Waiting sometime? Yeah, I do. He makes some good points that I tend to remember. Like, I like where he talks about how people rate him higher when he doesn't talk about the fact that he looks maxed, or they'll say that he looked good when he posts like a before and after, and it's like he uses the before to be the after, and he like switches it, and then people are like, oh, he looks really good. He makes some good points. You broke your elbow once, and it's the only bone you've ever broken. Same. This is the only bone I've ever broken. Did doctors say you could game with that hand? Well, yes, but I'm still in a lot of pain. Elbow surgeries are some of the most painful surgeries that you can get, from what I have researched. Screws in the bone, you know, it's pretty freaking intense. You broke your elbow. Everybody broke their... Dude, elbow breaking is freaking common. Like 9 years ago. Did it suck? I like the fact he said he is a dirtbag and doesn't care if girls wear makeup. Aesthetics Waiting. Why not name yourself Prigga Hater 271 or something? Oh, you're talking about Hater, yeah. According to Hater, he says that he's been banned out of a lot of chats, but I've never banned him before. Breaking elbows are such a beta behavior. What can I say, dude? I'm just the fucking beta male. Just a beta male. We could react to Chucky. or Loisan, Nero, Daniel. Spherage Goatus parody videos. I'm subscribed to a ton of channels on this account. Harland Highway Podcast is hilarious. Nozgov is crazy. I like his music. I don't know. Can you watch somebody's music without getting like some kind of copyright claim? You'd probably get copyright claimed. I kind of liked his music. I don't really listen to it though anymore. Let's watch some tough edits. Naming which video request I watch. Okay, Shen, give me a video request. You deserve it. You did donate. When you donate, you should request something. That way I'll do it like right away. Sorry, dude, I'm under the influence, okay? I got screws in my freaking arm. You'll get striked. Yeah, I figure I'll probably get striked if I do that. Probably avoid that. Come on, Shen, hurry up. Edits aren't natural. Lies. Autogenous edits are crazy natural. The carnivore stories they don't want you to hear. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of scared what this is going to be. Start tapping with one hand. This one here, I think you said Dr. Matthew Nagara. So this guy, I'm assuming. I'm glad you acknowledged me, Primal Days. Okay, let's see this short.
Carnivore stories they won't tell you about. And by they, I mean those who promote the diet. This person had nerve pain all over their body due to vitamin B6 toxicity. Here we have two people who likely developed xanthelasmas, which are cholesterol deposits around the eyes. This person's kidney function dropped to a level that's consistent with stage 3A
I can't believe you want to watch this, Shen.
Here are two people whose blood glucose levels rose to a range that's consistent with prediabetes or diabetes. And this person is reporting breast tissue growth with very high estrogen levels and low testosterone.
I almost called you Bean.
And this is similar to what we saw on Sean Baker's blood tests, where he had low testosterone and high blood glucose. And to be clear, these are comments from just one video. If you spend so much as 5 minutes looking through the carnivore Facebook or Reddit pages, you'll see many more. But most people won't see these because the large carnivore pages aren't going to share them. But to be clear, I don't view anecdotes as high quality evidence of cause and effect, whether positive or negative. But many carnivore advocates point to positive anecdotes to support their diet, which is why it's a double standard to ignore the negatives.
True. Good point. That's a good point. Watch Primalism edits. Those are probably on TikTok, right? Somebody asked me, thoughts on starch YouTubers for people who are active? Well, it's hard for me to personally give you a recommendation for that because I'm not like an active, sporty kind of guy. But I don't think that it would be bad. I think that definitely experiment with it. Like try some potatoes for a while and see how it goes. But again, I'm no expert. A lot of people would probably tell you not to do that. That was really informative, Shen. I appreciate you. Thank you. I mean, he came to a good conclusion, I guess. This is the danger of no fruit primal. You're right. You're right. Eating tubers are natural. Frank Tufano, I've been saying this for a long time. Once your arm is healed, are you going to go back to working on the goat farm? Dude, I don't know. Honestly, I might just do streaming like full time and just stay here at my dad's house until they kick me out. Streaming and making YouTube videos. Mainly streaming, I think. Seriously. And then maybe do woofing if I get kicked out. This is fun. I'm not working with animals, but it's still fun. Raw meat in Dark Souls, actually legendary. Oh, thank you. It's not going to be intuitive. Why would I, natural human, the abundant food, eat a tuber? Yeah, let's go back. Binwood for the unemployed. Then you need to consider streaming on Twitch. Yeah, I think I might start multi-streaming because one of the cool things about Twitch that I've seen is don't people get like one free subscription per month? So like they don't pay anything if they have like Amazon Prime, and then they could subscribe to you, and then so that's pretty cool. I wish they did something like that on YouTube. But YouTube's, you know, seems to be working out for me pretty well. Generous donators, and yeah, that's basically what keeps this going. Just donations, really, because the ad revenue isn't much. Twitch Prime, something like that. Yeah, what I'll probably start doing is trying to grow a Twitch presence too. Prime subscribers are worth less than regular. Ah, true, true. Any other suggestions for like a video I should watch tonight? I'm pushing through this pain. Rehab room. His videos are long though. Right? Women scare me. Lindsay Clancy? Does it say it in the title? I can't really see. Yeah, it's Women Scare Me. Oh, so the most recent one.
Oh, I didn't say scared of
wait. No, you.
But I am
hold on.
scared as well.
Well, thank you. And see, now we made headway.
If I'm being real, then yes, you can say I'm scared.
I am sure you guys heard about the Lindsay Clancy case and the trial that's been going on recently. For those of you who don't know, a woman with 3 children sends her oofy-doofy husband out to buy her food. Hey, Oofy, get the fuck out and bring me food. And while the guy is outside, she kills her 3 children and then tries to jump out of the 2nd story window of their house, ending up paralyzed in a wheelchair.
She said she heard a man's voice.
This is insane.
Telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance.
Oh, a male voice told me. Guys, I swear they are gonna try to pin this on the manosphere as well. Oh, a voice that resembles Rehab Room told me to do it. Oh, I had postpartum depression, so I had to go and murder my 3 children. I mean, probably seeing that face, having to see her husband's face every morning, was what caused that postpartum depression. But guys, jokes aside, tragic and heinous stuff like that always happen.
This is horrible, man. This woman was possessed. Yeah, like that's really screwed up, man. So he's gone. She kills his 3 children. What the heck?
Really scary about this is not the case itself, but women's reaction to it in mass numbers. It ain't even necessarily the nature of the comments, the videos, but rather the sheer amount of likes those videos and comments get. Hundreds of thousands of people liking the videos saying, "Free Lindsay, she's innocent. Even if she did, she didn't. It must have been her husband doing that. He must have raised his voice at her one time, at one point of their marriage. He should be the one going to jail." I mean, some go as far as, bringing up zodiacs. Oh, his DNA was found. Yeah, his DNA was found in his own house,
His DNA was found in his own house.
Crazy. They are unhinged people. She herself, the woman herself, admits to it. And women are still saying that her husband set her up.
The crowd of about 200 to 300 people lined the road as Lindsay Clancy was brought into the courthouse.
Just wanted to support Lindsay and just say it could be...
They're there to support her. What on earth is this?
you know, one of my sister-in-laws, it could be one of my best friends, and it could be me. So just here to support.
To the people that are upset and believe that she killed her 3 children and she should be convicted, what would be your message to them?
I'm so grateful for you that you never experienced even remotely what women experience in postpartum.
Yeah, and admittedly, she did admit to killing them, but the woman you see now is completely different from the woman who did that to her kids.
And guys, the scary thing here is these women exist in real life. You are interacting with them. You gotta deal with them at your school, your dentist maybe your colleague. That is the scary part of it. A very sizable portion of them genuinely hate, man. Those posts, videos, comments get hundreds of thousands of likes, you know. You got tens of thousands of women sending her money. Like,
oh
forget
my
about
gosh,
video.
look at that. 969,000 raised. What the hell? So this lady kills her kids, and then she gets all this support? This is insane.
Videos, likes, and comments. They are sending her money. Hundreds of women are gathering in front of the courthouse to protest her arrest. Like, this trumps Jeremy Meeks. They didn't show that kind of love, not to even Meeks. And guys, please stop with the cop. Oh yeah, this is just a fringe group. Bro, what fringe group? What fringe? Those videos get hundreds of thousands of likes. And forget about online. Hundreds of women are gathering in front of the courthouse. They are making t-shirts, merch in support of her. Already raised $1 million. Over 30,000 women donated money. I mean, this is anything but fringe.
And I think for me, the only thing that's, you know, really missing here that I said to another woman is the children. And I just haven't heard a lot of people talking about them, and that's concerning to me. But, you know, what do you say to that?
Absolutely. The children, that's what we're here for too. The children don't take away from what we lost, those beautiful kids. But I'm standing here for mental health awareness, and I believe those kids would have been here if she got the help she needed.
Many of us
When you said
see ourselves in Lindsay.
Oh God.
Many of us know
damn, look at those.
that we could have been only one step away from doing some of those horrific things because we experienced significant mental health issues.
Oh, we love children, but when you put but, the rest...
Bro, this is like this is like the vibe that I get when people try to like defend Goeke, you know? It's like Goeke literally be talking about how he's okay with abusing children and literally commits an acid attack, and then you have all the Goeke fans being like, bro, he didn't do anything. Look, he was really sad. He was depressed, okay? His wife broke up with him. Okay, look, you just, have you ever been broken up with before? That is how Goeke felt, okay? He lost his camera, all right? That's not who he really is. Like, you watch him nowadays, he's a good boy. He didn't do anything. He didn't even do it. He hired somebody to do it, but that's not that bad. You know, he just hired somebody. It's fine. that's exactly how they sound.
This is irrelevant.
These people are crazy.
Because there is premeditated murder. He literally sends her oofy-doofy husband outside to buy her food so that she can have time to do what she did. The truth is, she had more help than the vast majority of mentally ill people. She had a nanny, a private nanny that her Beta Box Deluxe husband paid for. Her children had a daycare center to go to, a doctor, psychiatrist, a husband providing for him, going outside to bring her food on demand. Like, I am not saying she wasn't feeling depressed, that she didn't have any mental issues, because she clearly did, but the vast majority of mentally ill people are living worse than her. And they are getting no help at all. None at all. They get told, don't be a pussy. Man up. Don't cry. Stop complaining. Like, with that logic, you are setting a horrible precedent.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. There are a fleet of doctors who should be imprisoned for what they put her on. I regularly speak out against Big Pharma. They get away with murder all the time. And in this case, they are getting away with the murder of really her 3 children, but also completely destroyed her life. Lindsay Clancy, in my opinion, is not guilty.
I mean, we are going to see what the decision is going to be next week. But guys, it wouldn't surprise me. if this evil woman gets to walk, doesn't get convicted of first degree, doesn't get the full right. Anything less than a first degree conviction will be a horrible example. I mean, to be honest with you, what is happening is already a bad example. Just the sheer celebrity status Lindsay got on social media is already setting up a bad example. Because all the women that see those comments, right, seeing how much support she's getting after committing such a heinous crime, those women are going to start thinking that they are also justified to do something like that. This is just encouraging more incidents like that. Imagine like a whole city's population of women are sending her money, who are saying that we could have been in her situation. Hundreds of thousands of women. These women are going to be your doctors, are going to be your cook. You know, they are going to be prepping your order. If they justify something as vile as that, what else could they justify? You know, you got to ask these questions, man.
Sue, I'm grateful to Sue for always listening and trying her best to help me. Kids are sleeping great for Pat. Pat is handling nighttime stuff. Julie for making a plan for me. A big thing is
so this is like another woman, and she's posting same Lindsay, like she wants to kill her kids. Like, what the fuck? This is just a normal thing? This is weird. This feels like a nightmare, like a movie, like a weird movie plot.
I feel disconnected with myself, time, reality. I think going back to work will help with that. She wrote that, right?
Bro, this is real psychopathy. This woman right here in this video should be on a list. Should be on a fucking list. Literally. Every single person that donated money to that account, crowdfund account, should be on a list as well. I mean, this misandrous hate is getting out of hand. Not all women are thinking like that, of course, but sadly and unfortunately, and honestly, scarily, not only sadly, but also scarily, a very significant portion of women do. There is a very substantial amount of women who were raised in this modern time education system, especially among Gen Z women, young women. Like, a lot of them genuinely hate men.
But schizophrenia or something like that? Yeah, I think she had some kind of mental illness.
Towards the bottom 80%, 90% of men. They genuinely believe women are oppressed underclass. And the culprit is a system created by and for men. Women are the victims. So by definition, you can't hold them accountable. It is always someone else's fault. Men's fault in particular.
And shocking news in entertainment. Heroes and Nashville star Hayden Panettiere has died at the age of 36.
Cardiac arrest.
Overdose. CPR is in progress.
Toxicology testing is underway, and Hayden's mother points the finger at her daughter's on-off boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, calling him, quote, a toxic individual who I believe led to her death.
Now with Nashville star Hayden Panettiere, she bravely revealed her battle with postpartum depression after the birth of her first child.
We are seeing the same with Hayden Panettiere, you know, the actress that died recently. Everybody was like, oh my God, the dark side of Hollywood. Bro, it is time to stop blaming Hollywood and start holding people accountable for their own choices and actions. Or postpartum depression, the dark side of Hollywood. No, dude, you gotta take responsibility. Isn't that what you always tell men? No, it is not because of Hollywood. It is because of her. Maybe when she was younger, she fell for that, and that, you know, wasn't her fault. But she's 36 now. Let me tell you what really happened. She was probably a very hedonistic person who always lived an easy life, always got attention, always lived a party life, hanging out with celebrities, just kept abusing substances. And in the end, that is how she died.
About 16, one of the people that I was working with in my inner circle introduced me for the first time to what she called happy pills. And I had no idea what they were. But I know that when I was given one and I was sent down a red carpet, I was like lively and like totally down to answer the questions and a chatterbox.
What did you come to learn those happy pills were?
I think they were a form of Adderall.
Okay, that might not be your fault, but you are not 16 anymore. You are 36.
Right. Something, a good point he's bringing up here is like the accountability thing, you know? Like, why do we act like this woman doesn't have accountability for her own actions? You know, like, yes, she went through a lot of crazy stuff, but as a grown up, as an adult, like you should, take some accountability or whatever. I get that for sure. You're gonna take a nap for 2 hours. 40 viewers, WTF. I guess you guys like these reactions more than the gaming for sure. Accountability and women in one sentence. Yeah, it's crazy. Wondering what you guys think is causing the mass mortality in birds from the H5N1. I haven't actually looked into that, to be honest. Exactly, alt. Witcher 3. Dude, once my arm heals, I will definitely do a lot more gaming for sure. You said, I don't think this should be a woman versus man debate. This is responsibility versus drug use and mental illness debate. I think there is some truth that a part of this is people defending these women, saying that they shouldn't hold any accountability and that it was the environment that they're in that caused the problem or whatever. I think there is, but also like just the idea of like adults holding accountability. I mean, that is true, but it's not just a man-woman thing. How'd the surgery go? So it was crazy. Basically, I went in there to get surgery. They had me all prepped up, took me back into the, the surgery room. Actually, before they did that was when they hooked up the IV to me. And they gave me some kind of shot that went down in here. It felt like a long-ass needle. And I think it was the anesthesia. It numbed like this whole side. And then they took me into the operation room and put some oxygen on my face. Injected some more shit into my arm. I don't know. And then I was out. And next thing I know, I'm awake again. And my whole left arm is numb. Unfortunately, the numbness has worn off. And since starting this stream, I have developed an enormous amount of pain. So I'm going to be relying on hydrocodone to try not to go freaking crazy.
You gotta take responsibility for the rest. And now they are blaming her ex-husband.
It's brutal. It
is similar
really
to
bad. There's 2 screws
always
in my elbow.
husband's fault, right? Oh, dude.
Yeah, there's local anesthetic and general anesthetic.
Took the child of Hayden, when in reality she herself gave up the custody of her child so that she can party up, live her life to the fullest. That was her decision. Abused substances. And in the end, that is how she passed away. Simple as that.
Thanks, games.
It is not her ex-husband's fault. And guys, her husband is probably staying silent, only saying good stuff, because he doesn't want to smear her name now that she's dead. If only we knew what else he has seen her do around that child. Why did he want to take the full custody of the child? He was probably like, Hayden, what the fuck? What were you thinking doing that next to our baby? He's probably staying silent now to respect the deceased mother of his child. That is why.
Did your partner recognize that you were struggling?
I respect him for being such a driven human being, and he's very positive. Athletes, they're very diligent.
Yeah,
that mentality is just pretty incredible, but he's also a man, doesn't have any sisters, so he really thought that I was doing it to myself, I think.
Yeah.
You speak different languages.
It's just totally different, and no, I don't have control over it. No, I'm not.
It got to the point that her ex ended up taking her daughter from her.
But of course, she can never be at fault, right? It must be her ex-husband's fault. It is man's fault. It is because of people like you and me. Fuck it, guys. It is my fault. It is my fault. Both Lindsay Clancy and Hayden Panettiere were my fault. I should have done better. It is my fault.
Him? Is that him?
It is crazy. But the same compassion is never shown to men. Never shown to us.
Oh, he wants rehab room. I've heard of him, but I don't really watch him.
You're working 2 jobs, breaking your back, barely being able to afford rent. Suck it up, man. Man up. Don't blame anyone else. A real man takes accountability. This compassion and empathy that society seemingly have for women is never shown towards us. And men in general, let alone people like you and me. A lot of Gen Z women have contempt for most men. Maybe not consciously, but they still do nonetheless. Like in her mind, she believes that she's oppressed, that she's being held back, that we live in an evil and patriarchal system. But the man running the world is the top 1%, less than 1% of men. But since they can't deny their biology, since she can't stop being attracted and not chase those top 1% of men, she's gonna take it out on you, who are objectively living harder, more difficult lives than her. Women really don't realize how difficult men's lives are. If you are a woman watching this and if you think you are struggling, imagine our situation. Because society ain't gonna label you as a massive loser if you are working as a cashier at age 25. Now try being a man. You are gonna get clowned by your peers. Nobody's gonna respect you. Nobody will wanna date you. Like, women are completely and utterly disconnected from this reality. At least most of them, because they never really experience it themselves. And not only that, not only experience thing. Education system, those colleges and media tells them that they are being held back, that there is a patriarchy, and women are the eternal victims of this. And they buy into that. Of course they do. So they are disconnected from the realities of the vast majority of men, sub-8, low-status men. Just because they always protect one of their own, no matter what, they don't get this intra-male competition that we gotta deal with. Bro, men hate each other. I mean, there's an intra-gender competition among women too, but only to some degree, only when it comes to attracting top 1% of men, but nowhere near as bad as men do. The Lindsay Clancy case is the perfect example of this. Guys, imagine if a man killed his 3 children in cold blood just because his wife treated him badly, or he was depressed, or whatever.
We had that with Chris Watts. Do you remember Chris Watts, guys? He was the guy who murdered his children, and he like threw their body in some kind of grain silo or something. Or I don't even know what he threw their bodies in. He didn't get any support. So that's a perfect example. It's just bizarre that she's like praised by all these people.
Find a single man defending him, not a single soul, as it should be. For example, remember how we blasted that father, that so-called father who caused the death of his own child? That treadmill case, right? You are gonna remember that video. I have blasted that father. And not a single, guys, not one single comment under that video said, hey, Riyab, he was just doing what he thought was the best for his kid.
Dude.
Not a single comment said that. And keep in mind, his case was nothing like Lindsay. It was a manslaughter. Wasn't a straight-up premeditated murder in cold blood like her case. But women are legit defending that cold-blooded murderer. I mean, guys, we are going to see what happens next week. The verdict is going to come out. But honestly, living in this clown show that we live in, it wouldn't surprise me if she walks. If they say, oh, she's just mentally ill, not evil, not criminally liable. So she gets admitted to a hospital for a couple years and then she walks. She's among us. She's going to be prepping your food. You better hope she doesn't see the name, your name, the male name on the order and mess with the food. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Don't be a fucking free agent in life. Or go be it. Fuck it, man. Go be it, you know? Since it is my fault, go be a fucking free agent.
Oh, this stuff's so brutal, man. Diclofenac topical. Dude, I don't even want to take this. I don't even want to take the gauze off. You know, this athletic tape or whatever they call it. I don't even want to take the cast or the splint off. Wow, I feel like it's an insane. It feels like my arm's on fire right now. It's on fire and it got smashed by a sledgehammer. From 1 to 10, how bad does it hurt? I would say we're at like a 8. Yeah, this sucks. Shoot, guys. Well, that was a long stream, right? How long did we go today? Let me check. Ooh, lots of content for those of you who joined late. If you want to go back and watch stuff. How do you even get to your channel these days? Oh, just go here. What does it say? It usually says the time. 5 hours. Holy cow. Oh. Anyways, guys. Whew. Probably gonna pop a couple of painkillers and then just lay down. But yeah, this was fun. We'll definitely do some more. There's a lot of other videos and things I want to look into. Anyways, thank you guys for all joining and sticking around and stuff, and thanks to everybody for the donations. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now, but I will catch you guys in the next one. Hopefully my arm is better and we can do some gaming or something soon. That would be cool, but it might be a while. It's a lot of pain. Yeah, guys, I'll see you later. Goodbye.